Chapter 3. This weapon she desires. Just as Mianmian was about to manipulate the mushroom spores in the air, coaxing them to instantaneously grow into red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms. A faint sound akin to the cracking of ice echoed, seemingly a mere illusion. Her actions to summon the mushrooms momentarily halted. She beheld a pair of winged mosquitoes hurtling towards her, their rapidly vibrating wings exuding a chill. Subsequently, the visible flight speed of the mosquitoes significantly diminished. Within mere seconds, their wings became encased in ice. The inability to flap their wings abruptly interrupted their flight, causing one mosquito to plummet from the sky. As it descended, the ice continued to crystallize, swiftly spreading across its body. With a resounding thud, the ice-encased mosquito struck the ground. Mianmian, lying on her back, instinctively curled her legs to avoid being struck. Raising her gaze, she observed a man clad in a black combat suit emerging from behind the fallen mosquito, his tall, slender figure soaring rapidly toward the swarm of mosquitoes ahead. Along his path, some attacking mosquitoes fell, pierced by ice shards, while others succumbed after their wings froze and subsequently immobilized their bodies. Perhaps a sixth-tier ice ability user, Mianmian mused inwardly. In the apocalyptic world, the classification of ability users ranged from 1st to 10th tier, whereas, in the current interstellar context, the tiers were delineated from low to high as, well, it was complex. Accompanying the man were several individuals dressed in various ordinary combat suits. Their attacks were executed with precision, each strike successfully downing a mosquito without a single miss. However, it was evident that most were acting independently, lacking the cohesion of a unified force. The number of newcomers was still significantly fewer than that of the mosquitoes, resulting in many slipping through or breaching their defenses. Mianmian's gaze fell to the man's feet. Adorned with floating magnetic combat boots, commonly referred to as hover shoes, an advanced technological marvel that allowed one to levitate and navigate freely below 100 meters. If only she could possess such footwear, she would not need to run for her life. However, the price was reputedly exorbitant. Alas, the original owner of this body was merely an ordinary person, indeed impoverished, unable to afford such luxuries. There existed a more economical alternative known as floating magnetic pads, resembling a skateboard sans wheels, yet, regrettably, the original owner could not afford those either. Thus, how much did the original owner have left? A mere 10-star coins. How much? The revelation jolted Mianmian upright, her heart racing at the paltry sum she recalled. A single nutrient solution sufficient for one meal cost 20-star coins. Non-negotiable. 10-star coins were utterly insufficient to even procure a single nutrient solution to satiate her hunger. Surely, Mianmian lamented. What sins had she committed in her past life to deserve such a fate? In a post-apocalyptic world fraught with hardship, where even the most basic necessities are scarce, she found herself inexplicably transported to an era of interstellar existence, only to discover that poverty and deprivation still plagued her. Overwhelmed by despair, Mianmian shifted her posture, only to narrowly evade a shadow that darted past her with astonishing speed. A resounding crash echoed as a massive tree trunk, capable of being embraced by two individuals, splintered under the force of impact not far behind her. Humph. Coughing, Wu Hua tumbled from the fractured trunk onto the ground. When Mianmian regained her composure and glanced over, she beheld a man clad in a gray combat suit, barely clinging to life as he lay sprawled on the earth. He was one of those who had initially intervened against the dual-winged mosquitoes. The buzzing sound of the approaching insects grew louder, prompting Mianmian to look skyward, where a swarm of dual-winged mosquitoes surged towards her. With a sigh, she realized that her moment of respite was fleeting. Meanwhile, Wu Hua, struggling against the tree, managed to sit upright and raised his plasma gun, aiming it at the foremost mosquito and firing. The shot pierced through the insect, causing it to plummet to the ground. Mianmian gasped in awe at his marksmanship. That weapon was something she coveted. Coughing again, Wu Hua persisted, keeping his plasma gun trained on the incoming mosquitoes and firing 2 more shots, though his aim faltered. One bullet struck a mosquito's wing, disrupting its flight but failing to deliver a fatal blow. The creature fell from the sky, unable to continue its ascent. The second shot hit a mosquito's leg, incapacitating it, but not fatally, merely hindering its speed. As Wu Hua continued to fire, regrettably missing his targets or hitting non-vital areas, the cacophony of gunfire attracted even more dual-winged mosquitoes. With each successive shot, the blood trickling from the corner of Wu Hua's mouth increased, and his breath grew shallower. He cast a glance at Mianmian, who remained seated and motionless, and his brow furrowed in confusion. What was this woman doing? As an ordinary person, why was she fleeing? Suddenly, a small metallic vial, no larger than a thumb, crashed beside Mianmian, releasing a colorless gas with a pungent odor. Pain flashed across her face as she recognized the scent. It was a repellent for the dual-winged mosquitoes, albeit with a fleeting efficacy of approximately 10 minutes. Given its considerable cost, Mianmian, as a person of limited means, had no hope of affording such a commodity. Whose possession could it possibly be? With only the two of them present, the answer was obvious. You would do better to hand over that plasma gun than to toss this at me, Mianmian remarked, pinching her nose. Though the original owner of her body had never touched a plasma gun, she was certainly aware of its significance. He Wu Hua chuckled with an ambiguous tone before tossing the plasma gun in his hand to Mianmian. Subsequently, he retrieved another plasma gun from the spatial button and aimed it at a two-winged mosquito, which was attempting to evade by soaring higher due to the sudden spray of mosquito repellent, still 3 meters away from Mianmian. The two-winged mosquito was pierced by the plasma bullet. In that instant, the plasma gun Wu Hua had thrown landed not far from Mianmian and, losing its momentum, slid to her side. Wow, you really dare to give this to me, Mianmian exclaimed, immediately reaching for the gun. The craftsmanship and materials of this plasma gun were far superior to anything from the post-apocalyptic era, although the firing mechanism remained relatively unchanged. Therefore, despite the original owner's unfamiliarity with firearms, Mianmian, who had handled guns during the apocalypse, instinctively knew how to use it upon grasping it. The gun could be wielded with one hand or two. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mianmian opted for a one-handed grip and fired at a nearby two-winged mosquito. The plasma bullet, initially aimed at the mosquito's head, only managed to blast off one of its wings. The two-winged mosquito plummeted to the ground, but Mianmian was not faring much better. The recoil from the plasma gun had sent her sprawling backward. Chapter 4. The Insect King. Had it not been for Mianmian's quick reflexes in lifting her head, the back of her skull would undoubtedly have sustained a bloody wound. Observing Mianmian suddenly collapsing on the ground, Wu Hua, leaning against a tree trunk, was momentarily taken aback. Is she really that weak? I forgot she is just an ordinary woman. The recoil of this plasma gun is not something an untrained individual can withstand. Ouch, my hand feels like it's going to break. Mianmian lay on the ground, cradling the gun in her arms and stretching out her arm in exasperation. Wu Hua diverted his gaze and fired another shot at the two-winged mosquito that had lost its wing and was still alive on the ground. He then aimed the plasma gun at another two-winged mosquito. Thanks to the repellent scent, the mosquitoes did not advance further. However, they remained encircling them. He resolved to shoot down several more mosquitoes, hoping to slow their demise. Before Wu Hua could pull the trigger, another two-winged mosquito was struck down by a plasma bullet. Noticing the trajectory of the bullet, Wu Hua's gaze shifted to Mianmian. There she was, previously lamenting her hand's pain, now propping the plasma gun against her right shoulder, lying on her back with the barrel aimed at the two-winged mosquito in the sky. At that very moment, as Wu Hua looked at her, she fired another shot, hitting a two-winged mosquito squarely in the head. Seeing the transformed Mianmian, Wu Hua was momentarily stunned. She no longer resembled an untrained, ordinary person. In that moment, Mianmian's demeanor was serious and focused, her movements precise and resolute as she adjusted the gun's aim. One shot after another. Not a single bullet missed. And each was a lethal strike. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound pierced the air. The swarm of biting insects that had encircled Mianmian momentarily halted, then collectively turned and retreated. The jarring noise caused Mianmian to feel dizzy, nearly causing her to faint. As her head struck the ground, clarity surged back into her mind. Simultaneously, clusters of 2-centimeter-tall red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms sprang up around her. Rising from a supine position, Mianmian fixed her gaze in the direction from whence the shrill sound emanated. There, behind the swarm of biting insects, a black void was gradually expanding, from which a larger and higher-ranked insect emerged, slowly flying forth. The swarm in front of the void became restless, hastening their charge towards the humans, compelling them to retreat a considerable distance. A spatial tunnel? No, it was a wormhole. The biting insects had emerged from the wormhole. Previously, their density had obscured its size. A higher-tier insect, the insect general. The buzzing of the insects drew nearer. Mianmian quickly focused her mind, raising her eyes to see a multitude of insects soaring above her, heading towards the insect general. One after another, attacks rained down upon the insect general's protruding head from the wormhole. What could have been a decisive shot with a plasma bullet now merely created a shallow dent in the insect general's head. The abilities of the enhancers failed to deliver a fatal blow. Their levels were still insufficient against the insect general. The only high-ranking ice-type enhancer found himself besieged by the swarm, leaving him no opportunity to engage the insect general. The dense mass of biting insects seemed intent on burying him alive. As the emergence of the insect general became inevitable, the crowd at the defense line exhibited clear signs of panic, with some individuals being struck by the insect's proboscis in their frantic attempts to escape. Those nearby managed to save a few lives, but those who were too late met their demise, with no means to swiftly eliminate the insect general. Most attacks were redirected towards the blood-filled biting insects. The cacophony of explosions and slashing sounds filled the air. They could not allow the biting insects to approach the insect general. Should the insect general absorb the blood within them, its rank would surely ascend. With ineffective defenses in place, the insect general, withstanding sporadic attacks, had already emerged significantly from the wormhole. The situation looked dire. Mianmian stood up and waved her hand, causing the red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms in the air to vanish instantaneously. However, the invisible mushroom spores in the atmosphere seemed to multiply significantly at that moment. Suddenly recalling that she hadn't heard any movement from the person behind her for quite some time, Mianmian turned to look at Wu Hua, only to find that he had fainted without her noticing. Having borrowed his gun, she could not simply abandon him. She approached his side and gave him a gentle nudge. "Hey, wake up." A drop of blood slipped from Wu Hua's lips due to the movement of his body. Mianmian remarked, "This person is quite severely injured." He was not dead, as evidenced by the subtle rise and fall of his chest, indicating that he still breathed. Unable to rouse him, Mianmian pressed her left thumb against the philtrum of Wu Hua. Noticing the slight movement of his eyeball beneath his eyelids, she withdrew her hand, urging him to wake up quickly. The insect lord was about to appear, and they needed to leave this place swiftly. Wu Hua's eyes abruptly opened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing the blood that splattered onto Wu Hua's battle suit, Mianmian asked calmly without blinking, "Are you able to walk?" The swarms of double-winged mosquitoes were heading towards the insect lord. If they did not leave now, they might not escape later. The defenses on that side were evidently compressing towards them. Understanding the situation, Wu Hua said nothing further and immediately stood up, activating his hovering shoes, which lifted him into the air. Mianmian watched in astonishment as he ascended. This seemed to pose a significant problem. He could soar away, but she could not. Once Wu Hua stabilized himself, he noticed Mianmian had not followed him, and he looked down in confusion. Just then, a piercing sound rang out, startling Wu Hua into instinctively controlling his hovering shoes to fly away. Mianmian clung to a tree trunk, watching helplessly as Wu Hua's figure receded into the distance. Suddenly, a double-winged mosquito with a gaping hole in its abdomen crashed to the ground not far from her. Red blood spilled from its swollen belly. The resilient double-winged mosquito did not die immediately. Mianmian raised her hand, causing a red-capped white-spotted mushroom to sprout atop its head. With a loud pop, the mushroom exploded, creating a crater in the mosquito's head, yet it remained alive. Mianmian recalled that her current ability level was only 1. With a flick of her finger, several red-capped white-spotted mushrooms instantly grew in the crater of the mosquito's head. The creature's head was now significantly diminished, and this time it would not move again. Humph. If one mushroom cannot kill it, then let us have several explode together. Meanwhile, after the insect lord fully emerged from the wormhole, it vanished in an instant. The double-winged mosquito, its belly filled with human blood, flew directly towards the insect lord, allowing its mouthparts to pierce its abdomen and siphon the blood. A sharp eye spike punctured the supplying double-winged mosquito's belly. With a loud crack, the supplying mosquito's abdomen burst open, spilling its blood downwards. The insect lord, having just consumed some blood, let out an enraged cry. Mianmian bit down on her lower lip, the pain distracting her from the dizziness in her head, and she cast a progressively dangerous glance at the insect lord. Chapter 5. Coordinated assault. The insect lord's fury spurred the blood-filled double-winged mosquitoes to press even more desperately towards it. The second blood-supplying dipteran swiftly flew to the mandibles of the insect general. A plasma shot struck the abdomen of the blood-supplying dipteran. With the food supply once again depleted, the insect general let out a low, furious growl, its wing beats quickening in agitation. At that moment, another blood-supplying dipteran approached the general's mandibles. The creature was once again obliterated by a blast. After several failed attempts to quench its thirst for blood, the insect general emitted a sharper, more piercing cry, causing even those intercepting the dipterans to feel a wave of dizziness. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the moment were swiftly pierced by the dipterans, leaving them drained of blood. The insect general suddenly blinked into the presence of a man, its mandibles aimed directly at the man's heart. A sharp crack echoed as the mandibles shattered a piece of ice, yet it failed to pierce the heart it sought. The man, regaining his senses, found the insect general looming before him. He nearly gasped in shock, his anti-gravity boots propelling him backward in an instant. Simultaneously, he leveled his plasma gun at the general's head and fired, cursing the insect race. Why hasn't the patrol arrived? We are confronted by an insect general here. Do they wish for us to perish? The man retreated hastily, and those nearby, witnessing the general's aggressive actions, also withdrew as far as they could. Those unable to retreat faced dire circumstances as the swarm of dipterans grew larger. Among those retreating, some seized the opportunity to redirect their attacks at the general. Once again denied sustenance and struck by a shot, the general let out a furious cry. Just as that sound reverberated, numerous attacks struck its form. Unfortunately, these assaults were not lethal, though they were sufficient to interrupt the general's cry. Those who had evaded the sound attacks swiftly redirected their fire toward the approaching dipterans, regardless of the circumstances, preserving their lives to precedence. Suddenly, a sharp slicing sound pierced the air. The insect general, having withstood a barrage of attacks, vibrated its wings violently and vanished from sight. At the same time, an ice spike shot forth from the spot where the general had just stood, impaling a blood-supplying dipteran. The general reappeared atop another blood-supplying dipteran, its dark mandibles instantly piercing through the creature's abdomen. "Damn it! Quickly, stop the general!" someone shouted. It was not that he did not wish to intervene. He was currently besieged by several dipterans, unable to free his hands. Yet, there was no one available to assist. Each individual was encircled by a swarm of dipterans, and any hesitation in their defense could lead to their demise. No one wished to meet their end at this moment. "Damn it!" someone cursed loudly. If the insect general were to satiate his hunger, it would ultimately lead to the demise of his minions. Yet, he hesitated to withdraw his hand and strike at the blood-supplying mosquitoes. Would one prefer to perish now or later? Most would undoubtedly choose the latter. And he was one among that majority. A sudden gust of icy wind swept through, accompanied by the sound of ice forming. The crystalline frost enveloped the mosquitoes surrounding Jiang Xi, appearing slow but actually spreading with remarkable speed. One by one, the frozen mosquitoes fell to the ground. With the ice sword in hand, Jiang Xi finally broke free from the encirclement of the mosquitoes, charging towards the insect general, while ice spikes began to form around him. Meanwhile, the visibly bloated blood-supplying mosquitoes shrank rapidly under the insect general's voracious feeding. At that moment, a plasma bullet struck the blood-supplying mosquito beneath the insect general's maw. The bullet's trajectory revealed by Mianmian, who leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, plasma gun in hand, resting the butt against his right shoulder, aiming from afar. The insect general, having just indulged in a couple of blood meals, found his supply abruptly cut off. Whoosh! An ice spike shot straight towards the insect general. With a flap of his wings, the insect general vanished from sight once more. The ice spike sliced through the air where he had just been, instead striking another blood-supplying mosquito waiting to serve the general. The insect general reappeared at the edge of the blood-supplying mosquito swarm. His dark maw already plunged into one of them. Boom! Another plasma bullet obliterated the unfortunate mosquito. Whoosh! Yet another ice spike flew towards the insect general. He vanished again, only to reappear atop another blood-supplying mosquito. This time, an ice spike aimed directly at him. Sensing the imminent threat, the insect general abandoned his meal and evaded the attack. The plasma bullet exploded where the blood-supplying mosquito had been. Mianmian glanced at Jiang Xi, who was pursuing the insect general with ice spikes. Then at the mosquitoes closing in on him, and suddenly, his plasma gun targeted Jiang Xi. The insect general reappeared, and Jiang Xi, equipped with anti-gravity shoes, swiftly navigated through the swarm of mosquitoes in pursuit of him. Ice spikes, already formed, shot forth at the insect general at Jiang Xi's command. Simultaneously, he swung his ice sword, cleaving through the mosquitoes obstructing his path. A series of explosions erupted. The mosquito Jiang Xi had aimed to strike was killed, and others nearby fell as well. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xi hesitated, then abruptly changed direction. It turned out that the insect general had once again evaded the ice spike attack. With a swift motion, Jiang Xi brought down his ice sword towards an empty space. Just then, the insect general materialized beneath the blade, narrowly retreating to avoid the sword aimed at its head. However, one of its legs was severed in the process. A piercing screech echoed through the air. Jiang Xi's ice sword faltered as the swarm of blood-supplying mosquitoes suddenly stirred, scattering in alarm. As the ice sword swung once more towards the insect general, it vanished from sight in an instant. With a misstrike, Jiang Xi swiftly altered direction and soared away. Buzzing sounds echoed as the white Mianmian, armed with a plasma gun, raised an eyebrow at the incoming swarm of twin-winged mosquitoes led by the insect general. Leaning against the sturdy trunk of a great tree, Mianmian's expression remained eerily calm, though the air was thick with mushroom spores, which had suddenly multiplied several times. Boom, boom, boom. The plasma bullets detonated one after another. The insect general endured a few hits, yet the inflicted wounds were hardly consequential, failing to impede its swift movements. Recognizing that the plasma bullets posed no real threat to the insect general, Mianmian promptly opted to eliminate the smaller foes first. Boom, boom, whoosh. At this moment, Jiangxi's ice spikes continuously erupted from behind the twin-winged mosquitoes. Each ice spike struck its target with precision, causing the mosquitoes to plummet one by one. The insect general chose to evade the ice spikes this time, although it did not disappear. It either dodged the spikes or allowed the twin-winged mosquitoes to shield it from the incoming projectiles. The ice spikes that were evaded pierced through the insect general and shot ahead. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice spikes flew past Mianmian, with several embedding themselves into the tree trunk behind her. Nevertheless, Mianmian maintained her composure, continuing to shoot down the twin-winged mosquitoes with unwavering precision, each shot claiming one more foe. Chapter 6. A good person card delivered. The insect general, accompanied by the swarm of twin-winged mosquitoes, pressed closer to Mianmian. The distance rapidly diminishing, yet the mosquitoes continued to fall. As they approached within 10 meters of Mianmian, the twin-winged mosquitoes were cleared away by the plasma bullets and ice spikes. The remaining insect general was still attempting to evade the onslaught of ice spikes. At that moment, Jiangxi caught up with the insect general and, with a swift motion, brought the ice sword crashing down upon it. A cry escaped the insect general. Boom! Mianmian's plasma gun struck the insect general once more, interrupting its call. With its sound attack disrupted, the insect general flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to ascend. Yet in the next moment, it experienced a barely perceptible hesitation. Almost simultaneously, Jiangxi's ice sword cleaved into the insect general's abdomen. With a crack, the wound instantly sealed with frost, as the chilling ice rapidly spread across the insect general's body. What? Mianmian gazed at the insect general with a perplexed expression. Unbeknownst to anyone, numerous red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms had sprouted at the base of the insect general's wings. These 2-centimeter-tall mushrooms were lodged at the wing's root, hindering its ability to flap as intended. The mushrooms that had initially grown were evidently larger than those that followed. What could be the reason for this? Mianmian pondered in confusion. With no option to escape upwards, the insect general's body swayed unnaturally in the air before charging once more towards Mianmian. The originally focused by Mianmian, in a moment of instinct, fired her weapon, and the plasma bullet struck the back of the insect general. Simultaneously, the red-capped white-spotted mushroom at the base of the insect general's wings exploded, resulting in a thunderous blast. Before Jiangxi's icy tendrils could reach it, the insect general's wings were annihilated. Although the wings remained affixed to its back, their inability to flap caused the insect general to plummet to the ground. With a resounding crash, Mianmian slightly tilted her head to avoid the swirling dust. Jiangxi leaped forward, driving his ice sword toward the insect general's head. A mournful cry erupted from the insect general, only to be abruptly silenced in the next instant. The swarming mosquitoes, emboldened by the insect general's wail, intensified their relentless assault on the people. Jiangxi withdrew the sword embedded in the insect general's skull and cast a skeptical glance at the now lifeless creature. After scrutinizing the corpse for any peculiarities and finding none, he suppressed the odd sensation that had risen within him. He then raised his gaze to Mianmian, noticing her face smeared with blood, which elicited a look of surprise in his eyes. The shots that had rescued him were fired by her. Upon seeing Jiangxi's expression, Mianmian's eyes suddenly sparkled, realizing he was quite handsome. Yet, his stern demeanor made him appear somewhat distant and unapproachable. Just then, someone shouted in frustration, wondering why reinforcements were so late. Mianmian looked up to see several mechs soaring towards the swarm of mosquitoes. The arrival of the mechs signified the patrol team's presence. The mechs unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the mosquito horde. Are they insane? Those still amidst the swarm cursed angrily while retreating. That's a mech. Mianmian's gaze lingered on the mechs, her desire ignited. Jiangxi diverted his attention from the mechs, plunging his ice sword back into the insect general's head. With a swift flick, he extracted a grayish crystal core. Suddenly sensing an energy fluctuation, Mianmian's eyes fixed on the crystal core grasped in Jiangxi's hand. Noticing her gaze, Jiangxi looked up. Mianmian stared intently at the core, a trickle of blood slowly sliding down her lip. Feeling the warmth at the corner of her mouth, Mianmian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was salivating over that crystal core? Did she truly desire it so much? Drawing her gaze away from the core, she noticed the blood dripping onto the grass. Raising her hand to wipe her mouth, she examined the bright red blood on her fingers and calmly remarked, "Oh, it seems I am bleeding." Thankfully, it wasn't drool. Otherwise, that would have been utterly embarrassing. After pocketing the crystal core, Jiangxi retrieved a healing agent from his spatial button and handed it to her. Observing the vial before her, Mianmian glanced at Jiangxi before extending her left hand to accept it. "Thank you." "No need," Jiangxi's deep voice replied. When Mianmian raised her eyes again, she was met with his receding figure. The arrival of the patrol team, though it successfully eradicated the majority of the dipteran pests, left behind a number of scattered individuals that required further extermination. Not a single living dipteran must remain on the planet. Otherwise, they may reappear when least expected. Thus, Jiang Xi continued his relentless pursuit of these pests. Clutching the healing agent, Mianmian observed Jiang Xi's departing figure and mused quietly to herself. This person possesses quite a commendable character. This healing agent was no trivial expense, yet he had so freely bestowed it upon her. Redirecting her gaze, she consumed the healing elixir in one go. The cool liquid significantly alleviated the searing pain within her body. Her physical form was exceedingly fragile, alas. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, she gradually slid down to the ground, her plasma gun slipping from her grasp and falling with a soft thud. Glancing down, Mianmian chose not to retrieve the weapon. Once the combat personnel had secured the area, the medical team descended from the light vessel. Following the location data provided by personal terminals, the medical staff swiftly located the injured individuals, administering basic treatment. Those unable to move were transported away on hovering stretchers, and Mianmian was similarly carried off. Upon arrival at the hospital, her left wrist terminal was scanned, and her basic identity information was promptly uploaded into the hospital system. As a confirmed ordinary citizen, Mianmian was immediately directed to undergo a physical examination, with results emerging in an instant. The scans revealed multiple ruptured organs, a fractured right clavicle, 3 broken ribs, a mild concussion, and the injury on her forehead being the least severe. The physician, maintaining a calm demeanor, placed Mianmian into a treatment pod for her recovery. Admitted to the hospital that afternoon, she was discharged the following morning, free from pain and with her forehead wound fully healed. Gazing at the overcast sky outside the hospital, Mianmian found it hard to comprehend her swift recovery. Had she truly healed so quickly? Turning back to the hospital, her eyes began to glimmer with newfound hope. Was the medical technology of the interstellar era truly this remarkable? She wondered if it could be privately owned. How she longed for it. Surely it must be available for private ownership, especially since she had received treatment without spending a single star coin. Flipping through her memories, she recalled that according to the Galactic law, any individual injured by the insectoid species, whether ordinary or gifted, was entitled to free medical care. It was fortunate that no star coins were required. Otherwise, with her meager 10-star coins, she would have been utterly helpless. 10-star coins. Mianmian activated the terminal on her wrist, and a translucent screen appeared before her, visible only to her. This is absolutely amazing, she internally exclaimed, originally intending to check her personal account to verify whether she truly possessed only 10-star coins. Mianmian suddenly forgot her original purpose. With the memories of the original owner at her disposal, using the terminal felt entirely effortless. As individuals entered and exited the hospital, they were greeted by the sight of a woman, her right hand clutching a plasma gun, a look of astonished delight gracing her features, while her left index finger danced in the air. "It's you. I see you're all right." A voice suddenly resonated nearby. Mianmian lifted her gaze towards the newcomer. Chapter 7. Tearful, feeling as though she had missed out on a fortune. Upon seeing Mianmian's uplifted face, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Hua's eyes. Previously, with blood marring her features, he had failed to recognize the woman's striking beauty and formidable strength. Unaware of Wu Hua's thoughts, Mianmian's smile softened slightly as she addressed him. "I just got discharged and happened to run into you. Here, this is yours. Thank you for lending me the gun." She extended the plasma gun towards him. He had lent her the weapon. She had roused him from unconsciousness, and now she was returning it. An equitable exchange, indeed. Wu Hua had not anticipated Mianmian would so readily return the gun. For an ordinary person, acquiring a plasma gun was no simple feat. Although each weapon was numbered and registered to its owner, some individuals managed to clandestinely render them legitimate. Therefore, whether she intended to sell the weapon or keep it for herself, the advantages it offered her would undoubtedly be significant. Though he had approached her with the intention of reclaiming his gun, she had preemptively returned it before he could utter a word, revealing her commendable character. Perhaps he might seek another opportunity to spend time with her. With this thought in mind, Wu Hua hesitated briefly before retracting the gun into his spatial button. This action instantly reminded Mianmian of something, and her eyes sparkled as she gazed at his ring-shaped spatial button. She had long envied those with spatial abilities who could carry an abundance of food without the constant worry of theft. Now, was it possible she might have a chance to possess her own spatial space? Once she acquired a spatial button, she would ensure to fill it with copious amounts of food. Mianmian's fervent gaze caused Wu Hua to furrow his brow in displeasure. Was she eyeing his spatial button? Just as he began to harbor a fondness for her, it swiftly dissipated, suppressing his irritation. He was about to speak when a communication alert suddenly chimed from his personal terminal. Wu Hua's expression shifted slightly as he hastily remarked, "It's nothing. I must be going." Without waiting for Mianmian's response, he turned and departed. "Oh," she murmured, her gaze following the movement of Wu Hua's spatial button until it vanished from sight, leaving her with a sense of regret. Searching on her terminal for spatial buttons, she discovered that the cheapest one cost a staggering 100 million star coins, providing a mere 10 cubic meters of space. How exorbitant! With only 10 star coins to her name, Mianmian stared ahead with a defeated expression. Suddenly, her stomach emitted a growl, signaling her hunger. Mianmian's complexion shifted. She was famished, yet lacked the star coins to purchase food. With her left hand gesturing in the air, she promptly used her terminal to search for ways to acquire star coins. The celestial body designated as number 1888 is the current abode of Mianmian. Situated at the periphery of the new river star system, this planet has remained nameless largely due to its scarcity of resources. However, 2 centuries ago, an inexplicable cosmic storm ravaged the entire star system, wreaking havoc on all its planets, including even the most fortified primary star. This cataclysm not only inflicted widespread destruction, but also unleashed a mysterious and malevolent contaminant, disrupting the energy supplies across all celestial bodies. With the energy crisis, advanced technological systems reliant on power, such as starships, mechas, and energy weapons, found themselves stifled, their evolution stagnating, and mass production severely curtailed. Furthermore, flora and fauna underwent alarming mutations overnight, growing larger and more ferocious. Humanity, too, was not spared from this pollution. Ordinary individuals were compelled to consume a body purification agent annually to stave off mutations. Coupled with the persistent threat of insectoid invasions, planet number 1888 has become increasingly desolate. This interstellar realm is hardly tranquil, Mianmian mused. For an ordinary person to earn star coins, labor is the only recourse. In the eastern city of planet number 1888, numerous job opportunities abound: salespersons, waitstaff, and the like. Surprisingly, even in this age of interstellar travel, such positions still exist. However, the remuneration is meager. After receiving a daily ration of nutrient solution and deducting monthly energy expenses, little remains. Why must she endure such hardship in this advanced era? Living on nutrient solutions, does she consider herself a plant? She yearns for actual food, delicious, varied culinary delights. As thoughts of gastronomy filled her mind, Mianmian, frustrated with her job search, promptly altered her search keywords. Food is one thing she cannot forsake. The memories of the previous owner only included nutrient solutions, which, despite their myriad flavors, paled in comparison to the prospect of a future confined to such sustenance. Upon receiving search results, her expression turned grave. The images displayed on the screen showcased dishes that appeared unappetizing. Vegetables and meats looked raw and uncooked, merely boiled. Frowning, she adjusted her keywords to focus on the types of ingredients. This time, the results were more promising, as the variety of ingredients was relatively abundant, and the spices were familiar. However, the prices were exorbitant. A single cabbage cost a staggering 1,000 star coins. Highway robbery. As she perused the prices of other ingredients, her spirits sank further. What a disheartening world this is. It is no wonder the previous owner contemplated venturing beyond the city in search of mutated ingredients. Although the purchase price for unpurified mutated ingredients is not as high as that of their purified counterparts sold online, finding just 1 or 2 would suffice for a common person to cover a month's worth of nutrient solutions and energy expenses. However, although there is no strict prohibition, the authorities do not support an untrained ordinary person leaving the city, even if accompanied by a competent team. The original owner had been deceived, and in her memories, she uncovered the truth behind the events. A subtle smile graced Mianmian's lips as she resolved to take some time in the coming days to escort that person to meet the original owner. With her decision made, Mianmian began to search for quick ways to earn money, contemplating the prospect of working for a month to receive her wages, which was simply unfeasible for her. Just as she was about to press the search confirmation button, a sudden thought struck her. Food could indeed be found outside the city, albeit from contaminated and mutated plants. Wasn't this a quick way to earn money? She lightly chided herself for not considering this sooner. Just as she was about to rush out of the city, a message flashed across her screen, causing her heart to skip a beat. The fastest way to earn money was by exterminating the insectoids. According to the stellar law, killing insectoids of any level would yield corresponding star coin rewards. Whether one was an awakened ability user or an ordinary person, they could undergo assessments at official institutions. Upon successful evaluation, the authorities would upload a scanning program to the individual's terminal, which would automatically activate during the extermination of insectoids, with a fatal strike as the standard. Every day at midnight, The scanning program would independently verify and convert the corresponding star coins to the individual's account. As she scrutinized the table detailing the levels of insectoids and their corresponding star coins, Mianmian finally accessed her personal account. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes as she beheld the 10 star coins displayed. She had a substantial amount of star coins at her disposal. Yet her terminal lacked the scanning program. Her efforts had been in vain. She had dispatched numerous level 2 mosquitoes, hadn't she? Each level 2 insectoid was worth 50 star coins. While 50 star coins may not seem like a large sum, she estimated she had eliminated around 100 of them. What a fortune that could amount to. How many nutrients could she procure with that? Although she had no desire to be a mere plant subsisting on nutrient solutions, those solutions would stave off her hunger, which was becoming increasingly pressing. Who has wronged you? A deep voice inquired suddenly. Chapter 8. A Kind Soul Offers a Meal. Mianmian raised her tear-stained eyes to meet Jiangxi's slightly furrowed brows, and her spirit brightened. He was indeed a kind soul. She remembered he had once given her a vial of healing potion. Jiangxi? She asked, puzzled. Was she calling him? Kind soul. Could you lend me some nutrient solution or 10 star coins? Mianmian gazed at Jiangxi with hopeful eyes. There were no operating means of transportation from the city to the outside. Given her current physical condition, she doubted her ability to reach her destination on foot. The urgency of her hunger compelled her, for without sustenance, she would soon lack the strength to carry on. 10 star coins. Do you not possess any? Jiangxi questioned. Bewildered. Given the number of level 2 insectoids she had slain yesterday, it was improbable that she would be left with nothing. It was evident that someone had bullied her. Had her star coins been stolen? As the thought of the missed star coins crossed her mind, a pained expression instantly appeared on Mianmian's face. My terminal lacked the official scanning program. Jiangxi was utterly taken aback by Mianmian's response. Was this truly the reality? Yet, it did not add up. Her marksmanship was exceptional, so why hadn't she registered with the official agency? Observing her current sense of regret, it hardly seemed like she wished to evade the obligations that came with registration. So, are you planning to register with the official agency now? Jiangxi inquired. Mianmian cast a curious glance at him, wondering if his focus had strayed. Could it be that he was reluctant to lend her the nutrient solution or the 10 star coins? That seemed unlikely. He had readily provided her with such an expensive treatment without hesitation, indicating that the nutrient solution and the 10 star coins should be trivial to him. Was he regretting his generosity with the treatment? Thus, he now hesitated to lend her the nutrient solution or the 10 star coins. Once I finish the nutrient solution, I'll go for the registration assessment. I will repay you for the treatment you provided earlier. Should we exchange contact information? That way. You needn't worry about me running away, Mianmian proposed, activating the contact edition feature on her terminal. You need not repay the treatment. What I intend to say is, if you are not in a hurry, I would like to invite you to dinner. I have a favor to ask of you, Jiangxi responded. Connecting his terminal with Mianmian's, the addition of friends was successful. Almost simultaneously, both of their terminals emitted a notification sound, and a message window appeared on their holographic screens, displaying the names of their newly added friends. They exchanged glances. I am Jiangxi, pleased to meet you, he introduced. Hello, I am Mianmian, she replied with a slight smile. You just mentioned treating me to dinner? I have no objections. Where shall we dine? Right now? Mianmian eagerly continued. As for Jiangxi's mention of needing her assistance, she decided to discuss that after her meal, if she felt disinclined at that time. Could he truly expect her to regurgitate the food she had consumed? Jiangxi was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Mianmian's mind. Yet the twinkle in her eyes hinted at many unspoken thoughts. At that moment, she appeared vastly different from the composed individual who had effortlessly shot down a mosquito. It was uncertain which version of her was the authentic one. Contemplating this, Jiangxi wasted no time retrieving the aircraft from his spatial button. The elongated, hovering aircraft detected someone outside the co-pilot's door, emitting 2 beeping signals before the door slid open to the side. Please, step inside. I will take you to dinner first. And afterward, I will escort you to the official agency for your assessment registration. Jiangxi gestured invitingly, indicating for Mianmian to take the co-pilot's seat. Without any hesitation, she smoothly settled into her seat. The door of the co-pilot's seat closed automatically with 2 beeping sounds. Jiangxi took his place in the driver's seat. Beep, greetings. My esteemed master. I am Xiaoji number 2 at your service. Would you like to activate the autopilot? As the intelligent voice played, the door of the driver's seat closed automatically. Engage manual driving, Jiangxi instructed. Understood, master. Xiaoji number 2 wishes you a pleasant journey, the intelligent voice responded. After the statement, the lights within the aircraft flickered briefly before gradually dimming. Once the craft was driven out onto the main flight path, Jiangxi cast a sidelong glance at Mianmian, who was gazing at the control panel of the aircraft with wide, gleaming eyes. clearly revealing her earnest desires. A flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Xi's gaze, yet he soon redirected his attention forward. This was the Xijia family's Xinying flyer, currently valued at a staggering 10 billion star coins. Bai Mianmian's expression froze momentarily. How exorbitant. Observing her reaction from the corner of his eye, Jiang Xi suppressed the urge to chuckle. How could her expression convey so much? The aircraft halted in front of a restaurant, and after disembarking, Jiang Xi stowed the craft back into the space button. Bai Mianmian's gaze followed to the ring-shaped space button on his finger. When would she ever possess an aircraft and such a capacious space button? Contemplating the prices of both, she swallowed hard, diverting her gaze towards the restaurant. Never mind. It was futile to ponder such matters now. Better to think about the delightful cuisine that awaited. Baiwei Restaurant was renowned as the finest establishment on planet number 1888, where a meal would hardly cost less than 100,000 star coins. How did Bai Mianmian know this so well? Because the prices displayed on the illuminated menu at the table were utterly outrageous. A plate of braised pork cost 1,000 star coins, while a stir-fried vegetable dish was priced at 3,000 star coins. Although she had survived through the apocalypse, there were still delicacies to be found in that world, albeit not at such extortionate rates. It appeared that her aspirations for culinary freedom would be quite challenging. The only redeeming quality was that the images of the dishes on the menu looked far more appetizing than those she had found on the StarNet, clearly suggesting they had been expertly prepared. Is there nothing you fancy? Jiang Xi inquired, noticing Bai Mianmian's furrowed brow and serious demeanor. Perhaps we should just stick to nutritional supplements, Bai Mianmian replied, raising her gaze to Jiang Xi. It wasn't that she found the dishes too pricey, as the bill would not be her concern. Rather, the fare simply appeared unappealing, and she was reluctant to sample it. A server approached with water, glancing at Bai Mianmian, and without changing expression, placed a glass of water on each of their tables. Jiang Xi, unaware of Bai Mianmian's thoughts, presumed she might not know what to order and suggested, if you have nothing in mind, I can order a few signature dishes for you. After a few taps on the screen, he addressed the nearby server. Could you please expedite the dishes? Of course, sir. The server replied with a slight bow before turning to leave. Just as the server had not completely distanced himself, a female voice called out from behind. What dishes did you order? They all seem rather unappetizing. The forward-moving waiter could no longer contain his expression, curling his lips to reveal a look of disdain. Seeing the earnestness in Bai Mianmian's demeanor, Jiang Xi offered her a reassuring remark. I have dined at this establishment before. The dishes are quite delightful. You should give them a try. All right, Bai Mianmian conceded, recognizing that this meal was courtesy of another, and thus chose to refrain from further protest. With her stomach feeling hollow, her desire for conversation dissipated. At that moment, she longed more for a nutrient solution, which required no chewing and would directly satisfy her hunger. Chapter 9. The shame of wasting food. The pace of service in the restaurant was commendably swift. After a brief silence, dishes began to arrive. A plate of stir-fried cabbage was presented, its limp leaves indicating overcooking, resulting in an unpalatable texture. Each bite lacked crispness and bore a hint of bitterness. Excellent. This confirms my suspicions, Bai Mianmian thought, glancing at Jiang Xi. The waiter, lingering after serving the dishes, fixed his gaze intently on Bai Mianmian's face. Those who had never tasted genuine food would often comment on the unappetizing appearance of the dishes upon seeing the menu prices, and after reluctantly ordering a couple of items, they would inevitably display expressions of astonishment, as if unaccustomed to such experiences. This comical display provided the waiter with a modicum of amusement during his shift. What's wrong? Jiang Xi asked, his expression suddenly serious. Is there something amiss with the dishes? With this thought, he helped himself to a portion. The flavor remained as delightful as he remembered, without any issues. He turned his attention back to Bai Mianmian. After observing Jiang Xi's lack of reaction, Bai Mianmian casually chewed a few bites before swallowing. Did you not detect the bitterness in this dish? Isn't that normal? Jiang Xi's expression relaxed. He had feared the meal might prove disastrous, but thankfully, the dishes were acceptable. Is it normal to have a bitter taste? Bai Mianmian exclaimed, her face registering disbelief. Was she destined to consume such food from now on? Jiang Xi, initially indifferent, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Mianmian's expression. Had she truly never encountered food devoid of bitterness? Such a privilege seemed reserved for those hailing from the inner star domain or the main planet. Yet she did not appear to fit that mold. Although he noticed Bai Mianmian's change in demeanor, it was not quite as he had anticipated. As he absorbed her words, it became clear that he had misjudged the situation. The waiter, who had not yet departed, flickered with disappointment in his eyes before quietly withdrawing. He understood that some individuals were best left unoffended, and he repressed his disdain. Please give me a nutrient solution, By Mianmian suddenly reached out toward Jiang Xi. In the original owner's memories, nutrient solution seemed quite palatable. She wished to ascertain whether this staple of the interstellar era surpassed the current offerings. This time, Jiang Xi did not hesitate. He retrieved a nutrient solution from his spatial button and handed it to Bai Mianmian. My nutrient solutions are all in their original flavor. Original flavor? The original protagonist consumed the plain flavor, yet it differed slightly from the nutrient solution held by Jiang Xi, which was evidently of superior quality. With a twist of the nutrient tube's opening, Bai Mianmian took a sip. The viscous texture bore a hint of saltiness. It was quite unpalatable. As she swallowed the nutrient solution, the thought of having to subsist on such fare caused her eyes to well up with tears. As her vision blurred, she suddenly realized that she was crying. Stunned, she lifted her gaze forward. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Jiang Xi was at a loss for how to respond. Why was she crying? With a blink, the tears cascaded down her cheeks, leaving Bai Mianmian even more bewildered. What on earth? Were her tears so easily provoked? I will take you to the inner star domain to savor dishes devoid of any bitterness. Please do not cry. Jiang Xi consoled her. It was rather absurd to have made someone weep over a meal, especially when the tears stemmed from its unpalatable nature. He had not anticipated her taste buds to be so sensitive. Most individuals would not even detect such subtle bitterness. Upon noticing that Bai Mianmian was still clutching the half-empty nutrient tube, he added, I will also procure you fruit-flavored nutrient solutions. Bai Mianmian gazed at Jiang Xi with a pair of bewildered eyes. Jiang Xi pondered what more he could possibly say after having expressed all that was necessary. After a brief pause, Bai Mianmian, her tears subsiding, asked in a voice tinged with emotion, Are you saying that there are indeed dishes without any bitterness? Indeed. Jiang Xi affirmed with certainty. Yet, he pondered the implications of her words. What did she mean? Was she hoping he would take her to enjoy meals free from bitterness in the future? Or was she unaware that such dishes existed? Contemplating this, Jiang Xi explained. The bitter flavor emanates from pollutants present in plants and animals. Such contaminants can only be entirely eradicated by those possessing abilities in plant manipulation or purification. Hence, if she diligently exterminated the insect race to earn star coins, she would eventually be able to indulge in dishes devoid of bitterness, correct? At that moment, Bai Mianmian no longer found the unappetizing nature of the food to be a deterrent. As long as it lacked that bitter taste, she deemed it quite palatable. With a sense of relief, she mumbled in agreement, Though her expression was calm, her heart was tumultuous. Had she truly cried in front of someone she had only met for the second time? What was wrong with this body? Was it so easily moved to tears? She felt the urge to cry. No, wait, suppress it. She must not cry. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Bai Mianmian's face, Jiang Xi pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. Her expressions were truly a spectacle. As the two fell into a tranquil silence, the server finally sauntered over to present the subsequent dishes. Not daring to linger any longer, the waiter stepped back after serving the dishes and bowed slightly, saying, Sir, madam, your meal has been fully served. I wish you both a pleasant dining experience. Having spoken, the waiter hastily turned away. Observing Bai Mianmian, who seemed lost in thought, Jiang Xi inquired, Will you eat? Yes. Bai Mianmian promptly replied. Wasting food is shameful. Although the flavors were rather unsatisfactory, any sustenance that could fill her stomach should not be squandered. Gazing at the half-tube of nutritional liquid still in her hand, Bai Mianmian downed it in one go before picking up her chopsticks to eat. The table was adorned with 6 dishes: stir-fried cabbage, stir-fried cucumber, stir-fried vegetable hearts, boiled white radish, braised pork, and grilled spare ribs, which struck Bai Mianmian as peculiar. The original owner had no memory of meals, and her understanding of sustenance was limited to nutritional liquid. Judging by the menu, vegetables were indeed more expensive than meat, so there was no real issue with this order. However, both the vegetables and meats carried a bitter taste. Fortunately, the inherent flavors of the ingredients provided some relief. Otherwise, consuming so much would have been quite challenging. After successfully completing the clean plate initiative, Bai Mianmian immediately gulped down a glass of water to dilute the bitterness lingering in her mouth. Unintentionally, she let out a loud burp. Startled, Bai Mianmian turned her astonished gaze towards Jiang Xi, lowering his head to sip from the glass. Jiang Xi masked the slight upward curve of his lips. With his eyes narrowed, Bai Mianmian felt he might be mocking her, but she had no proof. Clearing his throat to suppress any amusement, Jiang Xi set down the glass and said, Now that we've eaten well, let us discuss the matter I would like your assistance with. Noticing Jiang Xi's serious demeanor, Bai Mianmian also composed her expression, adopting an attentive posture. Go ahead. At that moment, her earnestness bore a resemblance to the serious and solemn impression she made when Jiang Xi first encountered her. Chapter 10. Quite enchanted, Bai Mianmian awaited Jiang Xi's next words. appearing earnest on the surface while internally pondering what he might request of her. Given her current level of abilities, he likely would not find her suitable. A flicker of doubt crossed by Mianmian's eyes as she noticed Jiang Xi's energy fluctuations seemed weaker than when they first met. Unaware of her thoughts, Jiang Xi regarded her intently and inquired, "May I ask if Miss Bai Mianmian has any prospective marriage partners?" Huh? Caught completely off guard by the sudden shift in topic, Bai Mianmian stared at Jiang Xi in astonishment. A marriage partner? What could this person mean by such a question? Did he wish to be her marriage partner? Regaining her composure, she scrutinized Jiang Xi with a serious gaze. If he were to be her marriage partner, it might be worth considering. He certainly was easy on the eyes. In response to her appraisal, Jiang Xi took another sip from his glass. Setting down her cup, Bai Mianmian, still silent, caught Jiang Xi's fleeting gaze. In the next moment, he focused earnestly on her once more. Ahem, I realize this may sound a bit abrupt. Bai Mianmian, regaining her composure, rolled her eyes at Jiang Xi in a rather candid manner. Her expression did not convey any aversion to his words. Rather, it resembled a small display of displeasure. Jiang Xi could not suppress a light chuckle, which elicited a puzzled look from Bai Mianmian. Ahem, you see, due to certain circumstances, I require a partner in accordance with the star law. Jiang Xi spoke with a hint of bashfulness, his tone somewhat evasive. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he continued, if Miss Bai Mianmian does not have a prospective husband in mind, would you consider becoming my partner under the star law? Merely in name, of course. Bai Mianmian raised an eyebrow. That can be arranged, she replied. Jiang Xi nodded in affirmation and added, once we register our marriage, I can share half of my account balance with you, which is approximately 1 trillion star coins. Bai Mianmian's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? Is that true? Observing her skeptical expression, Jiang Xi promptly revealed his terminal screen, displaying his account balance. The series of numbers left Bai Mianmian feeling dizzy, with the sole realization that his balance far exceeded her own. In that instant, she felt as though an invisible arrow had pierced her heart. Furthermore, after we register our marriage, the flying vehicle I just acquired can also be yours. Jiang Xi dropped another bombshell. Bai Mianmian was undeniably tempted, yet she asked, what would I need to do? Instantly, she composed herself, her expression turning serious as she regarded Jiang Xi. The bounty he offered implied that the corresponding sacrifices on her part would be substantial. Hearing her query, Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief. It appeared he had piqued her interest. You need not do anything, he asserted decisively, pausing before continuing. Rest assured, I will not put you in any danger. However, our partnership must be maintained for at least 1 year. According to interstellar marriage law, we can only apply for divorce after 1 year of marriage. If, at that time, you wish to dissolve our partnership, I can cover the 10,000 fee for the divorce. Bai Mianmian blinked, surprised. Is the divorce fee really 10,000? Is interstellar divorce that expensive? Suddenly, her expression froze as a memory surfaced from the original owner's recollections. According to interstellar marriage law, both men and women must find a partner by the age of 20. The gender of the partner was irrelevant. If one reached 21 without marrying, the terminal's main system would automatically match them with a genetically compatible partner of the opposite sex. If the match was successful and marriage was not registered within the valid time frame, a fine of 1 billion star coins would be imposed, followed by a reassignment of partners. Well then, it seems that marriage is no longer a choice but a necessity. Let the main brain match partners across the galaxy. It is far more preferable to become a companion in the astrological sense with the enchanting Jiang Xi before me. At least he is easy on the eyes. As for the future, should we find ourselves incompatible, the 10,000 star coins for divorce can easily be acquired by eliminating a few insectoids. Very well. Bai Mianmian calmly nodded, stating that she had no objection to becoming his astrological partner. But she needed to clarify that he could not use this partnership to interfere with her affairs. Although Jiang Xi was confident in securing her agreement to this arrangement, he could not suppress his relief upon hearing her affirmative response. I will not interfere with your decisions as long as they do not violate interstellar law. Jiang Xi said earnestly. Understood, you can rest easy, Bai Mianmian replied. Her ambiguous response caused Jiang Xi to gaze at her intently, his eyes deep with contemplation. Bai Mianmian met his gaze fearlessly. After a moment, Jiang Xi averted his eyes, asking, do you wish to go to the official agency for a strength test and scanning program first, or shall we proceed to register our marriage? Is there any particular preference? There are no specific preferences, Jiang Xi replied, tapping the holographic screen in the air a few times before continuing. However, testing strength at this hour requires a long wait, while marriage registration does not. Then let us register our marriage first, Bai Mianmian stated decisively. Very well. Jiang Xi made an appointment for their marriage on the holographic screen, then switched it back to personal viewing mode before settling the bill. as they left the restaurant and boarded Jiang Xi's aircraft once more. Bai Mianmian found everything in sight pleasing. This aircraft would soon belong to her. Noticing her delight, Jiang Xi reached to the control panel and said, "Let me input your personal information." "Great." Bai Mianmian responded joyfully. No sooner had she spoken than a mechanical arm extended from the control panel to scan her. Beep. Iris scan successful. Please extend your arms. Bai Mianmian complied without hesitation. Beep. Palm print scan successful. Beep. Greetings, my master. I am Shaoxi number 2. Delighted to serve you. Hello, Shaoxi number 2. Bai Mianmian replied with a beaming smile. Beep. Voice print scan successful. Hee, I can drive this aircraft in the future. Beep. System detects that the master lacks a flying qualification. Manual driving mode cannot be activated. Please obtain a flying qualification license to enable manual mode. Bai Mianmian's smile faltered. Jiang Xi, seated at the controls, was taken aback. He had not anticipated her lack of a flying license. Had she possessed one? The aircraft would have allowed manual mode as long as she was aboard. Beep. Defaulting to automatic driving mode. Please enter your destination. Preparations for the contract began. With the title changed to Exploding Insectoids into Culinary Delights, shocking the entire galaxy. To all the book lovers, please take note to save this. If possible, kindly cast your votes. Chapter 11. She is making a fuss, he is observing. Jiang Xi manually entered the destination. And after the intelligent system of the aircraft automatically planned the optimal route, it took off. Inside the aircraft, silence enveloped them. Jiang Xi remained mute. While Bai Mianmian also refrained from speaking, her fingers gesturing in the air, clearly using a terminal screen visible only to herself. The aircraft was swift, and it soon came to a halt. Upon disembarking, Jiang Xi encountered a dilemma. Bai Mianmian lacked a spatial button, rendering her unable to store the aircraft. In the end, Bai Mianmian could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xi placed the aircraft, which rightfully belonged to her, into his spatial button. After registering, "I will take you to purchase a spatial button," Jiang Xi remarked. Bai Mianmian's eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Jiang Xi, then smiled in response. "Yes. You truly are a good person." Jiang Xi, feeling uplifted by Bai Mianmian's rekindled sparkle, found her words somewhat peculiar. Although there was no queue at the marriage registration hall, it was still bustling with people. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed ladies in beautiful long gowns, Bai Mianmian's eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to wear a lovely dress? However, in the apocalyptic world, long gowns impeded movement, and due to scarce resources, such beautiful garments were rare treasures. Of course, rarity did not mean they were unattainable. It was simply that during those times, there was no leisure to wear them, and indeed, she had never donned a dress. Could she wear one now? Jiang Xi observed the stylishly dressed individuals around him and turned to Bai Mianmian, contemplating whether she might want to change into something more fitting. Clad in battle attire, Bai Mianmian was starkly different from the women who were there to register for marriage. Perhaps she too should don a beautiful gown? Yes, Bai Mianmian exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, her heart filled with appreciation for Jiang Xi's kindness. Currently, she was dressed in battle gear, which, although cleaned of the remnants of battle during her time in the hospital, still bore the marks of being worn and inexpensive. She could not refuse the allure of a beautiful dress. Once she had some star coins, she would certainly buy herself a lovely gown. Very well, let us return shortly, Jiang Xi declared as he led Bai Mianmian out of the marriage registration hall. Though they had agreed to be partners in the cosmic law, Jiang Xi found Bai Mianmian rather pleasing to the eye. Thus he was more than willing to indulge her wishes to bring her joy. The two turned and entered the clothing store next door. The idea of having a clothing store adjacent to the marriage registration hall was quite clever. The shop was not crowded, and as soon as Bai Mianmian stepped inside, a salesperson approached her, greeting, "Welcome. Our store specializes in vintage styles." Having surveyed the shop, Bai Mianmian raised her eyebrows, intrigued. Vintage styles? If her memory served her correctly, the dresses here resembled those from before the apocalypse, appearing both familiar and pleasing to her eyes. The lady expressed her desire to first examine the actual clothing styles, or perhaps to directly engage in a virtual fitting before the mirror. The sales assistant, ever so amiable, inquired of Bai Mianmian. "Virtual fitting?" Bai Mianmian replied, her curiosity piqued. Understanding her intrigue, the sales assistant promptly guided her to a fitting mirror. "Please stand here. The screen will display the styles and their corresponding numbers. You may click on the dress that catches your eye." As she explained, the sales assistant selected a dress on the adjacent screen. In an instant, the image of Bai Mianmian, clad in her combat uniform, vanished, only to be replaced by a reflection of her in a white dress, the very gown the sales assistant had just chosen. Observing the projection mirroring her own appearance was akin to standing face-to-face with a twin, and Bai Mianmian couldn't help but marvel at the experience. Impressive. she exclaimed. The sales assistant continued. Now, if you could rotate your body slightly, you can also view the back of the dress. Following her suggestion, Mianmian twisted her torso, and the projected figure mimicked her movement. Finding the experience delightful, she indulged in a series of playful poses. Standing beside her, Jiang Xi relaxedly observed her antics, refraining from urging her to hurry. Once Mianmian concluded her playful display, the sales assistant drew the screen closer to her. Here, you can select your preferred dresses. If any appeal to you, please check them below. After marking her selections, Mianmian was informed that she could choose her favorite among them or proceed to submit an order. We will swiftly prepare the clothing in your desired size. Made to order? Mianmian questioned, a hint of confusion in her voice. Indeed, we possess the latest sewing machines, so you need not worry about wait times. It takes approximately 1 minute to complete a garment, the sales assistant proudly declared. These garments are made from standard materials and do not require the special processing necessary for combat uniforms, thus posing no significant challenge in production, Jiang Xi interjected. Mianmian glanced at him, and noting his relaxed demeanor, she inferred that his comment bore no ulterior meaning. Yes, the gentleman is correct. Therefore, we offer a wide variety of styles, and you are welcome to select your favorites. The sales assistant deftly redirected the conversation. Oh, very well, Mianmian replied, her attention now captured. The screen showcased an array of garments, some extravagant, others casual, and many playful and charming. As Mianmian pointed and clicked, the attire on the projected figure transformed accordingly. With numerous selections made, the sales assistant beamed with delight at the increasing number of dresses Mianmian had chosen. Despite her modest attire, the gentleman accompanying her exuded an air of affluence, suggesting that the more she selected, the greater the potential for sales. Naturally, for the sales assistant attending to her, the commission would be all the more substantial, and her smile grew ever more radiant. At that moment, Mianmian recalled her impending task, reflecting on the attire of the women she had seen at the marriage registration hall. After a brief deliberation, she ultimately selected a set that she favored. Let us proceed with this for now. We need it immediately. Mianmian concluded her selection. Very well, madam. May I confirm that you wish to purchase all of these? The sales assistant beamed with a radiant smile, unable to contain her excitement as she gazed upon the chosen dresses. Although she addressed Mianmian, her peripheral vision was keenly attuned to Jiang Xi's expression. After all, in her view, it was this gentleman who would settle the bill, and should he be dissatisfied, the transaction might not be completed. Jiang Xi glanced at Mianmian, recognizing her desire to cease further selection, and promptly informed the sales assistant, I will handle the payment. Let us prioritize this particular dress for immediate processing. We can collect the others later. Of course, sir, the sales assistant responded with remarkable alacrity. Almost instantaneously, a payment interface appeared on the display whereby Mianmian had just made her selections. Chapter 12. Married. Once Jiang Xi completed the payment via his terminal, the sales assistant cheerfully remarked, Please take a seat here. I have already notified the staff to bring the garments to you. She guided Mianmian and Jiang Xi to a nearby lounge area, serving them 2 glasses of water before departing. The absence of inquiry regarding Jiang Xi's interest in purchasing clothing was not a lapse on the sales assistant's part, nor was it indicative of a lack of men's attire in their store. Rather, it stemmed from the understanding that, in the interstellar realm, capable men often preferred combat uniforms or military attire. Suggesting clothing that served merely a decorative purpose to a man of evident prowess could be perceived as an affront by those with a temper. Although public brawls were frowned upon in the city, those of strength had myriad ways to make the lives of ordinary people miserable. The dresses were soon delivered, accompanied by accessories, headpieces, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and high heels, all of which had been displayed during the fitting. To Mianmian's surprise, these were not merely embellishments intended to accentuate the dress. They were indeed a complete set, heightening her anticipation for the ensemble she had just chosen. After changing out of her combat attire, Mianmian and Jiang Xi returned to the marriage registration hall. Jiang Xi scanned his terminal to retrieve their appointment number and led Mianmian to an unoccupied registration window, presenting their number to the registrar. They proceeded to upload their personal information via the terminal, verifying its accuracy. As Mianmian scrutinized the fields designated for ordinary citizens, her expression faltered. The original owner of this identity was an ordinary person, yet she was not. Should she amend this? As her fingertip hovered over the field, she discovered it was immutable, fixed in place. Noticing that Mianmian had yet to confirm her information, Jiang Xi turned to her, wondering if she needed assistance. He observed her finger resting on the ordinary citizen field, her expression one of confusion. Sensing Jiang Xi's gaze, Mianmian turned to him and inquired, Is it not possible to modify this? It is not possible, the The identities of ordinary individuals and those with abilities must undergo official verification for any changes. Although you wield a gun with great skill, you still belong to the category of ordinary people, Jiang Xi patiently explained to Bai Mianmian. A flicker of confusion crossed Bai Mianmian's eyes. Ordinary person? Her? How could that be possible? She had previously utilized her abilities. She was an extraordinary being. How could Jiang Xi perceive her as merely an ordinary person? As her fingers twitched, mushroom spores floated in the air, but Jiang Xi showed no reaction. Just as Bai Mianmian was about to encourage the spores to grow into mushrooms, a staff member suddenly inquired, "Are you both ready?" Bai Mianmian paused, glancing at Jiang Xi. Seeing that he did not mind her ordinary identity, she decided not to dwell on it and clicked to submit the application form. As the two confirmed their information, the staff member dutifully asked, "Mr. Jiang Xi and Ms. Bai Mianmian, do you willingly choose to marry each other, to become each other's sole partners?" "Yes," Jiang Xi replied. "Yes," Bai Mianmian echoed immediately. "All right," the staff member responded, and after a series of operations, they instructed, "Please stand a bit closer, Ms. Bai Mianmian. You may link your hand through Mr. Jiang Xi's arm." As they positioned themselves accordingly, a small flying object circled around them. "Now, do you have a particular design in mind for your rings?" The staff member presented the screen displaying the myriad of ring styles to Bai Mianmian and Jiang Xi. Overwhelmed by the options, Bai Mianmian was the first to avert her gaze. Jiang Xi, too, felt dizzy from the array of choices and glanced at Bai Mianmian, noticing she had already looked away. "Isn't selecting jewelry typically a favorite pastime for ladies?" The staff member noted, observing their brief glance before disengagement. If you are uncertain about your selection, you may press the random choice button. Should the random selection not appeal to you, you can choose again. Upon hearing this, Bai Mianmian and Jiang Xi exchanged glances, and she reached out to press the random selection button. In no time, a pair of dark purple rings, smooth on the surface with an iridescent glow within, appeared in three-dimensional form on the screen. They looked at each other, and Bai Mianmian remarked, "I find this quite beautiful." Jiang Xi nodded. "Then let us choose this pair of rings." Hearing their decision, the staff member smiled and said, "Excellent, please hold on." The staff member retrieved the floating screen and, after another series of operations, presented a tray with a pair of dark purple rings before them. "These are your rings. You may place them on each other's fingers," the staff member said with a formal smile. Jiang Xi glanced at Bai Mianmian and was the first to take a ring, sliding it onto her left hand's ring finger. Once a sizable ring had come to a halt in Jiang Xi's hand, it unexpectedly began to shrink, firmly fitting onto the delicate finger of Bai Mianmian. Startled, she blinked in astonishment at the ring's ability to automatically adjust its size. How impressive. In the tray lay another ring, which Bai Mianmian picked up and slipped onto Jiang Xi's left ring finger. As the two rings were adorning their fingers, a moment later, both rings gleamed simultaneously, and a translucent holographic screen suddenly unfurled above them. Their marriage certificate materialized in midair, accompanied by a miniature three-dimensional projection of the couple. Bai Mianmian, clad in a gown adorned with lifelike spots, entwined her arm with Jiang Xi, who donned a dark battle attire, both wearing gentle smiles. It turned out that the small object that had been hovering around them was scanning their figures into the system. Now, this ring cannot be removed at will. While the main system recognizes you as partners, if you do not wear the ring for an extended period, the system will perceive your relationship as troubled and may intervene. A staff member cautioned. "We understand," Jiang Xi replied, lightly touching the ring, causing the holographic screen above to vanish. Jiang Xi's demonstration enlightened Bai Mianmian on how to dismiss the screen on her own ring. However, her thoughts were now occupied with the query, "Are you 25? Isn't it true that if one does not marry by 20, the terminal's main system will match a genetic partner across the entire star system?" She gazed at Jiang Xi with perplexity. Had he had a partner before? If so, what had caused their separation? A thought crossed her mind, considering Jiang Xi had previously assured her that he would not endanger her. It now seemed more like a caution that he indeed could pose a threat. Chapter 13. Jiang Xi's speculations observing the myriad of expressions flitting across Bai Mianmian's face. Jiang Xi once again marveled at the vividness of her inner thoughts. With a bemused smile, he remarked, "Eliminating insectoids and mutated flora and fauna both yield merit points. Accumulating 100,000 merit points allows one to bypass a gene match from the terminal's main system." All of Bai Mianmian's conjectures dissolved with Jiang Xi's words. "How was I not aware of this?" She blurted out instinctively. Jiang Xi continued to elucidate. "For ordinary individuals, much information on the terminal is restricted. To unlock this information, one must prove to official institutions that they possess the capability to eliminate insectoids and mutated flora and fauna." Bai Mianmian nodded in realization, her mind racing with the implications of his repeated mention of exterminating insectoids and mutated flora and fauna. Were they interconnected? Previously, she had discovered that exterminating insectoids yielded star coins. Did eliminating mutated flora and fauna also result in star coins? As she followed Jiang Xi outside, Mianmian resolved to seek clarity. I saw on the star network that exterminating insectoids earns star coins. Does eliminating mutated flora and fauna also yield star coins? Jiang Xi glanced at Mianmian and reiterated, there will be star coins and merit points, but the conversion rates differ. The star coins and merit points earned for exterminating mutated flora and fauna are fewer than those for slaying the insectoid species. Mianmian nodded in a daze. Jiang Xi's gaze darkened as he reflected on Mianmian's impeccable marksmanship and her unwavering composure in the face of both the insectoids and his attacks. Her extraordinary combat prowess and performance could not have been the result of a first encounter with such scenes, yet, astonishingly, she had been oblivious to such critical information until now. Although ordinary individuals without a record of tested abilities have their terminal information partially obscured by the mainframe system, this concealment is intended to prevent those lacking strength from recklessly venturing out to hunt mutated creatures, which could ultimately lead to their demise. Nevertheless, information does not solely originate from terminals. Where there are people, various messages invariably circulate. It was perplexing that Mianmian possessed such formidable capabilities yet remained unaware of essential information. It became evident that someone had deliberately withheld this knowledge from her. Jiang Xi was aware that certain factions train individuals to deliberately weaken targets to the brink of death, allowing those with insufficient strength to deliver the final blow, thus appropriating the star coins and merit points for themselves. That individual or faction must have gained Mianmian's trust, which explained her ignorance of such information. Otherwise, based on his current understanding of her, she did not strike him as someone lacking intellect or critical thinking. Trust breeds a lack of suspicion. However, that individual or faction had betrayed her trust. Which faction had meticulously cultivated her for the purpose of enabling others to reap the benefits of merit points and star coins? After casting another glance at Mianmian, Jiang Xi ultimately refrained from posing the question, thinking he might investigate further at a later time. Unbeknownst to him, during this brief interval of contemplation about Mianmian, she pondered the disparity in star coins earned from killing mutated creatures versus the insectoids. Which should she prioritize in the future, exterminating insectoids or mutated flora and fauna? After leaving the marriage registration hall, Jiang Xi and Mianmian entered a neighboring clothing store to collect the garments Mianmian had previously selected, which were now stored within Jiang Xi's spatial button. Glancing at the time, Jiang Xi inquired whether Mianmian wished to first acquire a spatial button and some weaponry. Although the testing facility provided weapons, those were near obsolescence. It would be preferable to possess personal armaments, even if the weaponry from Planet 1888 was not particularly impressive. All right, Mianmian replied with a nod of agreement. Relative to the strength testing, what she truly desired at this moment was a spatial button. After all, her original spacecraft and clothing were in someone else's spatial button. How could that possibly be deemed hers? Under Jiang Xi's guidance, Mianmian soon found herself within a shop adorned with an array of firearms. Observing the gleam of excitement in Mianmian's eyes as she gazed at the weapons, Jiang Xi suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to transfer the star coins he had promised her earlier. Activating his terminal, he tapped on the screen visible only to himself. Just as Mianmian was captivated by a particular gun, her expression shifted momentarily. A notification in her left ear signaled that a sum of star coins had been deposited into her account. Upon seeing her account balance, her eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Jiang Xi. With a gentle smile, Jiang Xi remarked, I almost forgot to give you what we agreed upon. It's not too late, is it? Not at all. You truly are a man of your word, Mianmian replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Jiang Xi felt a fleeting pause in his own smile, sensing something peculiar in her words. What was odd about it? He decided not to dwell on it and said to Mianmian, take a look and see if there is anything you fancy. I will handle the payment. With Jiang Xi's generosity, Mianmian dismissed any further thoughts. After all, he was unaware of her unique abilities, and should any uncontrollable circumstances arise, she was confident in her capacity to escape. Thus, she boldly gathered the plasma rifles, plasma cannons, and electromagnetic weapons she desired and brought them to the checkout counter. Jiang Xi remained unfazed by the pile of weapons and requested a large spatial button from the shopkeeper, proceeding to complete the transaction. The ring-shaped spatial button was placed on his left middle finger, and once all the firearms were registered in his name, Mianmian stored them within the spatial button. At this moment, Jiang Xi retrieved her clothing from the spatial button for her to place inside her own. After they exited the weapon shop, Jiang Xi produced the aircraft and instructed Mianmian to secure it properly. Subsequently, he led her to another store that offered combat suits, magnetic combat boots, and floating magnetic platforms. Both the combat suits and magnetic boots adjusted to the wearer's dimensions, eliminating any concerns regarding fit. As before, Bai Mianmian chose her preferred styles, and Jiang Xi took care of the payment. Observing Bai Mianmian stowing her purchases into the spatial button, Jiang Xi glanced at her dress and inquired, "Would you prefer to change into a combat suit?" Though she looked splendid in the dress, it would hinder her performance during their upcoming strength test. Bai Mianmian glanced down at her dress, appreciating its beauty. The high heels were stable and comfortable, providing no discomfort. "No, I think this is quite fine," she replied, lightly tapping her foot on the ground to demonstrate her steadiness. Seeing her determination, Jiang Xi chose not to press the matter further. Upon exiting the shop, apart from the mechs, Bai Mianmian found herself surrounded by the cutting-edge technology of the galaxy. Nearly everything she had ever desired was now within her grasp. Astonishingly, this was not even acquired with her own star coins. The surreal nature of it all left her in a state of disbelief. Was she truly not dreaming? To confirm her reality, she discreetly pinched her own hand, feeling a twinge of pain. Indeed, this was no dream. "Where can I purchase a mech?" Bai Mianmian pondered, feeling emboldened now that she was convinced of her waking state. "You wish for a mech?" Personal mechs require customization, and the prerequisite for customization is possessing 1 million merit points, Jiang Xi explained, unfazed by her desire. "Oh, I see," Bai Mianmian replied, a hint of disappointment clouding her gaze as she lowered her eyes. At present, she had not a single merit point to her name. It seemed her hopes for a mech would have to be postponed. "Do you have a mech?" Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Jiang Xi. "Yes, though it is not currently with me," Jiang Xi responded, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. Bai Mianmian shifted her gaze, changing the subject. "So, where shall we head next?" Jiang Xi returned to the present, suppressing his other emotions, and glanced at her terminal. "Do you need a new terminal?" "Can I really get a new one?" Bai Mianmian raised her left hand to inspect her terminal, which was as wide as 3 fingers, resembling a wrist guard. She then compared it to the sleek, 1-finger-wide terminal on Jiang Xi's wrist, instantly recognizing the stark difference in sophistication. "The model of your terminal is one of the original versions. Should you venture outside the city limits into the forests or wilderness, there may be areas where signal reception is unreliable, which could be perilous," Jiang Xi cautioned. "All right, then let's get a new one." Bai Mianmian nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed," Jiang Xi said, leading the way. In Planet 1888, everything was relatively outdated and obsolete. He promised to secure her a more advanced version when the opportunity arose. Hearing Jiang Xi's words, Bai Mianmian glanced at the spatial ring on her hand, then raised her eyes to follow him closely. The new terminal, although still larger than Jiang Xi's, was the latest model available on Planet 1888. The process of upgrading to a new terminal was straightforward. Transferring the information from the old terminal to the new one sufficed. With the new terminal activated, Bai Mianmian eagerly explored its features, eager to discover what made it distinct. As she engaged with her new terminal, Jiang Xi inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Bai Mianmian contemplated for a moment, but could not recall anything she might have overlooked. "I don't think so," she replied. Not recalling any further needs, Jiang Xi guided her to an official institution to assess her abilities. As anticipated, a lengthy queue awaited at the entrance for ordinary individuals seeking to test their prowess. However, Bai Mianmian soon noticed that the line for the extraordinary ability testers was considerably shorter. This left Bai Mianmian in a state of indecision. Should she join the long queue for ordinary people to test their abilities, or head towards the entrance for the ability testers? Glancing at Jiang Xi beside her, she pondered whether entering through the ability tester's entrance would give him the impression that she was deliberately deceiving him. Would he retract the gifts he had bestowed upon her, as well as the items he had purchased? Contemplating the new terminal on her wrist and the spatial button and its contents on her finger, a wave of silence washed over her. He had given her so much, she simply could not part with it. "There are quite a few people, but I have arranged for someone to help with the queue. Follow me," Jiang Xi remarked, mistaking Bai Mianmian's gaze at him as a sign of reluctance to wait in the long line. Bai Mianmian looked at him in surprise, taken aback by his prior arrangements. Seeing the expression in her eyes, a flicker of amusement danced in Jiang Xi's. He led her to the front of the line, where they soon encountered an unremarkable-looking man. After a brief conversation, the man stepped aside. The people behind them displayed no signs of discontent, and it appeared that such queue jumping was a commonplace occurrence. However, when they saw Bai Mianmian entering the line instead of Jiang Xi, who was clad in combat attire, a stir rippled through the crowd. Many wore expressions of incredulity, disdain, and disbelief as they regarded Bai Mianmian, whose flowing dress and high heels stood out starkly amidst the sea of combat uniforms. "Are you certain you don't want to change out of that dress?" Jiang Xi inquired once more, unable to restrain himself. Ordinary dresses were ill-suited for combat, and he understood that the forthcoming test would not merely consist of standing still and shooting targets. She can't possibly be unaware of what is to come, can she? Observing by Mianmian's demeanor, which bore no trace of anxiety or tension, Jiang Xi felt he might be on the right track. "You know what the test entails." Jiang Xi began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from nearby. "What are you doing here, dressed like that?" Wu Hua's voice rang out as he approached. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Bai Mianmian looked up to find Wu Hua standing directly before her. Noticing the accusatory tone in Wu Hua's words, she furrowed her brow slightly, maintaining a neutral expression as she replied, "Why can't I be here?" Jiang Xi glanced at Bai Mianmian and then at Wu Hua, pondering their connection. Could this be the individual who had previously concealed information from Bai Mianmian? Wu Hua was taken aback by her direct retort, momentarily speechless. His earlier comment had been a spontaneous reaction to her unexpected appearance in such an extravagant outfit. But what was her deal? Why was she responding to him with such vehemence? Wu Hua harbored a desire to converse with Bai Mianmian, yet upon beholding her exquisite appearance, he hesitated, fearing that his continued attempts might further irritate her. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Jiang Xi, and he found the presence of this individual somewhat bothersome. Could he not discern that they were engaged in conversation? Surely, he could shift his position. "Sir, would you kindly make way? I am speaking with this lady, and your presence here seems rather inconvenient." Wu Hua addressed Jiang Xi. Lacking any supernatural abilities, Wu Hua could not gauge the level of Jiang Xi's powers. However, he sensed a formidable aura emanating from him, which prompted Wu Hua to adopt a relatively cordial tone. Chapter 15, he remarked, "Mianmian, who is this person?" Jiang Xi, already displeased at having his discourse interrupted, was nearly amused by Wu Hua's words. However, before he could respond, Bai Mianmian's voice, cold and detached, interjected, "Please clarify. It is you who interrupted my conversation with him." Upon hearing her words, Wu Hua shot her an annoyed glance. How could she side with that man? What was their relationship? "What do you mean by what? Are we familiar? Who granted you the audacity to question me?" Bai Mianmian's demeanor grew icy. This individual had approached uninvited, chattering incessantly. What a peculiar affliction. In that moment, she was an entirely different person compared to when she had been conversing with Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi couldn't help but smirk slightly. It appeared that Wu Hua was not particularly acquainted with Bai Mianmian, while he himself seemed to have a closer rapport with her. Wu Hua's expression darkened. Earlier that morning, at the hospital entrance, the woman's avaricious gaze had irked him, and being pressed for time, he had neglected to add her as a friend. After attending to his matters, he reflected on that encounter and recalled her marksmanship, which was unparalleled among women he had known. Regret washed over him for having missed that opportunity. Would he ever cross paths with her again? As he lamented, he was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Still holding a modicum of affection for her, he intended to establish a more familiar rapport, only to be met with such a dismissive attitude. Her current demeanor displeased Wu Hua, yet simultaneously, it illuminated the fact that this woman held no interest in him. Taking a moment to assess Bai Mianmian more thoroughly, Wu Hua made several noteworthy observations. On her left hand, the middle finger bore an additional space button. There had been nothing there that morning. Earlier, she had expressed envy towards his space button, and now she possessed one of her own. The ordinary fabric of her dress, seemingly chosen to please men, confirmed his suspicion that she was indeed a woman enamored with vanity. It appeared she had entangled herself with some man. With this thought, Wu Hua's gaze shifted to Jiang Xi, scrutinizing him closely. Jiang Xi regarded Wu Hua with a frigid stare. Throughout his life, few had dared to appraise him with such boldness. Wu Hua's attention lingered on the wedding ring adorning Jiang Xi's left hand, causing him to pause momentarily. He instinctively shifted his gaze to Bai Mianmian's left hand and, indeed, spotted a ring on her ring finger that matched the one worn by that man just moments ago. His attention had been solely fixated on the space button on her middle finger, completely oblivious to the wedding ring adorning her ring finger. "You are married," Wu Hua exclaimed in disbelief. Earlier that morning, at the hospital entrance, she had clearly not been wearing a wedding ring. She had deceived him. Bai Mianmian regarded him with a look that suggested he was somewhat unhinged, yet before she could utter a word, Jiang Xi suddenly interjected, "Mianmian, who is this person?" Bai Mianmian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Jiang Xi had called her by name, and it sounded rather pleasant. The chill on her face dissipated as she replied, "The gun used to kill the double-winged mosquitoes belongs to him." There was little more to say, in truth. She realized she did not even know this man's name who had lent her the plasma gun. Wu Hua, who had been listening to Bai Mianmian, felt his expression darken. He too recalled that they had not exchanged names. "Oh, I thought you were quite familiar with him," Jiang Xi remarked, casting a nonchalant glance at Wu Hua. That indifferent gaze and tone incited a simmering frustration within Wu Hua, who found himself on the verge of venting his ire at Jiang Xi. However, his words faltered when he caught sight of the icy glare Jiang Xi was directing at him. An overwhelming sense of danger compelled him to clamp his mouth shut. "Hurry up, come over here." Suddenly, someone ahead shouted. The line behind by Mianmian realized that while they were engrossed in the spectacle, those in front had already entered. Observing by Mianmian moving forward, Jiang Xi suddenly remembered he still had words left unspoken, with Wu Hua having interrupted him earlier. Jiang Xi couldn't help but shoot a sharp glare in his direction. Wu Hua stiffened. The sense of peril was akin to being targeted by a formidable insect king. Catching up with by Mianmian, Jiang Xi remarked, "If you don't change your dress, you should at least switch your shoes. The upcoming strength test will require you to engage with real insect species or mutated flora and fauna." Jiang Xi spoke these words effortlessly, as if they were the most natural thing. Had it been in accordance with his usual demeanor, he would never have articulated such sentiments. He respected everyone's autonomy. Will those insect species and mutated flora and fauna be very high level? By Mianmian inquired, unperturbed. Noticing her calm demeanor, Jiang Xi found himself at a loss for words. Did she truly enjoy this outfit so much that she was reluctant to change it? The thought struck him that she had worn this very dress when they registered their marriage, and an inexplicable feeling stirred within him. Suppressing this peculiar emotion, Jiang Xi replied, "Not very high. They are all at level 1, but you will need to face 10 at once. Although there will be staff present at the testing station to rescue individuals in peril, injury may be unavoidable." By Mianmian glanced at Jiang Xi and smiled. "Rest assured, I will not be harmed." As Jiang Xi listened to Bai Mianmian's words, he suddenly realized that he seemed genuinely concerned for her well-being. How had he begun to worry about her so unexpectedly? Puzzled, Jiang Xi momentarily lost his train of thought, and before long, they arrived at their destination. "Sir, you are an ability user. You cannot enter this area. If you require a power level assessment, please proceed to the adjacent facility for ability testing." A staff member of the Ability Assessment Department intercepted Jiang Xi. "Understood," Jiang Xi replied, regaining his composure and glancing at Bai Mianmian beside him. "You may go in. I will head to the viewing area." Bai Mianmian was uncertain of the location of the viewing area, as the original owner had no memory of this place. However, she assumed it was where she could observe the upcoming power test. Was this power assessment open for public viewing? Pondering this, Bai Mianmian nodded in response. "All right." The staff member scanned Bai Mianmian's terminal, uploaded her personal information, and then permitted her entry. Looking back at Jiang Xi, she said nothing and simply stepped forward. "Be careful. Don't get hurt," Jiang Xi called out, unable to restrain himself as he watched her move away. Bai Mianmian paused, turned around, and smiled at him. "I will." Jiang Xi, momentarily dazzled by her radiant smile, followed her silhouette with his gaze until she vanished from sight. It felt rather peculiar. Jiang Xi murmured softly to himself, bewildered by his own behavior. Chapter 16. Is it too late to regret withdrawing? Upon entering, Bai Mianmian discovered a sealed corridor ahead, with a brightly lit exit approximately 5 meters away. As she approached the exit, a cacophony of voices reached her ears. It seemed there were quite a number of people outside. Emerging from the darkness, before Bai Mianmian could discern anything clearly, the clamor abruptly ceased, plunging the area into silence. The spectators surrounding the arena were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the woman stepping out of the corridor. What was happening? Wasn't this a platform for battles between ordinary people and the insectoid creatures or mutated flora and fauna? Why was there a woman in a long dress and high heels? Observing the audience seating that rose several stories high, encircling the arena, Bai Mianmian paused in her tracks, contemplating, are they treating those testing their abilities as mere entertainment? Was it too late to reconsider her withdrawal? Ahem, it appears we have our contestant entering the arena. A male voice suddenly broke the eerie silence. At this moment, the previously silent audience began to regain their senses, and a flurry of discussions erupted. What is going on? Is this woman sure she hasn't taken a wrong turn? What is a woman in a dress doing here? Voices mingled together, creating a tumult akin to a bustling marketplace. Bai Mianmian turned to her right and questioned a man in battle attire standing by the arena. Is this the official facility where ordinary people test their abilities? She emphasized the words official facility with deliberate clarity. Indeed, you are here to test your strength, Ms. Bai Mianmian, inquired the man in combat attire, glancing at the information from the system's backend. I am, Bai Mianmian replied. After this exchange, silence enveloped them. The man in combat gear mused. This woman truly has come to test her strength. Bai Mianmian remarked, "It is surprising that there are indeed ordinary individuals testing their prowess here." The man in combat attire and Bai Mianmian both found the situation peculiar. "Very well, our staff has confirmed the identity of the contestant without error. This lady is indeed the participant." The male voice that initially spoke re-emerged. "Is there even a host here?" Bai Mianmian expressed her confusion. "Wasn't it stated that this is an official institution? It appears more akin to an underground fight club." Observing the audience, densely packed and animated by the host's words, Bai Mianmian's expression soured. It felt as though she was a performing monkey on display. "All right, everyone, now that the contestant has entered, pay attention. You may commence placing your bets. Will Our Lady triumph in this strength test? How many minutes can she endure? How many targets can she strike? Or will she sustain injuries and withdraw?" The host proclaimed exuberantly. "Come on, my audience, place your bets." Jiang Ci, arriving at the audience section and overhearing the host's words, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that the ordinary strength test for individuals from Planet 1888 had devolved into a public gambling spectacle. The official strength tests were originally intended to raise awareness among ordinary citizens about the dangers posed by the insectoid species and mutated flora and fauna, allowing them to observe combat between others and these threats. Those with keen combat instincts could learn valuable techniques for defeating these adversaries, but certainly not to transform this into a gambling venue. "What is the matter with the planet's executive officer?" Bai Mianmian turned to the man who had spoken to her earlier, asking, "Can I place a bet on myself? What is the maximum amount I can wager?" Since she was already to be treated like a spectacle, why not earn some star coins while at it? The man in combat attire was taken aback by her composure, even to the point of wanting to place a bet on herself. Reflecting on her audacity, he replied, "There is no rule against betting on oneself. The maximum wager here is 1 million star coins." "All right, where do I place my bet?" Bai Mianmian inquired. It was not uncommon for individuals to wager on their own victory. First-time participants often harbored blind confidence in their abilities, only to face devastating defeats. Perhaps she aimed to win some star coins for herself? It was not unheard of for ordinary individuals to intentionally bet on their own loss, hoping to return with some earnings. The strength test incurs no fees, and staff are present to ensure safety. The likelihood of fatality is minimal. Why not take a chance? Amidst a myriad of speculations, the man in battle attire instructed Bai Mianmian to activate the terminal, leading her to a website where she engaged in wagering transactions. Jiang Ci observed Bai Mianmian standing not far from the exit, her fingers gesturing in the air, leaving him perplexed about her actions. At that moment, information entered the terminal, and upon opening it, Jiang Ci discovered a message from Bai Mianmian. The content included a web page link and a suggestion for him to bet on her victory, promising that she would ensure his success in acquiring star coins. His previously unsettled mood brightened at this message, revealing her confidence in her abilities. "Well then, let's proceed. It's merely 1 million star coins." Alas, it appeared that the audience held little faith in their contestant, as no one had placed a wager on her success. The host lamented in a tone that seemed tinged with regret. "Let us commence without further ado. Time is of the essence," someone impatiently called out. "Indeed, what is there to behold in a woman? We yearn for exhilarating combat, so let her exit." The chant of "down, down" echoed with increasing synchronization among the audience. Observing this trend, the host promptly intervened, soothingly addressing the crowd. All right, dear audience, let us not become overly excited." An unexpected twist arose, causing the host's tone to rise in astonishment. The audience, who had been chanting under the host's calming influence, fell silent, eager to uncover the source of this surprise that had so astonished the host. Lo and behold, 2 individuals have wagered 1 million star coins each on our contestant's success. What a remarkable turn of events. Audience, did you know that the total wagered on our contestant's triumph has reached 2 million star coins? Unfortunately, the identities of these bettors remain confidential for now. The host's delivery was marked by a cadence of regret. At that moment, the audience's expression shifted as the betting ratios altered. Good news, good news. Our odds have been adjusted. To those who have yet to place a wager, would you like to reconsider? Or perhaps increase your bets? After all, it's 2 million star coins. The host's enticing voice resonated in everyone's ears. In the stands, the audience buzzed with chatter, stirred by the host's tantalizing words. After a brief pause to gauge the atmosphere, the host's voice rang out once more. "All right, everyone. Let us count down together from 10. Is it finally about to begin?" Bai Mianmian lifted her gaze towards the center of the arena. Yet, the hostess' voice interrupted again, urging the audience wishing to bet to act swiftly, reminding them that once placed, bets are final and non-refundable. "In 10 counts, our strength assessment will officially commence." With a pensive expression, Bai Mianmian cast another glance around the arena, still failing to locate the speaking host. Though the individual was not physically present, they could still observe the scene. It was best to keep the identity of the host a secret, otherwise, she would undoubtedly deliver a thorough beating. With a sense of suppressed frustration, Mianmian made a silent resolution. The countdown of 10 swiftly concluded, leading her to anticipate that the insectoid or mutated creature she was to battle would manifest before her. Instead, she heard the host's voice proclaim, "All right. The betting has officially concluded." It turned out that the countdown signified the cessation of wagering, not the commencement of the strength assessment. What had the host meant by officially starting? Mianmian's expression darkened further, a barely perceptible aura of killing intent swirling around her. While the air within the venue was thick with imperceptible energy fluctuations akin to mushroom spores. Were it not for her desire to acquire the conversion star coin program, she would have turned on her heel and left. What a bizarre situation this was. Nearby, two men clad in combat suits sensed something and turned to glance at her. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it feel as though she exuded an aura that made them instinctively wary, prompting a desire to distance themselves from her? Now, let us unveil the randomly selected opponents for our contestants. The host's words drew the audience's attention back. Please direct your gaze to the large screen as we initiate the random selection. Will it be insectoids? The host elongated his tone. Or perhaps mutated plants? Or mutated animals? As the host spoke, 3 icons representing insectoids, mutated plants, and mutated animals illuminated on a hovering screen at the center of the arena. After displaying the 3 icons, the host wasted no time and declared, "All right, let the random selection commence." No sooner had the words left his lips than the 3 representative icons began to flicker rapidly. "Stop!" came the host's commanding shout. The icon representing insectoids lit up, while those representing mutated plants and animals dimmed. The illuminated insectoid icon moved to the center of the screen, enlarging, while the other 2 dimmed and gradually faded away. "Now, let us flip the icon and reveal which type of insectoid our contestant will face," the host stated with an air of anticipation. As the insectoid icon turned, a creature emerged, armored with a hard shell, 2 large pincers in front, and 4 legs on either side. Mianmian's eyes widened in surprise. It appeared that the contestant was not particularly fortunate, as they were to confront a crab insectoid. The host lamented in a seemingly regretful tone, observing the selected insectoid. Jiang Xi remained expressionless yet thought, Mianmian should be able to handle this. However, considering that Mianmian was wearing high heels, a flicker of concern crossed Jiang Xi's mind about her stability and the risk of injury. A protective barrier slowly ascended, isolating the arena from the audience while encompassing Mianmian and the staff at the arena's edge. The protective barrier is now fully activated. Please welcome the crab insectoid to the arena. As the host's words faded, an automatic door rose at the wall 100 meters away, revealing an exit. The moment the door opened, a creature within couldn't contain its eagerness and began to assault the doorway. The clanging of metal reverberated throughout the arena, indicating the formidable power of the creature's attacks. "Come on, crab bug tribe. I have high hopes for you. Swiftly defeat that woman." The crowd erupted in laughter, confident that the woman would soon concede defeat. All the spectators were fervently cheering for the bug tribe to vanquish Mianmian, displaying not a hint of fear towards the insects. Jiang Xi's expression darkened as he listened to the audience's uproar. Just yesterday, upon hearing of the bug tribe's arrival, they had been too frightened to venture outside the city's protective dome to combat them, yet now they rallied behind the very creatures they had feared. What a pathetic display of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Listen to that noise. The incoming crab bug tribe seems eager for battle. "I wonder if our contestant is prepared," the host announced with an elevated tone. As the crab bug, standing as tall as her calf, emerged from the door, Mianmian did not immediately retrieve her weapon from the spatial button for defense. Instead, she activated her terminal to research the bug tribe. Surely, she wasn't mistaken. Those creatures were indeed the mantis shrimp, weren't they? Mantis shrimp are classified as bugs. She had previously seen the 2-winged mosquitoes classified as bugs, which she accepted as reasonable. But how could mantis shrimp, typically regarded as seafood, be classified as bugs? On what grounds do interstellar beings define a bug tribe? Are there other seafood also classified as bugs? This last question was crucial. Seafood, which she had never tasted during the apocalypse, was said to be exquisite. Although she had memorized numerous recipes, she had yet to find suitable ingredients to experiment with. "Oh, let us see what our contestant is doing. It appears she is utilizing the terminal screen," the host exclaimed dramatically, instantly redirecting the audience's attention to Mianmian. "Ha ha ha. Is she sending a distress message?" Someone speculated. "What is the point of sending a message now? If she doesn't intend to fight, she might as well concede," another remarked. "Indeed." The staff members are still standing beside her. Whispers filled the air as the audience expressed their confusion over Mianmian's actions. Jiang Xi, too, was bewildered by her behavior. He glanced at his own terminal, noting the lack of response. It had been quite some time, suggesting she was not attempting to contact him. But who was she trying to reach? Ms. Mianmian, do you still intend to fight? A staff member inside the protective dome inquired. Yes, Mianmian replied. Her face illuminated with a satisfied smile as she gazed at the mantis shrimp, now scuttling about in the arena. Though brief, the moment was sufficient for her to confirm that these crab bugs were indeed mantis shrimp. Ingredients. Mianmian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the mantis shrimp. Perhaps it was the fervent gaze of Mianmian that captivated the attention of the onlookers. Having traversed several laps around the arena, a few of the fiddler crabs were on the verge of clashing with one another, when at last, one or two took notice of her presence. Observing the approach of the fiddler crabs, the two staff members, who were not far from her, simultaneously retreated to a safer distance. They swiftly retrieved a repellent for the crab-like creatures from their spatial buttons and hastily sprayed it upon themselves. Chapter 18. It seems to have gone awry. The fiddler crab, moving sideways, advanced towards Mianmian with its 8 legs swiftly alternating in motion. Indeed, we can see the crab-like creatures rapidly closing in on our contestant. The host exclaimed with palpable excitement. Hurry, strike. Drive that woman back. The audience urged fervently, drawing forth her more familiar plasma gun from the spatial button. Mianmian glanced back at the man who had previously spoken with her. After I finish with these fiddler crabs, may I take them with me? She inquired. No. The man replied decisively. Watching the fiddler crab, now only 3 meters away from Mianmian, he feared that if he took too long to respond, this woman might be ensnared by the crab's pincers. His concern was shared by Jiang Xi, whose heart raced as he witnessed Mianmian's audacity in turning to converse with another person despite the imminent danger. Oh, what do we see? Our contestant dares to engage in conversation at such a moment? The host's exaggerated tone echoed. Very well, Mianmian replied, a hint of regret in her voice. Stepping forward with her left foot, she positioned herself with one foot in front and the other behind, resting the gun stock against her shoulder. Almost simultaneously, she fired a shot from the plasma gun towards the front. The instant the gun fired, the recoil jolted her body, yet her stance remained steady, firmly supporting the force of the blast. Only her shoulder felt a slight tingling afterwards. In the blink of an eye, the fiddler crab, now within 2 meters of Mianmian, was propelled backward, its shell shattered by the plasma bullet. The blast not only sent the shell flying, but also dislodged the front 4 legs of the crab, leaving its flesh severely damaged. Finally, it collapsed just over a meter away from Mianmian. Gazing at the charred remnants of the crab, with its blackened exterior revealing the white flesh within, Mianmian narrowed her eyes, as if savoring a delectable dish. It smells rather enticing, she mused. Just as the host, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to continue, he suddenly choked on his words, his career facing an unexpected downturn. What had initially promised a thrilling spectacle, one that might have unfolded with bloodshed or a panicked cry for help from Mianmian, had not transpired. The audience, momentarily taken aback by the swift turn of events, struggled to comprehend what had unfolded so rapidly. Such a stark contrast. How could that woman have reacted with such speed? Such remarkable marksmanship? Bravo! The host suddenly erupted with applause, as if the one who had just been momentarily speechless was not himself. Could it be mere chance that our contestant possesses such remarkable marksmanship? Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence. The host, an adept facilitator, uttered these words, and the stunned audience gradually regained their composure. It must be luck, for she had not even glanced at the crab-like creatures moments prior, one audience member vocally asserted. I concur. How could a woman clad in a dress and high heels possibly possess such precision? The spectators began to voice their opinions in a cacophony, as if fearing that any delay would preclude them from showcasing their unique perspectives. Jiang Xi cast a cold glance at those around her. The previously animated critics suddenly felt a chill, glancing about yet finding nothing amiss, their fervor quelled as they fell silent. With the noise diminished, Jiang Xi redirected her gaze, fixating intently on Mianmian. There were still 9 crab-like creatures remaining. Observing the audience's emotions being stirred, the host spoke once more, urging everyone to continue watching, regardless of coincidence, to see if our contestant could score another shot against a crab-like creature. I refuse to believe it. The crab-like creatures should advance and swiftly eliminate that woman. Come on, I have wagered on her defeat. The number of spectators cheering for the crab-like creatures grew increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the plasma gun drew the attention of those who had previously overlooked Mianmian's crab-like creature, now focused intently on her. After identifying their target, the crab-like creature, brandishing its pincers, began to charge towards Mianmian with all 8 legs moving in unison. The crab-like creature, towering at a height of 50 to 60 centimeters, surged forward with alarming speed, creating a somewhat terrifying sense of impact. This is perilous. Our contestant has drawn the attention of all the crab-like creatures, yet the most immediate threat is the one that is rapidly closing in on her. Let us observe how our contestant will respond. The host's voice echoed once again. The first two crab-like creatures to notice by Mianmian had already lost one, while the second was now directly before her. However, its path was obstructed by the first crab-like creature lying on the ground, and rather than seeking an alternative route, it began to clamber over the first. A plasma round struck the joint where the crab's legs connected to its body, resulting in an explosive detonation. Due to the angle, the carapace of the second crab-like creature was not completely obliterated, but half of its body was annihilated. It appears our contestant's marksmanship is indeed impressive. As she has successfully dispatched yet another crab-like creature, the host exclaimed in astonishment. At such close range, who could possibly miss? An audience member scoffed. Indeed, if it were me. Oh please, would you dare to step onto the stage? The audience buzzed with a myriad of comments, automatically tuning out the crowd's noise. Mianmian remained steadfast as 8 crab-like creatures charged towards her, her feet firmly planted while her fingers subtly twitched. The spores of mushrooms in the air floated gently, adhering to the sides of the crab's mouth, as her thoughts meandered. In an instant, a 2-centimeter-tall red-capped mushroom with white spots blossomed. The target, a plump crab, suddenly collided mid-approach, leading to an unexpected clash of 8 crabs. Mianmian paused, as if realizing something had gone awry. At that moment, the host's voice resonated. Oh dear. Our crab creatures have inadvertently turned upon one another. With a fleeting glance, Mianmian felt a twinge of guilt. If someone discovered her to be an ability user testing her strength among ordinary people, would she face repercussions? The host continued, indeed, without the suppression of advanced insect species. These mindless creatures will turn on themselves. A glimmer of insight sparked in Mianmian's eyes. Could this be explained in such a manner? It seems our contestants are quite fortunate. Once these crabs finish their brawl, their scores will still be counted, the host cheerfully remarked. Fortunate, indeed. Can't you change this damned rule? Shouted an irate spectator who had wagered on the victory of the crab creatures. Who wouldn't he be upset? Those mindless creatures. Grumbled another, revealing a familiarity with such occurrences, their indignation tempered by past experiences. Chapter 19. Here we are seeing the audience's nonchalance towards the crab's self-destruction. Mianmian felt reassured. Her fingers twitched, and the red-capped mushroom beside the crab's mouth vanished without a trace. Her mushroom was not merely explosive, it also had the ability to disrupt biological cognition. This effect had been previously employed against the mosquito commander, albeit only lasting a fleeting second before being countered. While it had inflicted no harm, it had revealed her presence to the fleeing commander. The commander, intent on attacking her, had found its thoughts muddled, but little did it know. Her arsenal was not limited to mere confusion. It could also inflict pain. Initially, she had presumed the mushroom's cognitive effects would diminish in the face of interstellar challenges. Yet it seemed quite effective against creatures of this caliber. She realized she must be mindful of the level disparity. Her own powers had surpassed the 10th tier, and she could no longer act with reckless abandon. No one noticed as a few mushrooms grew and then disappeared. The crabs, already in a frenzied melee, continued their savage clash, undeterred by the mushroom's vanishing act. Damn those insects, why don't you attack that woman? You're all from the same species. What are you fighting for? Lamented a spectator, my star coins are at stake. I placed another bet. The audience mourned collectively. And Mianmian couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Serves you right. After about 10 minutes of waiting, noticing that the crabs were no longer as fervent in their battle, Mianmian understood that the mushroom's effect on their cognition was waning. Observing the remaining 4. Despite their maimed limbs, the crabs of the insectoid species ceased their internecine slaughter and redirected their attention towards Mianmian. The once despondent audience suddenly regained their spirits. Were they to launch an assault on that woman? Truly? Let me see. As the audience focused intently, they were met with a series of explosions, one after another, engulfing the swimming crabs. The spectators gasped. Was that the insectoid species that burst forth? No, those were their star coins. Congratulations to our contestants for passing the test. Please return to our staff, and we will take a 5-minute break before continuing. The host, undeterred by the wails of the audience lamenting their lost star coins, dutifully delivered the closing remarks. Retrieving the plasma gun into the spatial button, Mianmian turned to leave. Under the guidance of the staff, she swiftly completed the registration, and the terminal uploaded the scanning program. Upon reviewing the terminal's display once more, Mianmian noted an abundance of new information, such as the invasion details from yesterday concerning the double-winged mosquitoes. The content now differed from what she had previously seen. Initially, it reported on the insectoid invasion and the number of casualties. Now, it detailed a small-scale incursion led by an elite insect commander, accompanied by several elite insect soldiers, alongside the monetary value and merit points calculated from the insectoid ranks. The gleaming allure of profit was unmistakable. The staff member reminded her, "Please remember, madam, if you fail to fulfill your obligations more than 3 times within a year, the mining planet will warmly welcome you." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder." Mianmian acknowledged with a nod of gratitude. The obligations referred to her duty to respond to any insectoid or mutated flora and fauna battles occurring in proximity to her location, as indicated by the terminal's main system dispatching a support notification requiring her to arrive on-site to assist. As for the mining planet, her original memories revealed it to be a haven for criminals, where those extracted minerals must be dug out by hand, with only a single nutrient solution to sustain them daily. Such a life was one she had no desire to experience. Upon exiting, Mianmian immediately spotted Jiang Xi in the distance. He appeared troubled, his brow furrowed and his gaze fixed darkly ahead, likely at a terminal display only he could see. Mianmian hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether to approach him, sensing his agitation. Just then, Jiang Xi seemed to sense her presence, lifting his head to look at Mianmian. Upon seeing her, his stormy demeanor dissipated, and he inquired nonchalantly, "Are you done?" "Yes, all done," Mianmian replied with a nod, resuming her stride towards Jiang Xi. Considering his earlier concern before the test, she added, "See, I'm unscathed." As she spoke, she spread her arms and twirled before him, her skirt fluttering, exuding an air of confidence and vivacity. Jiang Xi felt his previously heavy heart lighten considerably. A faint smile graced his lips as he looked at her. "Indeed, you are quite impressive." Standing upright, Mianmian smiled at Jiang Xi, remaining silent. Noticing her reticence, Jiang Xi spoke up, suggesting, "Since the time is still early, would you like to experience piloting a flying vehicle?" Mianmian's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. "Yes," she exclaimed. Jiang Xi, unable to suppress a smile, remarked, "I knew you would love it. This way, please." With alacrity, Mianmian followed Jiang Xi as he led her through the side lift to the second floor, where they registered her personal information at a window. "A qualification test for piloting a flying vehicle?" Mianmian read the words aloud, her expression turning quizzical as she looked at Jiang Xi. "Me? An exam? Surely. There must be some mistake." Jiang Xi, with a smile, reassured her, "Since you're here, why not give it a try? I believe you can do well." Mianmian pondered his sudden confidence in her abilities. A flying vehicle? She had only just touched one today. Realizing Jiang Xi was indeed serious, she decided to embrace the challenge and followed the staff. Initially, she was guided through the experience of manual piloting, with the operator explaining each action they took. Mianmian listened intently. Operating a flying vehicle was quite similar to driving a car, with a steering wheel above and speed control at her feet, while the intelligent system within the vehicle would provide reminders about safety regulations. After their demonstration, the pilot exited the vehicle, leaving Mianmian, who was now seated at the controls, feeling bewildered. She turned to the co-pilot staff member beside her. "Why are you looking at me? The exam has begun. You may operate it however you wish. As long as the vehicle returns, you will pass," the staff member said with a relaxed demeanor. Mianmian raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain? I won't be liable for any fatalities, will I?" "Rest assured," the staff member laughed. "I have the capability to override your controls. Just follow the instructions I provided." Was it really this audacious to take a flying vehicle qualification test? Mianmian, feeling enlightened, ceased her chatter and focused intently ahead as the vehicle powered up and took off. The staff member, who had initially anticipated some amusement, suddenly changed expression as the flying vehicle accelerated to its maximum speed in a heartbeat. Chapter 20. The Protagonist, by Mianmian with a click. The safety belt in the seat automatically locked. The staff member quickly turned to Mianmian, only to find her expression serious, devoid of any panic. This suggested she possessed confidence in her ability to manage the current speed, did it not? Moreover, the intelligence system of the flying vehicle had not registered any errors, indicating that the vehicle was still under control. The staff member felt a slight sense of relief. The reason for their leniency towards Mianmian was primarily due to the intelligence system within the vehicle. Should it detect a potential collision, it could automatically lock the engine and halt the vehicle. If the flying vehicle could be brought to a stop, then there would be no danger. In a post-apocalyptic world, Mianmian, accustomed to driving at high speeds, instinctively accelerated to the maximum. As the aircraft surged forward, despite a fleeting sensation of instability, her controls swiftly regained its finesse. Navigating turns, evading obstacles, hovering in midair, and taking off with seamless precision, her movements were remarkably fluid. The co-pilot, securely fastened by his seatbelt, remained steady despite the abrupt maneuvers. Though his right hand hovered over the control panel, yearning to seize command, he was restrained by the flawless execution of Mianmian's drivings, as no errors had yet occurred. However, the velocity was undeniably dizzying. Even with the assurance of safety, the speed was overwhelming to behold. Why hadn't the aircraft's intelligence system reported any errors? Hadn't previous candidates driving at such speeds been deemed failures? The co-pilot lamented silently. You seem quite tense. Mianmian's cheerful voice broke the silence. Driving the aircraft was exhilarating. The aerial route offered limitless possibilities, and the speed was thrilling. Noticing her teasing, the co-pilot gazed out at the rapidly blurring scenery in faint calmness, responding, Is there? Hee. One shouldn't talk while piloting. Distracted driving is inadvisable. Oh. Mianmian replied with an expression that suggested she saw through his facade. The co-pilot, eyes closed in distress, grappled with the embarrassment of his professional history as an examiner. Fearing the speed of a candidate was undeniably a point of shame. The examination route was brief, and soon Mianmian returned the aircraft in pristine condition. Beep. Examination complete. Passing score. The qualification certificate for piloting has been sent to your personal terminal. Please check. The intelligent voice of the aircraft announced. Mianmian smiled faintly, relieved to have passed. The co-pilot also exhaled in relief. He certainly did not wish to endure a second attempt. That was a wonderful first experience piloting, Mianmian remarked before disembarking. The co-pilot, having just relaxed, felt a sudden tension in his chest at her words, turning abruptly to her with disbelief. What did you say? Your first time piloting an aircraft? Surely, anyone competent enough to take the examination must have undergone training in piloting beforehand. Given the presence of intelligent systems in aircraft, automatic driving sufficed for everyday use. Those who pursued manual piloting qualifications were typically skilled individuals capable of navigating beyond the city's confines. Those present for the examination were invariably adept at manual skills already honed outside the metropolis. As long as the owner of the aircraft possessed a manual piloting qualification and was present within, even those lacking such certification could operate the aircraft manually. Thus, there are currently no requirements stipulating that candidates must possess certification in aviation to apply for examinations. At this moment, Mianmian had already turned away, oblivious to the staff whose expressions had drastically changed upon her remark. Jiang Xi, witnessing Mianmian approach with a relaxed demeanor and a smile, remarked, So, you have obtained your pilot's license. Indeed, I have. It was exceedingly simple, Mianmian replied with a grin. Jiang Xi chuckled softly before shifting the topic. Do you have any plans later? None at all. Why do you ask? Mianmian inquired. Come with me to a certain place, Jiang Xi suggested. All right. Mianmian responded without hesitation. Jiang Xi, noticing her complete lack of wariness, couldn't help but smile. Then let us go. Once aboard the aircraft that Mianmian had produced, Jiang Xi took the pilot's seat and entered an address into the navigation screen, marking it as home before taking off. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Mianmian's eyes. Yet she remained silent. The aircraft soared beyond the city's protective shield, continuing southward for a stretch before descending toward another shield. Just as the aircraft was about to make contact with the protective barrier, an entrance appeared, allowing it to pass through. After entering, the aperture swiftly sealed behind them. The aircraft descended, coming to a halt before a three-story villa. As they disembarked, Mianmian surveyed the house before glancing upward at the obscured protective shield. It even possesses privacy features. I would like to have such a shield, she mused, narrowing her eyes slightly. This is where I reside. Follow me, Jiang Xi instructed. Leading the way, Mianmian silently trailed him. Upon detecting their proximity, a scanner installed outside directed its focus toward them. Welcome home, master. You have worked hard. A synthetic voice announced as the previously closed door swung open automatically. Mianmian watched in astonishment, thinking she would love to have such a feature in her own home. It was remarkably convenient. Once inside, Jiang Xi paused at the entrance, pressing his hand against a barren wall. Suddenly, a stream of blue light illuminated the surface, revealing a screen upon which Jiang Xi began to sketch and annotate. Please stand over here, he directed, gesturing for Mianmian to approach. After she complied, a few moments passed before the system announced, I scan complete, facial structure registered, body scan finished, please turn around. Mianmian followed the instruction and turned. Back scan complete. Please place both hands on the sensor. Observing the prompts on the wall screen, Mianmian extended her hands accordingly. Fingerprint registration complete. Information entry finalized. Registered name, Mistress Mianmian. Welcome home, Mistress. Shaoji No. 1 is delighted to serve you. Mianmian couldn't help but cast a glance at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi concealed the luminous screen on the wall. Although the house appeared to have 3 levels, there was, in fact, an underground layer. This basement served as a secure sanctuary, housing the Xiaoji No. 1 robot, which was stocked with fresh water and nutrient solutions. In the event of a breach in the external protective shield, should escape prove impossible, one could take refuge in this subterranean level, capable of withstanding an assault from a Class 1 insect king. Additionally, the basement contained a gravity chamber, a place where one could engage in physical training. Chapter 21. The more I think, the more it feels wrong. Noticing that Mianmian was listening intently, Jiang Xie gestured for her to follow and continued. The basement leads up to this ground level, which serves as a lounge area. I seldom spend time here, thus it remains rather spacious. Mianmian raised an eyebrow. Spacious? The area spanned approximately 200 square meters, and aside from a set of metallic sofas and a coffee table in the corner, it was devoid of furnishings. One might indeed say it was bare. The second floor features a small lounge, Jiang Xie added, glancing at the terminal before shifting his discourse. In addition to the lounge, there are several guest rooms on the second floor. You may explore those at your leisure. I shan't elaborate further. My room is on the third floor, which also contains 2 additional rooms. You may choose one to reside in, or you could stay in my room, if you prefer. Upon hearing this, Mianmian turned to Jiang Xie. Did he intend for them to share a room? Hadn't he stated that they would only be partners in name? Perceiving her gaze, Jiang Xie met her eyes and realized that his previous statement had been somewhat ambiguous. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, he cleared his throat and corrected himself. What I meant to say is that you may occupy my room while I will not be residing here. And where will you stay? Mianmian wondered, curious if he intended for her to inhabit the house alone. I will be departing planet number 1888 tonight, so you may rest assured in this house. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult Xiaoji No. 1, Jiang Xie explained. If you feel insecure or unhappy here, you may rent a place in the inner city. Acquiring property there is currently challenging due to high demand and low availability, but rentals are still feasible. Alternatively, you could return to your previous residence. The star coins I provided should suffice for a considerable time. Faced with such an unprecedented situation, Mianmian found herself at a loss for how to respond. This individual had suddenly appeared, bestowing upon her star coins, equipment, and ultimately, a spacious abode. Although half of this house still belonged to him, he was not staying here. She was to be the sole occupant. What an extraordinary act of generosity. Looking once more at Jiang Xie, Mianmian fancied she could see a resplendent halo shimmering behind him, akin to the radiance of a benevolent deity, illuminating the path for all. How dazzling! It wasn't until she watched Jiang Xie pilot another aircraft away that she began to process the reality of her situation. Had she truly become wealthy overnight? Was this genuine fortune, without any strings attached? Mianmian murmured to herself as she gazed at the protective shield that obscured her view of the outside world. After a considerable time, Mianmian gradually regained her senses and, with a radiant smile, rushed into the house. The house. She had arrived. As a member of the Zhong family, possessing her own home brought an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, one that no other possession could rival. Ascending from the first floor to the third, and then descending while marveling at her surroundings, she realized that this would soon be her abode. How beautiful it was. The house, though empty and devoid of furniture or decor, filled her with increasing joy as she envisioned where each piece would be placed. As for Jiang Xi's suggestion to rent a place in the city, it was preposterous. Just a moment ago, while aboard the aircraft, she had noticed that within 100 meters, she was the sole resident. How tranquil. Most importantly, behind the house lay a vast expanse of vacant land. Open space. Farming. It was her dream in this post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, this plot of land was within the protective shield, with even more space beyond it. And a mountain stood in the distance. The more she contemplated, the brighter her eyes shone. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her, and Mianmian quickly turned around. Approaching her was a cylindrical robot, rolling on 2 rows of wheels. Didi, mistress, would you like some nutrient solution? The familiar intelligent voice prompted her to respond. Xiaoji No. 1. The cylindrical robot replied, Didi is here, mistress. She scrutinized the robot, wondering if its appearance was somewhat mismatched with its intelligence. Xiaoji No. 1, not having received any command from Mianmian, persisted with its initial inquiry. Didi, mistress, would you like some nutrient solution? Glancing at the terminal's time, she realized it was rather late. All right, let us have it. Didi, understood, mistress. After saying this, Xiaoji No. 1 produced a vial of nutrient solution from its cylindrical body and offered it to Mianmian. Oh, so this design is to store the nutrient solution, she mused. After hastily resolving her dinner, Mianmian ascended to the 3rd floor and chose a room next to Jiang Xi's. As this room offered a splendid view of the vacant land behind the house, she was determined to fill that space with her favorite fruits and vegetables. Instructing Xiaoji No. 1 to make the bed, she headed to the bathroom for a shower. Upon her return, She found the bed neatly prepared. Just as she lay down, a notification chimed in her left ear, indicating that the star coins from her bets had been credited to her account. Observing the not-so-significant change in her account balance, Mianmian felt content, for she was no longer the girl with merely 10 star coins to her name. Turning off the terminal screen, she closed her eyes, ready to empty her mind and drift into sleep. Yet her thoughts involuntarily replayed the events of the day. Suddenly, Mianmian sat upright. Something felt amiss. Jiang Xi was not quite right. All his arrangements today, the star coins, the aircraft, the items he had purchased with star coins. And now this house all belonged to her. How is it that I feel as though I am dealing with an inheritance? The thought of his unstable ability level weighs heavily on my mind. Is it a wound that current medical technology cannot mend? What could possibly be such a fatal injury? No, judging by his appearance, he does not seem on the brink of death from pain. So, is it the matter he is attending to away from planet 1888 that could lead to his demise? Yet, if he were truly handling inheritance matters, he would not marry her, but rather bequeath his possessions to her. Could it be that those around him are not virtuous? Does he prefer to see his estate entrusted to her rather than allow those individuals to acquire it? How deeply disenchanted must he be with them to favor a stranger over his kin? Or perhaps he is a solitary figure, devoid of friends and family, wishing to prevent the terminal mainframe from seizing his legacy, thus bestowing it upon her? The more I ponder, the more convoluted my thoughts become. I activated the terminal screen, feeling an overwhelming urge to contact Jiang Xi and seek clarity. It would be a great pity if a good man, who has provided her with so much, were to pass away. If he believes he might perish in a confrontation, perhaps she could assist him. However, just before pressing the connection button, I hesitated. After all, she and he were not particularly close. He might not wish for her to know too much about his affairs. Throughout the day, he had not shared any tales of his past. Although he had given her much, he had made it clear from the outset that her role was merely that of a companion according to his star law. In other words, their relationship was merely a faade of partnership. Chapter 22. How could there be none? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xi, whom Mianmian mistakenly believed was dealing with inheritance, was aboard a starship departing planet 1888. Deep in thought, he suddenly activated the terminal screen. Upon reading the incoming message, his expression turned even colder. Meanwhile, Mianmian, after much contemplation, ultimately abandoned the idea of contacting Jiang Xi and instead endeavored to fall into a deep slumber. The following day, she awoke around noon, still somewhat dazed as she surveyed the darkened room, taking a moment to gather her senses. Rising from her bed, she drew open the curtains on the balcony, allowing the sunlight to flood the space. Standing at the edge of the balcony, gazing down at the vast expanse of barren ground below, a multitude of thoughts surged through her mind. After freshening up, she descended to the first floor via the lift, contemplating what sort of furniture and decorations to purchase for the empty house. However, her pleasant reverie was abruptly shattered upon encountering a bottle of nutritional liquid thrust before her. Little G number 1 robot, beep beep. Good morning, mistress. You did not rise early today. Would you like to drink your nutritional liquid now? As she stared at the plain nutritional liquid, Mianmian hadn't even tasted it yet she could already sense the thick, salty texture in her mouth. Reluctant to drink, her heart rebelling against the notion, Mianmian ultimately succumbed to the gnawing discomfort of hunger. As she sipped the nutritional liquid, she resolved that her foremost concern must be the matter of sustenance. Enduring this liquid daily was simply intolerable. Why is the mistress unhappy? Inquired Xiao Ji number 1, unabashedly direct. Mianmian glanced at Xiao Ji number 1 with a look of incredulity, returning the empty nutritional tube. Can you truly discern my emotions? Xiao Ji no. 1 possessed an emotional detection and analysis program, capable of scanning the expressions and movements of its owner to ensure optimal service. Indeed, it replied. However, this analysis can be unnecessary next time. Mianmian regarded Xiao Ji no. 1 with a mixture of bemusement and discomfort at the thought of being constantly monitored by a robot. It was rather unsettling. Understood, mistress. The emotional analysis system has been deactivated. Mianmian was momentarily surprised. She had not anticipated that this feature could be turned off. Nonetheless, the ability to do so is most welcome. Very well, Xiao Ji no. 1, you've performed admirably. You may attend to your duties without following me. With that, she turned to leave. Understood, mistress, Xiao Ji number 1 complied, obediently turning away. Mianmian contemplated the design of the first floor. A kitchen was essential, the key to resolving her dining dilemma. Next came the dining room and living area upon entering. The living room should be prioritized, spacious enough for relaxation in the future, which would be delightful. A dining room and kitchen could be separated further in the back. The kitchen, too, should be ample, allowing for the preparation of numerous delectable dishes. Speaking of delicious food, What should she have for dinner tonight? Mianmian's focus shifted immediately. While she no longer wished to consume the nutritional liquid, the bitter taste of vegetables and meat did not seem appealing either. Yet, if she abstained, her only option would be the liquid. Perhaps I shall opt for the vegetables and meat, she decided. Though they may be unpalatable, they are certainly preferable to the liquid. Xiaoji number 1, she called out. At your service, mistress, echoed Xiaoji number 1's voice from the first floor, though its robotic form was absent from sight. Capable of monitoring the entire house, it was omnipresent within these walls, making its absence unsurprising to Mianmian. Provide me with the address here. I wish to order supplies. She instructed. Understood, mistress. I will connect to your terminal. Please confirm the connection. Activating the terminal screen, Mianmian accepted Xiaoji number 1's link, and within moments, an address appeared on her display. The address information has been sent to your personal terminal. Please review it. What would you like to purchase, mistress? Xiaoji no. One can procure it for you directly. I wish to buy vegetables and meat for my meals. As she spoke, Mianmian navigated the ingredient sales platform on the terminal screen. In the vast expanse of the interstellar realm, there exists but a single platform for the sale of food ingredients, and its prices are exorbitant, accompanied by purchase restrictions. The proprietor of Didi, upon discovering that the vegetables and meats on the platform have sold out, informs that if she wishes to procure these items, the intelligent assistant, Smart One, can secure them for her the following morning. A purchasing list can be provided to Smart One. Mianmian gazes at the screen, her perplexity deepening as the words sold out flash across the various listings. How can such a grand platform possibly run out of stock? Her curiosity piqued. She cannot help but voice her confusion. Smart One elucidates that the purified vegetables and meats possess the remarkable ability to cleanse the human body and spirit of pollutants, which explains the high demand despite the purchase limitations. Mianmian squints slightly, realizing that the steep prices are justified by their purifying properties. This information, absent from the original owner's memories, reveals yet another secret unknown to the ordinary populace. Deciding to shift the topic, Mianmian inquires, Smart One, can you assist me in setting up a kitchen on the first floor? To which Smart One responds affirmatively, stating it can place an order online for a renovation company to come and facilitate her desired kitchen design. Mianmian raises an eyebrow. Impressed by Smart One's capability to autonomously place orders, such convenience is truly remarkable. As Smart One concludes its reply, Mianmian's terminal alerts her of incoming information. Upon inspection, she finds a webpage link sent by Smart One. After selecting her preferred kitchen design on the site, she learns that the company can complete the installation in approximately half a day. Is the efficiency of the interstellar era truly this astounding? She marvels inwardly before asking, Smart One, if I am not home, can you allow the renovation team to enter and proceed with the work? Affirmative, mistress, responds Smart One, alleviating her concerns. Very well. I have chosen the design. Smart One, I expect to see the kitchen completed when I return tonight, Mianmian declares, turning toward the lift. Understood, mistress. Smart One has already placed the order with the renovation company, and they will arrive promptly to commence work on the kitchen, Smart One assures her. Mianmian retraces her steps, stepping onto the lift, which ascends from the first to the third floor, returning to her room and closing the door. When she emerges, her long hair is styled into a bun, and she is clad in a sleek black combat suit, complemented by matching magnetic combat boots. As she prepares to leave, Mianmian instructs, Smart One, keep an eye on the house. I am going out. Affirmative, mistress. Wishing you good fortune. Replies Smart One as the large door slowly closes behind her. Standing about 10 meters from the door in the protective shield, Mianmian contemplates testing her magnetic combat boots. In the next instant, her figure blurs as she dashes toward the protective shield, coming to a halt at an almost imperceptible distance from it. With her hands braced against the protective shield, she managed to avoid pressing her entire body against the soft, white surface, letting out a sigh of relief. Just a moment more, and she would have made direct contact with the shield. At that speed, a collision would surely have caused her immense pain. As her thoughts raced, the protective shield she was supporting suddenly opened an exit. Leaning on her hands, she stumbled forward, awkwardly stepping out from within the shield. Once she had passed through, the exit promptly sealed shut behind her. Still unsteady on her feet, the hover shoes beneath her unexpectedly activated, propelling her a considerable distance in the blink of an eye. The sensation of floating with no ground to anchor her felt disconcerting. However, after testing various directions and grasping the principles of controlling the hover shoes, she soon became adept at maneuvering them. The thrill of soaring freely through the air was truly exhilarating. In a moment of joy, she executed a graceful flight in the sky. Meanwhile, a young man, appearing barely of age, gazed in bewilderment from within a low-flying aircraft. Is that girl losing control of her hover shoes? He inquired, His curiosity piqued. The middle-aged pilot glanced at her with a nonchalant expression, pondering which young lady was indulging in such playful antics. The boy watched with envy as she soared through the air, maximizing the speed of her hover shoes. She swiftly reached the outskirts of the forest. Not wishing to court danger, she moderated her speed to a steady pace as she ventured into the woods. The vegetation was towering and lush, exuding a sense of vitality, yet it concealed lurking threats that hinted at potential peril. Several towering plants struck her as dangerously familiar, reminiscent of the advanced mutated flora with predatory awareness from a post-apocalyptic world. Gliding at a low speed, she appeared nonchalant, even with no weapons in hand. Yet her mushroom spores floated closely beside her. Suddenly, she perceived something and altered her flight path, as she discerned a large egg, roughly the size of a rugby ball. Nestled amid grass blades a mere 10 centimeters high, she halted her hover shoes midair and pointed at the eggshell. Instantly, a 2-centimeter-tall red-capped mushroom sprouted upon it. After a brief 3 seconds, she sensed the mushroom beginning to absorb a toxic energy emanating from within the egg. Her expression remained unchanged. She was well aware that mushrooms could absorb toxic energy, a fact she had learned during the apocalypse. The extent to which a single mushroom could absorb such energy was contingent upon her own ability level. Should a mushroom attempt to absorb an excessive amount of toxic energy at once, it would undergo severe discoloration, and at that point, her own body would exhibit symptoms of poisoning. In that world rife with the toxins of the undead, once her mushrooms had fully matured, she seldom lingered. Upon reaching a height of 4 centimeters, Mianmian sensed that the mushrooms had nearly reached their limit, and with a graceful wave of her hand, she allowed them to disperse into spores that floated delicately through the air. As the first mushroom vanished, 2 more sprang forth from the eggshell. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, these 2 mushrooms began to extract toxic energy from within the egg. After each had grown an additional centimeter, they ceased their absorption of the toxic energy. A mere 2 seconds later, the mushrooms began to draw toxins from the air. Mianmian promptly waved her hand again, causing them to transform into spores that danced through the atmosphere. Activating the pollutant scanning function on her terminal, she directed it at the egg. The pollution level registered as 0. A voice from her left ear announced the findings, and her gaze brightened as she looked at the egg. This pollutant was, at its core, a form of toxic energy, which her mushrooms could absorb. She recalled Jiang Ci mentioning that the bitterness in the vegetables was caused by this very pollutant. Now that the egg was free of contaminants, could it also mean the bitter taste was gone? With this thought, Mianmian quickly approached and stored the egg in her spatial button, though the spatial button could not contain living beings. An egg that had yet to nurture life did not qualify as such. After securing the egg, she suddenly recognized the grass surrounding her. She reached down and snapped off a blade, releasing a pungent aroma. Yet, instead of showing distaste, she wore a radiant smile. It was leeks. The presence of leeks indicated a bounty of culinary possibilities. Leek and egg, scrambled eggs with leeks. Leek egg soup. Names of dishes danced in her mind as she swiftly set to work, carefully pinching off the leek leaves while leaving the roots intact in the soil, hoping they would regrow in a few days. Although she was uncertain whether these interstellar leeks retained that characteristic, it was prudent to leave them be. With her gathered leeks meticulously arranged, she began to stow them into her spatial button. Just as she was engrossed in her task, she suddenly paused and turned her gaze to the left. To her astonishment, a feathered chicken the size of an ostrich had appeared, its plumage standing erect, wings flapping vigorously, and eyes glaring fiercely at her. A loud crowing echoed through the air. The feathered chicken took flight, hurtling towards Mianmian. Her eyes widened at the sight of such a plump bird. However, upon closer inspection, a jolt of alarm coursed through her, and in the next moment, she vanished from her spot. The feathered chicken crashed down onto the very ground where she had just squatted, reappearing some distance away without a moment's hesitation. Mianmian turned and fled. This was a mutated creature of formidable caliber, one she could not contend with in her current state, having failed to capture its target. The feathered creature swiftly turned its head and caught sight of the fluffy figure. With a sharp cry, it immediately rose from the ground, propelled by its legs, and with a powerful flap of its wings, launched itself towards the fluffy figure. Sensing danger approaching from behind, the fluffy figure executed a sudden sharp turn to the right. The feathered creature missed its target and continued flying straight ahead. Chapter 24. The leader of the flock's egg. The rush of air created by the fluffy figure as it sped past rustled the leaves, causing a commotion. With immediate danger averted, the fluffy figure maintained its speed and abruptly turned once more, retrieving an electromagnetic cannon from its spatial pouch. From a distance, one could observe the fluffy figure and the feathered creature, which had failed in its attempt to strike, racing along 2 parallel trajectories. In the throes of high-speed flight, the fluffy figure aimed the cannon at the feathered creature and without hesitation, fired the projectile. The recoil of the electromagnetic cannon was even more forceful than that of a plasma gun. Despite the fluffy figure's preparation, it was pushed backward a short distance. Nevertheless, the projectile flew steadily towards the feathered creature. Having realized its attack had missed, the feathered creature, now successfully slowing down by flapping its wings, was just in time to evade the blast. The projectile whizzed past its beak, striking the large tree behind it. Having narrowly escaped the attack, the feathered creature quickly turned its head and locked its gaze onto the fluffy figure, which had just flown past it in a straight line. With an angry squawk, the creature once again flapped its wings and charged towards the fluffy figure. Observing the creature's effortless flight without any assistance, the fluffy figure marveled internally at how chickens in this interstellar age could soar freely. Stowing the electromagnetic cannon back into its spatial pouch, the recoil left a slight ache in its chest, rendering it temporarily unused. With a subtle flick of its finger, several red-capped white-spotted mushrooms sprouted on the feathered creature's body. However, in the next moment, a layer of soil suddenly erupted around the creature, enveloping the newly sprouted mushrooms. Instantly, the fluffy figure felt its connection to the mushrooms severed. Seeing the feathered creature charging towards it again, the fluffy figure waved its hand, prompting more red-capped white-spotted mushrooms to sprout in the air. Yet, in the following seconds, one by one, the mushrooms were destroyed by the feathered creature. Each time a mushroom was crushed, the ferocity in the creature's eyes intensified. The fluffy figure, flying rapidly ahead, suddenly darted behind a large tree. Retrieving a handful of chives from its spatial pouch, it crushed the leaves to release their pungent aroma and, deftly, tucked them into the crevices of the vines clinging to the tree. A scent-neutralizing potion was sprayed onto itself, and finally, under the cover of the vines between the trees, it swiftly changed direction and flew away. Fortunately, the speed of the levitating shoes is comparable to that of a class-level anomaly, allowing Mianmian to navigate with ease. The feathered beast swiftly approached the large tree Mianmian had positioned to obscure its line of sight. Although it could not see the figure, the pungent aroma of chives confirmed the target's location. With a defiant caw, the feathered beast flapped its wings, revealing its sharp talons as it lunged at the vines. The once dormant vines, clinging to the tree, sprang to life, retaliating against the sudden assault. A single vine lashed out at the feathered beast, striking its wing with a resounding crack. The impact caused the creature to dip perilously, nearly plummeting from the air, but it flapped its wings furiously to regain control, its anger intensifying. Meanwhile, the ground beneath began to churn, erupting 3 earthen spikes that surged towards the vines. As the earth convulsed, the green vines emerged from beneath the spikes, shattering them into fragments. Simultaneously, more vines lashed out from the air toward the feathered beast. From a distance of 100 meters, Mianmian observed the skirmish between the mutated feathered beast and the mutated vines, then turned to continue her flight. Although she found the feathered beast enticing, she was not yet capable of overcoming it, which was regrettable. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek out a lesser creature, pondering where she might find such a fowl. As she glided slowly, her eyes scanned the surroundings. After a while, the unmistakable sound of clucking reached her ears. Judging by the persistent cacophony, the number of chickens was substantial. Mianmian's expression shifted, for the flock was swiftly closing in on her position. The flapping of wings echoed as the chickens, some running and others flying, surged toward her, hovering above the throng. Mianmian felt a wave of relief wash over her as she watched the robust birds rush beneath her. Had she remained entangled with the class-level Earth anomaly, the collision with this approaching flock would have likely resulted in a disastrous outcome. As the flock passed beneath her, Mianmian quietly descended, gauging the distance before suddenly pointing below. The last 3 chickens in the flock sprouted peculiar red-capped mushrooms adorned with white spots upon their heads. These ordinary yet mutated chickens, oblivious to their newfound adornments, continued their frantic pace. Within 3 seconds, the trio collapsed, unable to rise again, while the rest of the flock remained entirely unaware of their fallen companions. Once the chickens had moved on, Mianmian descended to retrieve a dagger from her spatial pouch, an accessory acquired alongside her weapon purchase, and swiftly dispatched the fallen chickens, collecting them into her pouch. Following the direction of the departing flock, she soared onward, yet after some time, she found herself puzzled by the absence of any sought-after eggs. The flock of chickens approached from this direction, so their nest should logically be in the same vicinity. Yet, why had she not seen them for so long? With a sense of bewilderment, she flew onward, and suddenly a familiar shade of green appeared before her. It quickly dawned on Mianmian that she had returned to the spot where she previously foraged for eggs and harvested chives. Following the direction in which the chives had been flattened, she soon came upon a patch of grass. Within that thicket lay numerous grass nests, each containing several eggs, roughly the size of her palm. Realizing that she had inadvertently taken the leader of the flock's eggs, Mianmian felt a twinge of remorse. She placed the eggs back in the chive field, appreciating the leader's kindness. She silently expressed her gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, Mianmian descended to the ground and began collecting the eggs from the nest one by one. "Boss, there are people over there," a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Mianmian continued her task, glancing up to see a group emerging from the forest on the other side of the thicket. "Let them be. We'll gather our share of eggs while the flock isn't around. Let us collect as many as we can," boomed a man with a loud voice. "Yes, boss." A group of about 20 individuals, clad in matching Navy combat uniforms, swiftly entered the grass, hastily collecting eggs. Chapter 25. Bombarding the feathered fowl. After losing count of how many eggs she had gathered, Mianmian felt it was sufficient and decided to stop. She cast a glance at the individuals still collecting eggs, feeling no desire to socialize, and turned back toward the chive field. Gazing at the lush greenery before her, she pondered whether she could uproot the chives along with their soil and if they would continue to thrive. After a while of contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, she resolved to give it a try, for there were plenty of chives to spare. With determination in her heart, Mianmian retrieved a dagger from her spatial button, crouched down, and began to dig into the earth. Though the dagger was small, it was sufficiently sharp to slice through the sod and soil. "What is that person doing?" someone from the egg-collecting group inquired, having reached the middle of the area and noticing Mianmian digging. "Who knows?" replied another, disinterested. Others gazed at the chives, their expressions betraying a hint of curiosity. Before long, Mianmian had unearthed a small patch of chives, roots intact. She decided not to sever the chive leaves. Carefully placing the harvested chives into her spatial button, she oriented herself toward her return path and activated her hovering shoes. Upon witnessing Mianmian's departure, the man who had previously called out boss approached the spot where the chives had been dug up, pondering the utility of this peculiar plant. Suddenly, a familiar crowing of a rooster echoed through the air. Mianmian's expression shifted as she flew back, not daring to look behind her, and she instantly maximized the speed of her hovering shoes. The cacophony of countless crows echoed behind Mianmian. A wounded and bloodied feathered chicken, accompanied by a ragtag group of bedraggled fowls, burst forth from the thicket on the right, relentlessly pursuing Mianmian. Aware that the feathered chicken possessed earth-based abilities, Mianmian dared not fly low, instead soaring at an altitude exceeding 50 meters, while remaining vigilant to evade the potentially aggressive flora. Mutated creatures were indeed rare. Even those that were spotted seemed to instinctively steer clear of the commotion. This scenario resembled the previous encounter with the feathered chicken, indicating that it reigned supreme in this territory, with no mutated beasts daring to contest it for prey. The feathered chicken pursued Mianmian with unwavering tenacity, while the flock trailing behind gradually fell behind. As she flew at high speed, Mianmian glanced sideways at the feathered chicken and pointed backward, causing 10 red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms to instantaneously sprout in the air along the chicken's path. With a thunderous explosion, the mushrooms detonated simultaneously. Unfazed, the feathered chicken charged through the blast zone, maintaining its speed without faltering. The explosive power of the mushrooms proved insufficient. Even in tandem, they struggled to breach the formidable defense of the feathered creature. Mianmian internally lamented that such considerate gestures were unnecessary at this moment. Her gaze was fixed on the wounds adorning the feathered chicken. Evidently, it had not fared well in its skirmish with the vines, as its once sleek plumage now bore several bald patches, exposing the injured flesh beneath. With a subtle flick of her fingers, invisible mushroom spores, like sentient beings, descended upon the gaping wounds of the feathered chicken. Suddenly, Mianmian's face paled. The sensation of her abilities being siphoned away was quite uncomfortable. Simultaneously, hundreds of mushrooms sprouted from the chicken's wounds. Sensing something amiss, a layer of earth surged forth from the feathered chicken, converging upon the mushrooms. Mianmian's expression hardened. Boom! The mushrooms exploded. The feathered chicken let out a harrowing cry, momentarily losing altitude during its rapid flight. However, it quickly stabilized and resumed its pursuit of Mianmian, its bulging eyes nearly oozing blood in its fury. While the explosions of the mushrooms were swift, the earth layer enveloping the chicken retaliated with equal speed. Ultimately, out of the hundreds of mushrooms, at least half failed to detonate before being obliterated by the encroaching earth, resulting in less damage than anticipated. Yet blood? Upon closer inspection, Mianmian realized that the chicken's left eye was indeed injured and bleeding, likely from a lash inflicted by the vines. A flicker of amusement danced in Mianmian's eyes as she noted that the feathered chicken's counterattacks had slowed significantly. Otherwise, The 100 or so mushrooms would not have resulted in such a modest detonation, inflicting more harm than she initially expected. Navigating around the towering tree ahead, Mianmian suddenly pivoted, retreating swiftly in midair to confront the ferocious rooster that pursued her relentlessly. She retrieved the electromagnetic cannon from her spatial button, her gaze fixated on the rooster's menacing, bloodshot eyes. With a slight movement of her finger, the nascent surge of her abilities was abruptly extinguished. In an instant, a mushroom adorned with a red cap and white spots burgeoned before the rooster's eyes. The layer of earth on the rooster's body surged forward, engulfing the mushroom in a fierce onslaught. The mushroom detonated just before the soil could envelop it entirely, sending blood splattering forth, accompanied by the rooster's harrowing scream. Suddenly stricken, a searing pain engulfed the rooster's mind, causing it to plummet from the sky. As Mianmian faced the descending rooster, she retreated rapidly, directing the cannon at the creature that was falling. The electromagnetic projectile shot forth at an alarming speed. Without bracing against the recoil, Mianmian was propelled backward, landing at a considerable distance. Just as the falling rooster was about to be struck by the projectile, a layer of earth erupted around it, enveloping it in a protective cocoon. With a resounding crash, the earth was sent flying as the rooster, encased in a half-formed earthen sphere, plummeted to the ground. Moments later, the sphere cracked open, revealing the bloodied rooster, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Its remaining eye shifted weakly towards the direction Mianmian had departed. But she was nowhere to be found. Clucking feebly, the rooster attempted to rise and continue its pursuit, but as soon as it stood, a sharp pain shot through its head, causing it to collapse once more. Nearby, a python perched on a branch, fixated on the rooster below. After a moment of hesitation, observing the rooster's immobility, it could not resist the urge to descend slowly. As the python approached the gasping rooster, a sudden spike of earth erupted from the ground, piercing its vital spot. With no time to evade, the python was swiftly penetrated, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The surroundings were soon filled with the sound of rustling as creatures scurried away, propelled far by the recoil of the electromagnetic cannon. Mianmian had no inclination to check on the rooster's fate. She turned and continued her flight forward, swiftly reaching the forest's edge. Without pausing, she soared towards home. In Chapter 26, she ultimately returned home via an aerial vehicle. The autopilot mode allowed her to collapse in front of her door, utterly exhausted. This journey had truly drained her, even though she was spared the effort of walking, being carried by hovering shoes throughout. However, the rapid flight had still depleted her energy, and the recoil from firing the electromagnetic cannon twice had left her chest aching. It was evident that she needed to enhance her physical conditioning without delay. As the aircraft approached the protective shield, the console's display suddenly illuminated with a connection request. It was the internal AI, Xiaoji No. 2, actively seeking to connect with Xiaoji No. 1 within the house. In less than a second, the connection request was granted. Simultaneously, the aircraft descended above the protective shield, which opened a portal, allowing the craft to land before the main entrance of the house. Mianmian gracefully disembarked from the aircraft, casually storing it within her spatial button before activating her anti-gravity shoes, gliding toward the front door. Beep. Welcome home, mistress. You have worked hard, resonated the intelligent voice of Xiaoji No. 1 as the door automatically swung open. Upon entering, the door closed behind her with a soft click. Exhausted, Mianmian felt rejuvenated the moment she caught sight of the pristine, luminous kitchen through the transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. The interstellar kitchen was not merely a framework. It was fully equipped with a stove, range hood, oven, and an array of pots and utensils, all meticulously arranged. Beep. Mistress. The kitchen has been tidied up and all items sanitized. You may use it at your convenience, announced Xiaoji No. 1, approaching Mianmian. You did splendidly. Xiaoji No. 1. I wish to reward you. Is there anything you desire? Mianmian gazed at Xiaoji No. 1 with delight. That is truly considerate, replied Xiaoji No. 1. I do not wish for anything. It is my duty. Very well. Should you ever wish for a reward, feel free to let me know, Mianmian said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Beep. Understood, mistress. Mianmian entered the kitchen, first retrieving the leeks and eggs from her spatial button and placing them on the countertop. With a considerable amount of ingredients at hand and her powers only partially restored, she decided to prepare the evening meal. With a flick of her fingers, a chicken and a handful of leeks sprouted instantaneously. The remaining eggs and leeks were placed into the preservation cabinet for processing at a later time. Finally, regarding the leeks still caked in soil, she stored them back within her spatial button, turned, and exited through the back door of the house, placing them on the vacant patch of land behind. Observing the barren ground, she inquired, Xiaoji No. 1, do we possess any tools for gardening at home? Beep. Xiaoji number 1 can assist the mistress with gardening. Please hold on, came the response from within the house. Before long, Xiaoji number 1 emerged, standing beside by Mianmian. Beep. Mistress, please instruct Xiaoji no. 1 on how to proceed. First, please moisten that patch of land, and then turn the soil beneath, by Mianmian indicated toward the area adjacent to the house. Afterward, she gestured to demonstrate the approximate size required. Following closely behind her, Xiaoji number 1 scanned the designated area and replied, Beep. Understood, mistress. Perceiving that the patch of land would keep Xiaoji number 1 occupied for a while, Bai Mianmin strolled back to the kitchen, preparing to cook dinner for herself. As she approached the threshold of the kitchen, Bai Mianmin suddenly halted, as if a thought had struck her. By the way, Xiaoji number 1. Have the star coins for the kitchen renovation been paid? She inquired, glancing at her terminal only to find no payment information. The payment for the kitchen renovation order has been completed, Xiaoji number 1 responded, prompting a look of confusion from Bai Mianmin. She opened her terminal to review the payment statements, but found no record of the kitchen renovation expenses. Xiaoji number 1. Was it you who paid the star coins? I don't see any expenditures listed on my end, she asked. Xiaoji number 1 explained, the payment account is linked to the male protagonist's account. So the star coins were directly deducted from his account. Bai Mianmin thought this explanation was not entirely unexpected, however. She had not considered the payment for the kitchen renovation prior to this moment. Can your payment account be linked to mine? She inquired. Certainly, mistress. I can apply for the binding, and you just need to approve it, Xiaoji number 1 replied. After clicking to approve Xiaoji number 1's request on her terminal, Bai Mianmin stated, from now on, when I ask you to purchase something, ensure you use my account for the star coin payments. Understood, mistress. The directive has been set. Xiaoji number 1 affirmed. Upon hearing this, Bai Mianmin entered the kitchen and, noticing that the mushrooms had nearly absorbed the pollutants, instructed them to disperse into mushroom spores. Subsequently, she directed the spores to regrow into mushrooms atop the chickens and leeks to continue absorbing contaminants. Satisfied that everything appeared in order, Bai Mianmin began to prepare the pots and pans she would need. Suddenly, she realized, to her dismay, that there was no salt in the kitchen. Staring at the spotless countertop in silence, she was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she placed a rugby-sized egg into the pot, filled it halfway with water, covered it, and set the heat to boil. No nutritional liquid for me tonight, she declared with a clap of her hands. While waiting for the eggs to cook, Bai Mianmin went to observe Xiaoji number 1 tilling the soil. To her surprise, it performed the task quite adeptly, maneuvering its wheels skillfully even on uneven ground. Once the soil was prepared, it dug holes to plant the leeks and watered them thoroughly. After reminding Xiaoji number 1 to water them again in the morning, Bai Mianmin returned to the kitchen. Fearing the eggs might not be fully cooked, she waited an entire hour. During this time, she purchased the necessary seasonings through her terminal. Relieved that although there were purchase limits, none of the items were sold out. I absolutely cannot endure another day of eating plain boiled eggs due to a lack of seasonings. An hour later, she turned off the heat, removed the eggs from the pot, and rinsed them under cold water. Once the shells had cooled, Bai Mianmin eagerly cracked them open, and a rich aroma wafted forth. Ignoring the heat, she swiftly peeled away the shell and scooped out a piece of egg white with a spoon, blowing on it gently before savoring it. The delectable aroma wafted through the air, devoid of any other flavors. The simplicity of the boiled egg was utterly delightful. Each bite led to another. And upon reaching the golden yolk, despite a slight choking sensation, its rich flavor was the finest she had ever savored. Bai Mianmin stood by the kitchen counter, relishing every morsel of the egg, which resembled an oversized rugby ball. The warm feeling of satiety stirred her emotions, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to cry, Bai Mianmin said, Xiaoji number 1, remember to help me purchase vegetables and meat tomorrow. Buy whatever you can find. Understood, my lady, came the prompt reply. Chapter 27, The Upgrade of Powers Upon Waking the Next Day. Bai Mianmin immediately sensed a change in her abilities. They were markedly more vibrant than the previous day. However, the difference was subtle, and it did not alert her until she was fully awake. Recalling her arrival in this interstellar realm and the transformation of her power nucleus into a mushroom, she pondered if something had occurred once more. She quickly centered her thoughts to perceive the red-capped, white-spotted mushroom nestled in her mind. It appeared to be thriving, exuding a newfound vitality. It dawned on her that it had upgraded. Wait, had it truly leveled up? Bai Mianmin was taken aback. How could she have upgraded simply by waking from slumber? While ascending from level 1 to level 2 was generally straightforward, this seemed overly effortless. Could there be potential hazards? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she meticulously examined her abilities, even manipulating the mushroom spores and the fully grown mushroom. Having previously experienced level 2, She found no discrepancies. The conclusion was clear. Her powers were intact. But what if there were issues with her body? Thus, Mianmian proceeded to conduct a thorough check of her physical state, moving her limbs with ease. Ultimately, she concluded that her body was also in perfect condition. Moreover, she felt remarkably light today. The discomfort from the electromagnetic cannon that had plagued her chest yesterday had vanished. This truly marked a legitimate upgrade to level 2 powers. How had this occurred? Perplexed, Mianmian reflected on the events of the previous day, identifying 2 possible catalysts for her power upgrade. Firstly, her brief use of her abilities to attack that peculiar hen, and secondly, the boiled egg she had consumed last night. She hypothesized that the egg was the more likely contributor to her ascension. After all, the notion that merely utilizing her powers once could lead to an upgrade seemed almost too good to be true. That egg had indeed been laid by that extraordinary hen. Yet, it was strange. She had not sensed any latent energy within the egg at the time of consumption. It had merely tasted delightful, without any inkling that it could provide her with upgrading energy. Perhaps she should investigate further for more eggs next time? With this newfound resolve and a clearer understanding of her power upgrade, Mianmian finally rose and drew back the curtains on the balcony. Stepping onto the balcony, I leaned against the railing to gaze at the leeks I had planted yesterday. The verdant leaves, glistening with droplets of water, appeared quite vibrant, indicating that they had not perished. The Xiaoji No. 1 robot had obediently watered the leeks early this morning. After freshening up, I donned a delicate, flowing dress and ascended to the first floor via the lift. Didi, good morning, mistress, the robot greeted. The vegetables and meat have been successfully procured and are currently in transit. Additionally, there is a parcel for you. The Xiaoji No. 1 robot approached, cradling a metallic box. It placed the box on the ground and opened it, revealing the spices I had purchased yesterday. Observing the assortment of jars and bottles filled with condiments, I fell silent for a moment before picking up a bottle of salt to taste. Experiencing a bitter sensation on my palate, I regarded the salt container with a pensive expression. This contaminant truly lurks everywhere. Even this pristine white salt was tainted. Setting the salt down, I sampled the other spices as well, including the vegetable oil I had purchased. Excellent. None disappointed me. Each bore a bitter flavor. All the jars and bottles were opened and placed on the kitchen workbench, where the red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms began to flourish, absorbing the impurities contained within. I also retrieved the eggs and leeks collected yesterday, employing the mushrooms to extract the pollutants they harbored. Didi, would you like to drink the nutrient solution? Shashi no. One inquired once more. No, I want tea, I replied decisively this time. Didi, understood. The robot acknowledged, showing no inclination to persuade me further. By the way, Xiaoji No. 1, could you change how you address me? I asked. Being called mistress all day feels rather odd. Of course, if it's unchangeable, it's no matter. I can always replace you with a personal intelligence system later. Didi, that is possible. How would you like me to address you? Xiaoji No. 1 inquired. Hearing this, I appraised the robot, considering it a part of my household, and replied, then you may call me Mianmian. Didi, address modified to Mianmian. Modification successful. Mianmian. Hello. Xiaoji No. 1 will continue to serve you. Hello, Xiaoji No. 1, I said, nodding in satisfaction. Once the salt, oil, eggs, and leeks had all been cleansed of impurities, I eagerly prepared a dish of leek and egg stir-fry. A dish devoid of bitterness was truly delectable. Jiang Xi had mentioned taking me to the inner star domain to savor dishes free of bitterness. I had already tasted it, and it was delightful. If we were to meet again, I would treat him to a meal. I, too, could create dishes without bitterness. After finishing the leek and egg dish, the vegetables procured by Xiaoji No. 1 arrived. I had anticipated that the robot would acquire a substantial quantity of vegetables, given that I had instructed it to procure everything available. However, upon examining the vegetable box, it appeared rather modest in size, suggesting that its contents would be limited. Indeed, when she opened the box, she discovered merely 2 large cabbages, 2 white radishes, 10 bunches of bok choy, 15 stalks of green onions, 5 cloves of garlic, 20 small chili peppers, and a piece of meat sufficient for 5 or 6 people. Gazing at the vegetables hastily procured, and then glancing at the star coins spent on the terminal account, Mianmian couldn't help but feel it was not worth the expense. Vegetables sold by the stalk was one thing, but green onions sold individually, chili peppers sold by the piece. Nonetheless, while she found it unworthy, the market for vegetables in this world was what it was. If she wished to eat, she had to accept it. With a silent sigh, Mianmian placed the vegetables on the kitchen workbench, only to discover a bag of rice at the bottom of the box. This bag of rice brought her much delight, for she had been preoccupied with the vegetables and had forgotten to purchase rice. A glance at the terminal payment bill confirmed a purchase of rice at the end. Xiaoji number 1. Well done, Bai Mianmian praised. Didi Mianmian, this is what I am supposed to do, replied Xiaoji number 1, its voice steady and calm. Bai Mianmian smiled, recognizing it as a truly helpful companion at home. The red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms took turns absorbing pollutants from the vegetables, which were then placed in the functional preservation cabinet after being cleansed. That day, Bai Mianmian chose to remain indoors, familiarizing herself with Xiaoji no. 1's capabilities and the layout of the house. She began selecting her favorite furniture and decorations on the terminal. Throughout the day, she and Xiaoji no. 1 busied themselves with receiving parcels, directing delivery robots or staff and arranging the furniture. After a day of diligent work, the house no longer felt as empty as before. It appeared to be imbued with a sense of liveliness. Chapter 28. The insect tribe reappears. Bai Mianmian had spent 3 days at home, purchasing items for every corner from the living room to the dining room, and then to her own room. She also indulged in spontaneous purchases of items that were not originally planned but caught her eye. The house was arranged as she envisioned, elegantly simple, yet warm and inviting. On the 4th day, having momentarily forgotten any pressing tasks, Bai Mianmian found herself leisurely seated in a custom rocking chair, swaying gently and enjoying the tranquil ambience. She was located on the east side of the living room on the 1st floor, where 6 floor-to-ceiling glass doors replaced the wall, with the doors wide open. She sat on the corridor just outside, squinting slightly as she gazed ahead, seemingly savoring the serenity of life. If only the barren patch of dry earth before her were not so desolate, this scene could have been quite picturesque. After rocking for a while, Bai Mianmian sighed, wondering why it was so bare. A touch of green grass would suffice. Activating the terminal screen, she resolved to purchase some fruit trees or similar items for planting. She envisioned a future where she could sit here leisurely, surrounded by greenery and fruit to enjoy. What a delightful prospect it would be. However, after searching for quite some time on the Star Network, Bai Mianmian discovered with dismay that there were no plant seeds available for purchase, nor any seedlings. Puzzled, she wondered about the underlying reason. As she synchronized her queries on the screen, the answers quickly materialized. It turned out that in order to prevent ordinary individuals from cultivating potentially aggressive mutated plants, the sale of seeds and seedlings was strictly prohibited for the general populace. Only those with plant abilities or powers to purify pollutants were permitted to engage in the trade of seeds and seedlings. Reflecting on the trials she had faced during her own strength assessment, Bai Mianmian concluded it was best to forego any further verification. Since purchasing was not an option, she decided to venture into the forest to dig for them herself. Without hesitation, she donned her combat attire and set out. However, prior to heading into the woods, she made a stop in the city to acquire a multifunctional digging tool. This tool could transform into a hoe, a spade, a rake, or a pickaxe, and when not in use, it could be folded into a compact 50-centimeter stick. Wielding it and giving it a few experimental swings, Bai Mianmian nodded in approval. It was an excellent tool, made of an unknown metal that was neither too heavy nor too light, making it suitable for everyday use. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Bai Mianmian immediately spotted a charming red flower blooming nearby. She approached cautiously and, after surveying the area for any potential dangers, she took out her digging tool and transformed it into a hoe to begin her excavation. Soon, she unearthed the plant and set it aside, intending to gather more before storing them in her spatial pouch. Just as she continued her digging, she sensed someone approaching from nearby. Casting a sidelong glance, she observed a young boy who appeared to be of a tender age, possessing a secondary fire ability. The awakening of abilities varies per individual. Some may awaken at a young age while others might not until their late teens or early 20s, all of which is considered normal. Bai Mianmian ceased her actions, her gaze fixed intently on the boy. Although he seemed harmless, who could truly ascertain his thoughts? And how could one be sure that he was genuinely alone? Being solitary in such an environment warranted caution, for incidents of being ambushed and meeting untimely ends were not uncommon in this post-apocalyptic world. The boy, caught under Bai Mianmian's tranquil gaze, hesitated, feeling a sense of unease as he looked back at her. Her deepening eyes unexpectedly reminded her of an unpleasant memory, one where a boy had attempted to lure her into an ambush, ultimately leading to his demise when she retaliated with a mushroom explosion that decimated him. Nonetheless, the experience of being besieged left her feeling quite disheveled, thus tainting that memory. The boy suddenly felt an ominous aura emanating from the woman before him, rendering him speechless. Just then, a male voice echoed from behind a nearby tree, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves. Song Qing, what are you doing? Zhao Hui observed Song Qing standing there and instinctively approached him, his gaze subconsciously drifting to what Song Qing had been looking at moments prior. Upon noticing Bai Mianmian standing nearby, devoid of any perceptible fluctuations of supernatural energy, Zhao Hui deduced that this woman was an ordinary person. Nevertheless, a wary expression crossed his face. A seemingly ordinary woman daring to appear alone at the forest's edge might not be as unremarkable as she appeared. Uncle Zhao, I noticed her digging. So I thought I should warn her that it won't yield any star coins, Song Qing remarked, turning to face Zhao Hui. However, his furtive glances towards Bai Mianmian as he spoke indicated that his words were intended for her ears. Bai Mianmian observed the scene with an expression of calmness. Zhao Hui gazed at Song Qing, somewhat speechless, and after he finished speaking, retorted with irritation, if she wants to dig, let her be. Why do you care so much? Having said this, Zhao Hui disregarded the discontent evident on Song Qing's face and addressed Bai Mianmian, saying, My apologies, madam. My child is rather ignorant, and I hope we haven't disturbed you. Bai Mianmian replied coolly, It's nothing. Noticing that Bai Mianmian remained still despite saying it was fine. Zhao Hui, sensing her reticence, added, That's good to hear. We won't intrude any further. Please carry on with your tasks. With that, he pulled the visibly displeased Song Qing back in the direction they came from. Once they were out of sight, and sensing no unusual activity around them, Bai Mianmian returned to her task of digging. After a while, she collected a root with soil still clinging to it into her spatial button and chose a direction to leave. She paused intermittently, having unearthed a fair number of plants. Although most were ornamental, among them, she had only found a single grapevine, which bore no fruit. Unsure of the quality of the grapes it might produce, she decided to take it back for planting. As Bai Mianmian contemplated delving deeper into the forest, a sudden voice notification echoed in her left ear. Please proceed to the destination to eliminate the insect race. Insect race. Instantly, Bai Mianmian recalled the seafood crabs from earlier. Without hesitation, she activated her terminal and followed the navigation, propelling herself forward. The smart voice prompt repeated the announcement twice before ceasing. Yet the terminal continued to display the distance to her destination. The speed of her hovering shoes accelerated, and after a while, she heard the distant sounds of artillery explosions. Her eyes brightened with anticipation. She was nearing her destination. What type of insect race awaited her this time? Could it be crabs? Perhaps spider crabs? With eager thoughts, Bai Mianmian maneuvered through the trees ahead, only to come to a sudden halt upon witnessing the scene before her. Chapter 29. A sudden explosion with a resounding crack. A towering tree, over 10 meters tall, was abruptly severed in half. Entwined around the broken trunk was a long tentacle adorned with dark patterns and equipped with suction cups. In a swift motion, the tentacle flung the severed trunk away. The severed tree trunk, propelled through the air with a piercing sound, hurtled towards the gathered crowd with relentless speed. Retreat. Run. The sight of the descending trunk sent the crowd into a frenzy, as they scattered in all directions, shrieking in alarm. Suspended in midair, Bai Mianmian beheld a colossal octopus with a bulbous head and 8 tentacles, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and thicker than her own thighs, leaving her utterly astonished. What an enormous octopus! However, upon closer inspection, just as she contemplated the thought of consuming it, the creature vanished with a resounding clap. It was not a mere 6th-tier entity, but rather an extraordinary psychic insect overlord. Though its aura suggested it possessed formidable strength, she knew she could not contend with it at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained down upon the octopus overlord. The creature swiftly maneuvered its long tentacles, evading the onslaught with remarkable speed. Only the first couple of shells struck the octopus, inflicting minor wounds, while the majority were deftly dodged. The projectiles that missed the target instead detonated against the trees and ground nearby. Such incredible speed, Bai Mianmian observed with a serious expression. Its long limbs enabled it to traverse swiftly. Some quick-reacting individuals fired their weapons in tandem with the octopus's movements. Boom, boom, boom. Utilizing its soft, boneless physique, the octopus weaved through the forest with an unusual grace. The shells aimed at it were either evaded or deflected by nearby trees, leaving only a scant few to strike true. In the midst of eluding the shells, the octopus seized the opportunity to grasp nearby tree branches, snapping them and hurling the severed trunks towards those assaulting it. Those focused on attacking the octopus were forced to dodge once more. Despite the absence of high-tier psychics among the assailants, the sheer number present seemed sufficient to keep the octopus at bay. Suddenly, the sound of a tree snapping echoed from afar. Bai Mianmian turned her gaze, piercing through the dense foliage, and spotted a massive tree toppling towards her from 100 meters away. Aware of the danger posed by such a height, she swiftly commanded her hovering shoes to retreat. The tree initially leaned slowly, but as its crown tilted fully, it accelerated towards the ground with a thunderous crash. Bai Mianmian evaded the falling tree and ascended to avoid the dust cloud that erupted from its impact. On the other side of the severed tree, countless lower-tier octopuses wreaked havoc upon the forest, toppling both small and large trees alike. The sound of artillery erupted as reinforcements arrived from all directions, unhesitatingly engaging the octopuses that were destroying the forest. Seeing so many octopuses she could defeat, Mianmian immediately turned and soared towards them. Upon arriving at the scene, Mianmian immediately beheld a colossal octopus, its long tentacles ensnaring a man's waist. A piercing scream echoed, and after spewing forth blood, the man succumbed to silence. "I shall slay you," someone bellowed, launching a cannonball towards the octopus. Before Mianmian could witness the impact, she suddenly heard a swift whoosh approaching her with alarming speed. Without hesitation, she swiftly sidestepped, her fingers subtly moving to conjure a red-capped, white-spotted mushroom that burgeoned in midair. The source of the whoosh was a tentacle, darting towards the airborne mushroom with incredible velocity. Just as the tentacle was about to make contact, the mushroom detonated with a resounding blast. The tentacle, caught unawares, was severed by the explosion. The pain compelled the octopus to extend another tentacle towards Mianmian, who had already fixed her gaze on the creature's rounded head. With a slight raise of her hand, spores from the mushroom that had been floating in the air surged forth, landing upon the octopus's head. Evading the incoming tentacle with agility, Mianmian summoned another red-capped, white-spotted mushroom that rapidly grew upon the octopus's head before exploding, obliterating it in an instant. The tentacle that had aimed to strike her fell powerless to the ground. Just as she dispatched one octopus, two more whooshes approached her. With keen auditory discernment, Mianmian maneuvered her hovering shoes to evade while locking her sights on the two attacking octopuses. Her fingers danced, sending mushroom spores racing towards her targets, which settled upon them. With a flick of her finger, two red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms swiftly sprouted, followed by another explosive detonation. The two octopuses were instantly dispatched. With her current level of extraordinary abilities, dealing with these powerless insectoid foes was as effortless as a single blast for each. Suddenly, Mianmian darted back. Flying low with rapidity, the octopus tentacles relentlessly assaulted her. With deft movements, she expertly dodged each attack. The whooshes near her ears failed to deter her resolute focus on the task ahead. As she soared above the remnants of the octopus's exploded head, she swiftly reached out, grasping a tentacle and stuffing it into her spatial pouch. By the time she passed through, the octopus tentacles on the ground had vanished. With a wave of her hand, mushrooms rapidly sprouted on the remaining attacking octopus's heads, followed by another series of explosions. The round heads were obliterated instantly, leaving behind 8 severed tentacles on the ground. Amid the cacophony of explosions, Mianmian continued to gather the octopus tentacles, collecting those from the initial octopus she had dispatched, followed by those from the subsequent ones. At this moment, she refrained from initiating attacks. All the octopuses she had eliminated were those that had aggressively sought her out. Thus, she busily sought opportunities to gather the abandoned octopus tentacles while simultaneously delivering decisive blows to the attacking octopuses. Indeed, she was quite occupied. Yet, her diligence brought her joy. Her actions had become remarkably more adept, transitioning from a solitary strike to one that could fell 10 octopus heads at once. Currently, everyone was engrossed in the extermination of octopuses, preoccupied with safeguarding their own safety. Otherwise, one might question her sanity for so willingly plunging into the heart of the octopus horde, perilously skirting death while persistently collecting tentacles for her spatial button. Chapter 30. Continuing the headshots, having slain one octopus, another soon charged forth, followed by 3 or 4 more in pursuit. Beyond them lay an overwhelming multitude of octopuses, seemingly endless. Wherever these creatures traversed, all vegetation was obliterated, great trees were snapped in half, stumps were toppled, and even boulders were overturned, resembling a violent demolition crew at work. Numerous individuals had rushed to combat the octopuses, yet their numbers paled in comparison to the vast swarm before them. Consequently, certain areas lacked sufficient personnel to intercept the octopuses, such as the vicinity where Mianmian found herself. The nearest group of people was at least 50 meters away, leaving her actions of dispatching octopuses and collecting tentacles unnoticed. Mianmian had been engaged in her task for a while, amassing quite a number of octopus tentacles in her spatial button. Each tentacle measured 1 to 2 meters in length, and if they were indeed edible, they would suffice for an extended period. However, she was uncertain of their edibility. The Star Network offered no information regarding consumable insectoid species. Her urgency to gather these tentacles stemmed from an obsession with culinary delights she had never tasted but had heard of. Regardless of their edibility, she resolved to collect as many as possible, reasoning that if they proved inedible, she could simply discard them later. Conversely, if they were indeed delectable, she would not regret her initial hesitation to gather more. Soaring through the air, Mianmian adeptly shifted her position, at times diving low, at others veering sharply. or suddenly ascending to greater heights. Each maneuver was a strategic evasion of one or more tentacle strikes. While dodging these attacks, her fingers would occasionally flick, and with each motion, a red-capped, white-spotted mushroom would sprout atop the heads of the attacking octopuses. The moment these mushrooms fully formed, they would explode, resulting in the decimation of the octopus heads. The tentacles that had reached out to assault Mianmian would then fall limply to the ground. Resolving to cease her collection of octopus tentacles, Mianmian accelerated her flight, delving deeper into the throng of octopuses rather than retreating. Bang! Wherever Mianmian passed, the octopuses nearby, whether solitary or in clusters, met their demise with their heads exploded. With the detonation of the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms, the air became saturated with mushroom spores. There was hardly any need for Mianmian to exert control over these spores. Whenever she wished, a red-capped white-spotted mushroom would flourish atop the heads of the attacking octopuses. The mushrooms blossomed and detonated in less than a second. The sheer number of octopuses that perished in sudden explosions caught the attention of many outside the swarm who were engaged in eliminating the creatures. Who was that? How audacious to charge into the midst of the octopus swarm. What incredible speed. Mad. How could one dare to flit about so recklessly among the octopuses? But was it truly reckless? This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of those who voiced their astonishment. The figure, amidst the octopus swarm, deftly evaded the onslaught of numerous tentacles, launching lethal counterattacks against the octopuses. It was indeed a formidable individual. The murmurs of those around him momentarily distracted Song Qing, who was hurling fireballs at the octopuses. From a distance, he glimpsed a figure darting through the swarm, unable to discern whether they were male or female. Nevertheless, he was struck with astonishment. Was it possible to eradicate the insectoid creatures in such a manner? Lost in his amazement, Song Qing failed to notice a tentacle from an octopus reaching out toward him. Just as the tentacle was about to strike, a wind blade sliced through the air, severing it. Song Qing, what are you doing? Zhao Hui bellowed, dispatching another wind blade toward the octopus attacking Song Qing. Snapped back to reality. Song Qing noticed the falling tentacle and was startled, hastily redirecting his focus to the octopuses. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhao. I was distracted, he quickly apologized. Humph. Zhao Hui snorted, but chose not to elaborate further. The octopus swarmed before them, while trivial in comparison to his level of strength, still warranted caution from Song Qing, who was at a lower tier. Thus, any admonishments would have to wait until they were truly safe. Seeing that Song Qing was momentarily secure, Zhao Hui raised his gaze toward Mianmian, his eyes growing increasingly profound. With his heightened vision as an advanced ability user, he could clearly discern the features of that individual. It was the woman he had encountered at the forest's edge, whom he had presumed to be an ordinary person. To think that there truly existed devices capable of concealing one's abilities. What was her intention in suppressing her power? Indeed, her appearance at the forest's perimeter had a purpose. Unaware of the suspicion surrounding her intentions, Mianmian suddenly propelled herself upward with great force. The octopus tentacles swiftly followed her ascent. Suddenly, a red-capped white-spotted mushroom sprouted atop the head of an octopus, extending its tentacles. Bang! The red-capped, white-spotted mushroom erupted, causing the octopus's head to explode simultaneously. The octopus tentacles, which had been desperately climbing upward in pursuit of the fluffy white object, suddenly lost strength and began to plummet downward. As Mianmian evaded the attacking tentacles, she cast a glance at the vast area below that had been cleared by the octopus, only to see another octopus rushing in. Frowning slightly, she turned and soared away from the swarm of octopuses. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Mianmian looked up sharply, realizing that the patrol team's mecha had arrived, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the formidable octopus. The creature was no pushover. Although it could not approach the mecha hovering above, it had 8 agile tentacles at its disposal. As the mecha bombarded it from the sky, the octopus scurried along the ground, hurling tree trunks and large stones towards the mecha with its tentacles, enhanced by its power-based abilities. Any direct hit on the mecha would leave a dent, causing it to sway precariously in the air. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the chaos. Just as Mianmian was about to escape the throng of octopuses, she saw a man in combat attire being ensnared by an octopus tentacle and lifted into the air. Meanwhile, his comrades were frantically dodging the tentacle's assaults, unable to lend assistance. With a steely gaze, Mianmian's fingers twitched, causing a red-capped, white-spotted mushroom to sprout upon the tentacle that held the man. In that instant, the man coughed up blood. The mushroom exploded, severing the tentacle. The man, still entwined around his waist by the tentacle, fell from the sky. His eyes, which had been rolling back in a state of panic, returned to normal as the constriction around his abdomen suddenly released. Chapter 31. delivering to the original host originally. Rescuing someone had been a mere afterthought. But upon seeing the man's face, White Mianmian felt that this casual act might not be so uncomplicated in the future. Perhaps it was best to assess the appearance of those in need of rescue before deciding to intervene. Observing the man, now lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, she gestured with her fingers once more, causing another red-capped, white-spotted mushroom to blossom above his head. What a coincidence, she thought. She had intended to seek him out when she had the chance to escort him to the original host, never anticipating their paths would cross today. Coughing violently, the man struggled to breathe, blood occasionally spilling from his lips. Ignoring his labored breaths, he gazed at White Mianmian with a pained expression. His eyes filled with gratitude as he uttered, "Thank you for saving me." At his words, White Mianmian could not suppress a cold laugh. Her intention to detonate the mushroom momentarily halted. "Guowenyong, have you forgotten about White Mianmian?" she asked icily, hovering in the air. Just days prior, he had mentioned to the original host that he could take her outside the city to search for mutated plants, claiming that even a single plant could be exchanged for thousands of star coins. He had assured her that many ordinary people would accompany them, presenting no danger, merely requiring 1,000 star coins for the opportunity to leave the city. Initially, the protagonist had no intention of venturing out, fully aware of the dangers that lurked beyond the city limits. The prospect of earning 1,000 star coins seemed overwhelmingly significant to her. However, many ordinary residents from her street chose to take the risk, returning safely and having acquired a substantial amount of star coins. As an orphan who had grown up in a state-run orphanage until the age of 18, the protagonist's introverted nature had rendered her somewhat reclusive. Upon reaching the age limit for the orphanage, she was assigned to a government-provided residence. For the first 2 years, her accommodation was rent-free, but thereafter, she would need to pay an annual fee of 10,000 star coins to continue living there. Upon her departure from the orphanage, the government credited her account with 5,000 star coins as part of a support initiative, which would suffice for her to live steadily if she could secure a job promptly. Unfortunately, due to her personality, she had been unable to find stable employment over the past 2 years. As the deadline for the housing payment approached and her funds fell short, she hesitated but ultimately decided to give her star coins to Guowenyong in exchange for a spot to leave the city. He assured her repeatedly that there would be no danger and promised protection, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances. As this was her first time leaving the city, the only person she knew with any combat capability was Guowenyong, so she kept close to him as he frequently reassured her of their protection. However, when they encountered the flying mosquito-like creatures, it was Guowenyong and his companions who were the first to flee. The protagonist, upon witnessing their retreat, instinctively followed suit, fully aware that ordinary individuals could not outrun flying foes. In a bid for survival, Guowenyong shoved her aside during their escape, betraying the promise of protection he had made. This act ultimately led to the injury on her forehead when she regained consciousness. At that moment, upon hearing her words, Guowenyong paused, his expression shifting as he recalled who she was. As he gazed at her again, he recognized the resemblance she bore to the White Mianmian he had known, causing his complexion to pale, for among those who had ventured out with him, White Mianmian had never returned. "I remember, when we encountered the mosquito-like creatures, everyone panicked and fled. She did not escape. I am truly sorry. Who exactly are you to White Mianmian?" Guowenyong said, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. White Mianmian blinked in surprise, realizing that he did not recognize her as the interstellar White Mianmian. In truth, a person's character can indeed influence their appearance. Thus, despite sharing the same body, the protagonist and White Mianmian appeared as entirely different individuals to those who had known the original. Reflecting on how Guowenyong had deceived the protagonist into leaving the city for the sake of star coins, it became evident that he would not care about the appearance of someone he had exploited, making his failure to recognize her rather commonplace. Disgusting, indeed, that such a person could so callously disregard human life. Mianmian cast a cold, piercing gaze at Guowenyong. She did not escape. Her failure to flee was precisely due to your actions, wasn't it? A flicker of panic crossed Guowenyong's eyes as his hand, resting on the ground, subconsciously moved toward the firearm nearby. I do not comprehend what you were saying," he declared, deliberately lifting his chin to direct her attention solely to his face. Yet, internally, he grappled with the realization that among those he had previously pushed aside was Mianmian herself. Mianmian regarded Guowenyong's subtle movements with a detached expression, then shifted her gaze toward the group engaged in eliminating the octopus creatures, who occasionally cast fleeting glances in their direction. A faint, icy smile curled at her lips as her fingers twitched slightly, causing the red-capped, white-spotted mushroom atop Guowenyong's head to suddenly release an invisible, odorless gas. "Do you not understand? Denial changes nothing," Mianmian spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing her words, Guo Wenyong was about to retort. But his eyes widened in terror as if he had witnessed something horrific, letting out a chilling scream. Ah, Wenyong, what is wrong? Someone nearby called out in concern. But Guo Wenyong offered no reply. Facing the oncoming octopus creatures, he staggered back, panic-stricken. Ah, it's not me. I am not myself. Blood trickled from his mouth. Seemingly unnoticed, as he continued to cry out, Ah, do not come near. At that moment, the red-capped, white-spotted mushroom on his head transformed into spores. Yet the look of dread on Guo Wenyong's face did not dissipate. Turning to confront the advancing octopus, Mianmian raised her hand, and clusters of red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms sprouted atop the octopus's head. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the mushrooms detonated, obliterating the octopus's head. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Guo Wenyong's piercing screams echoed. Ah! As the explosions ceased, so too did his cries. To onlookers, it appeared that Guo Wenyong had been terrified into silence by the rampaging octopus creatures, collapsing as Mianmian dispatched them. Wenyong, a man clad in blue combat attire, rushed towards him. Upon seeing Guo Wenyong sprawled on the ground, eyes wide with fear, he halted in his tracks. It was evident that Guo Wenyong had succumbed to fright. Mianmian glanced at the approaching man before turning her attention back to Guo Wenyong. Her tone flat as she remarked, such cowardice. Confirming that Guo Wenyong had indeed breathed his last, Mianmian made no further delay, activating her hover shoes to ascend and depart. As she vanished into the distance, the man in blue combat gear looked down at Guo Wenyong, his expression a tapestry of inscrutable emotions. Chapter 32. The weapons he procured for her, suspended 10 centimeters above the ground. Mianmian quietly observed the group before her as they battled the octopus creatures. Among the onlookers, Zhao Hui's body tensed as he wielded wind blades against the octopus creatures, all the while vigilantly guarding against Mianmian's presence behind him. Why did she stand there? What were her intentions? Unbeknownst to her, someone was vigilantly watching from the shadows. Mianmian observed for a considerable time, and concluded that although these octopus-like creatures were capable of killing, they did not consume humans. As long as they refrained from devouring human flesh, she would not have to discard the tentacles of the octopus creatures in her spatial button just yet. It was only upon seeing the corpses strewn across the ground that Mianmian pondered this matter, if these octopus-like beings were carnivorous. No matter how much she craved delectable delicacies, she would never dare to touch their tentacles. After casting fireballs for an extended period, Song Qing felt his powers nearly depleted. He turned to Zhao Hui, intending to ask for a moment's respite, but noticed Zhao Hui glancing nervously over his shoulder, unable to restrain his curiosity. Song Qing followed suit. Upon seeing Mianmian standing there, he could not help but exclaim, How did she end up there? At that moment, Mianmian suddenly drew a plasma gun from her spatial button and aimed it directly at Song Qing. Staring at the plasma gun pointed at him, Song Qing was momentarily stunned. Zhao Hui, who was also observing Mianmian, felt a jolt of alarm. Was she finally going to make a move against them? But why? As Zhao Hui instinctively grabbed Song Qing, intending to pull him away, he sensed a more perilous presence looming behind him than the plasma gun before them. With a loud bang, the plasma gun discharged, and Mianmian stepped back, utilizing her anti-gravity shoes to withstand the recoil. Song Qing could only watch in horror as the plasma round hurtled toward him, his mind blank, completely forgetting to evade until the projectile zipped past his head with a whoosh. The tentacle of the octopus creature hovering in midair was obliterated in the explosion. Zhao Hui turned around abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, a formidable octopus creature had appeared behind him, with one tentacle severed. The creature's remaining tentacle lashed out toward Zhao Hui and Song Qing. Reacting swiftly this time, Zhao Hui firmly grasped Song Qing while activating his anti-gravity shoes, propelling them both away. Boom. Just as they departed, the tentacle aimed at them was again blasted apart by a plasma round. Once Zhao Hui and Song Qing had retreated, Mianmian immediately set her sights on the head of the octopus creature. A plasma round struck its head with a resounding explosion. Though unable to annihilate the high-tier mosquitoes, the plasma round obliterated the head of the high-tier octopus creature. Within the ranks of the high-tier octopus creatures, more of their kind began to emerge, which was not an isolated occurrence. In an instant, many were caught off guard. Some were ensnared by the tentacles and met their demise, while others were flung back, spitting blood. Those with lesser combat abilities promptly retreated, and as the number of those withdrawing increased, even those who could have stood their ground were compelled to follow suit. As the crowd fell back, the octopus creatures advanced forward, covering significant ground. As she observed the swiftly advancing swarm of octopus-like creatures brandishing their tentacles, Mianmian maneuvered her hovering shoes to retreat. Although her abilities had ascended to a higher level, her physical strength had not significantly enhanced. Thus, The recoil from the plasma gun remained somewhat overwhelming for her. The fleeing crowd revealed that not everyone possessed hovering shoes. Those who did instantly widened the gap between themselves and the formidable octopus-like creatures, while those without such footwear could only rely on their own legs to flee, resulting in a diminished speed. The octopus-like creatures, with their 8 tentacles alternating in a coordinated crawl, quickly closed the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The individuals running on foot, while retreating, discharged their firearms at the pursuing octopus-like creatures. However, the number of attacks capable of inflicting harm upon these formidable foes was scarce. Some projectiles exploded upon impact with the octopus-like creatures, yet they failed to inflict any damage. Certain metal projectiles were even repelled by the creature's smooth skin. Witnessing this scene, Bai Mianmian's eyes dimmed slightly. The weapons Jiang Xi had purchased for her were superior to those wielded by the individuals before her. Although she had chosen those weapons herself, they were of a far higher quality than what she currently observed. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as someone was flung away by a tentacle of the octopus-like creature. Another cry followed as someone was ensnared in midair. Bang! The tentacle grasping the individual was severed. The person who had been lifted into the air plummeted downward. Yet before they could reach the ground, another tentacle ensnared them once again. After managing to create sufficient distance with her hovering shoes, those equipped with ranged weapons began their assault. The individuals present were either devoid of abilities or, like Bai Mianmian, possessed abilities of a lesser caliber. Thus, the ranged attacks consisted primarily of gunfire. However, many of these weapons, such as the plasma gun, were capable of taking down an octopus-like creature with a single shot. With the support of these attacks, those being relentlessly pursued by the octopus-like creatures finally had a moment to catch their breath and hastily continued their escape. Bai Mianmian refrained from engaging the octopus-like creatures. It appeared that the firepower of the present individuals was sufficient to suppress the immediate threat posed by the swarm. After waiting for a while, a group of reinforcements suddenly emerged from another direction. With the arrival of this new contingent, the octopus-like creatures quickly ceased to pose a significant threat. Madam, Zhao Hui approached Bai Mianmian with Song Qing in tow. Noticing Bai Mianmian focused on the battle against the octopus-like creatures, she did not initially acknowledge him, continuing to watch the scene ahead. Seeing that Bai Mianmian did not respond, Zhao Hui stepped in front of her. Hello. As an unfamiliar presence entered her line of sight, Bai Mianmian turned to see Zhao Hui looking at her, prompting her to inquire, "Is there something you need? We have come to express our gratitude. Thank you for saving us a moment ago," Zhao Hui said, his expression earnest as he gazed at Bai Mianmian. Although he remained somewhat guarded towards her in his heart, the fact that she had rescued them was undeniable, and thus, they ought to extend their thanks. "Thank you for saving us," Song Qing chimed in. Bai Mianmian regarded them thoughtfully before finally realizing what they were referring to. "No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial act," she replied with a calm demeanor. After speaking, she averted her gaze and turned towards the individuals engaged in combating the octopus-like creatures. This was an invaluable opportunity to comprehend the martial hierarchy of this world. It must not be squandered. Chapter 33. A single strike by Mianmian's response and demeanor took Zhao Hui by surprise. To him, her repeated appearances before them must have been driven by some ulterior motive. Though he could not fathom what interest she could possibly have in impoverished individuals like himself and Song Qing, the notion that it might merely be coincidence was perplexing. Why, then, had she concealed her extraordinary abilities and masqueraded as an ordinary person? Thus, when he approached her to acknowledge her life-saving deed, he sought to discern whether she might reveal something more. Of course, he genuinely wished to express his gratitude and considered offering something in return. However, he never anticipated her nonchalant attitude. Could it be that he was overthinking? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhao Hui's expression shifted. Meanwhile, Song Qing, standing beside him, wore a pale, rigid visage. The plasma bullet that had shot directly towards him replayed incessantly in his mind. If that bullet had deviated even slightly, could it have cost him his life? The more he pondered, the more terrifying the thought became. Suppressing his own thoughts, Zhao Hui attempted to engage Bai Mianmian further. But he noticed Song Qing's condition was deteriorating. "Song Qing, what is wrong? Are you injured?" he asked with concern. Gripping Song Qing's arm and inspecting him from head to toe, finding no visible wounds, his heart eased somewhat. Upon hearing Zhao Hui's exclamation and redirecting her gaze, Bai Mianmian was taken aback by Song Qing's complexion, which clearly indicated he was in shock. Had he encountered some horrific danger? With this thought in mind, Bai Mianmian heightened her awareness of the surroundings, wary of any threats she might have overlooked. As Zhao Hui's hand pulled him back to reality, the harrowing images in Song Qing's mind dissipated. He regained his composure, though a lingering fear remained in his eyes. Sensing Zhao Hui's concern for him, Song Qing mustered a strained smile, saying, "Uncle Zhao, I'm fine." However, Zhao Hui scrutinized Song Qing's face, his brow furrowed. "You do not appear to be fine. We should return to the hospital immediately." After finishing her conversation with Song Qing, Zhao Hui turned to Mianmian and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Hui from the Voyager Mercenary Corps. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out at our base." Without waiting for Mianmian's response, he grasped Song Qing's hand and activated his hover shoes, soaring away towards the edge of the forest. Mianmian, oblivious to the potential dangers surrounding her, redirected her attention back to the scene of the battle against the octopus insectoids as the two men departed, showing little reaction to Zhao Hui's words. Observing the growing number of people engaged in the fight and realizing that there seemed to be an insufficient amount of octopus insectoids to go around, a sudden thought struck her. She activated her terminal screen, discovering that each octopus insectoid of this level could be exchanged for 1,000 star coins and 10 merit points. She pondered, no wonder so many have arrived all of a sudden. Their destructive power far surpasses that of previous encounters. We have yet to see such a formidable crowd during our earlier skirmishes with the octopus insectoids, which implies a significant underestimation of their threat. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire forest to tremble. Instantly, Mianmian's hover shoes activated, propelling her straight upwards. Many others nearby also ascended rapidly. Standing atop the treetops, she gazed toward the source of the sound, where, under the dim sky, a deep pit revealed itself amidst the lush green canopy. Inside the pit lay an octopus insectoid, its head pierced through by a gaping hole, its tentacles flailing weakly at the edges. It was evident that its struggles were becoming increasingly futile. Above, a flying vessel pointed its cannon directly at the pit. Mianmian scrutinized the ship, her eyes deepening with intrigue. The octopus insectoid that had just been slain was indeed one of the powerful class, taken down with a single blow. Such impressive weaponry. With the most formidable of the class eliminated, the remaining octopus insectoids had nearly all been dispatched. Those who had initially approached the formidable creatures were now beginning to withdraw, while those who had retreated due to the presence of the octopus insectoids emerged once more to engage the remaining foes. As the last of the class octopus insectoids fell, the assembled crowd gradually dispersed back towards the city. Mianmian followed suit, recalling the previous residence of the original owner, which she anticipated would soon be reclaimed by the authorities. She needed to retrieve the belongings left behind. Although her memories indicated that the original owner possessed very few personal effects, she made her way through the sparsely populated streets, quickly locating the former home based on her recollections. Using her terminal number, she unlocked the door. The apartment was a one-bedroom, one-bath layout, allowing her to efficiently pack the original owner's items into a box she had brought from the orphanage. After securing the box within her spatial button, Mianmian submitted her move-out form via the terminal. Had it not been for the inability to purchase property here, and the restriction against vacant rentals, she would have considered outright buying the house, or at least renting it indefinitely to store the former owner's belongings. Speaking of property acquisition, it is quite perplexing to ponder which genius devised the notion that purchasing a house necessitates the deduction of 100,000 merit points. Consequently, even with her accrued star coins, she finds herself powerless to acquire a home that truly belongs to her. How infuriating. Upon returning home later than anticipated, she wished to avoid the hassle of cooking. Mianmian, clutching a nutrient solution, stood in the vacant lot behind the house. As she sipped her nutrient drink, her gaze fell upon the box she had placed on the ground, containing the former owner's personal effects. Once she finished the nutrient solution, Mianmian stared at the box and mused, "According to our customs, we use fire to send items across. I wonder if this world operates similarly." Observing the quietly resting box, Mianmian retrieved her replaced terminal from her spatial button and pondered whether it too could be sent by fire. After a moment's reflection, she decided to place the old terminal atop the box, thinking it best to incinerate them together. If it wouldn't burn, she could address that later. Stepping back, she took out a firebomb from her spatial button, gauging the distance before throwing it onto the box. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, followed by a swift emergence of pale blue flames. The detection system promptly identified the open flame and initiated the fire extinguishing protocol. The voice of Xiaoji No. 1 suddenly resonated. "Wait, Xiaoji number 1, cease the fire extinguishing protocol." Mianmian called out urgently. Upon receiving the command, the system halted its actions. She sighed in relief, surprised that the flames, despite their distance from the house, were still detectable by Xiaoji number 1. As the flames danced, it became evident that the box, composed of an unknown metallic substance, was rapidly succumbing to the conflagration, exhibiting signs of melting. However, the terminal atop it remained unscathed. Chapter 34. Detecting edibility. Watching the box gradually consumed by fire, Mianmian felt a sense of satisfaction. This firebomb had been a wise purchase. She had acquired it during her shopping on the Star Network, drawn to its relatively low lethality and the fact that it did not require registration for ownership, leading her to purchase several. As she observed the flames, Xiaoji number 1 approached but remained silent, standing a short distance behind her. After a while, the box and its contents were entirely incinerated, leaving only a pool of molten metal and an unchanged terminal on the ground. Mianmian walked over, with Xiaoji no. 1 silently following. Crouching down, she examined the terminal, which bore no signs of burning. From her spatial button, she produced a tentacle from the octopus worm tribe and cautiously touched the terminal with it, only to receive no response. This lack of reaction stood in stark contrast to the sizzling sound produced when the tentacle inadvertently brushed against the molten metal on the ground. Mianmian inhaled, detecting a delightful aroma of roasted meat. No. She forcibly redirected her attention, her eyes fixating on the terminal lying before her. What material is this terminal made of? It resembles metal, yet lacks its frigid touch. Surprisingly, even the intense heat of an incendiary device fails to incinerate it. Upon searching the Star Network, I discovered that to obliterate a terminal, one must employ a weapon of plasma gun caliber or higher. She intended to destroy this object for its original owner. Yet this seems rather peculiar. Observing the terminal lying quietly on the ground, Mianmian ultimately decided to retrieve it, placing it back within her spatial button. As the hour grew late, Mianmian first headed to the kitchen, extracting the tentacles of the octopus-like creature from the spatial button and placing them into the multifunctional preservation cabinet. The capacity of this cabinet, enhanced by spatial folding technology, is remarkably vast, alleviating any concerns about fitting the tentacles inside. Furthermore, items stored within can remain fresh for up to 6 months, ensuring that the leeks, eggs, and chicken she had previously brought back are still in excellent condition. After transferring the plants she had excavated from the forest to the small garden in the eastern living room, Mianmian retreated to her room to wash and sleep. The following day, she appeared on the first floor at noon, greeted by the little smart robot number 1. Ding ding, Mianmian, good afternoon. Would you like some nutrient solution? No, Mianmian replied without hesitation. Ding ding, understood, responded the robot. Bypassing little smart robot number 1, Mianmian entered the kitchen, retrieving one of the tentacles from the octopus-like creature and placing it on the workbench. Scanning it with the terminal, the screen promptly displayed a contamination level of 70. Mianmian contemplated this figure, recognizing that it merely indicated the presence of contaminating substances within the tentacle, without confirming its edibility. How does one discern whether a food item is fit for human consumption? A quick search on the terminal yielded an answer. A food testing device can analyze whether the item poses any harm to the human body. Mianmian recited the information from the screen aloud. Indeed, most household robots are equipped with food analyzers. Turning to little smart robot number 1, she inquired, "Do you possess a food testing device?" Ding ding, I do, the robot replied, approaching her. Mianmian's eyes brightened as she asked, "How do we conduct the test?" "I wish to check it now." Upon hearing her request, a small window unexpectedly opened on little smart robot number 1's cylindrical body at the chest area. Ding ding. Please place the item to be tested inside. Assessing the size of the window, Mianmian turned and sliced off a piece of the tentacle with a kitchen knife, subsequently placing the small chunk of tentacle meat into the robot's chest window. Upon sensing the item's placement, the window closed. Ding ding, analyzing, please wait. Mianmian observed little smart robot number 1, uncertain of its analytical process, only hearing it repeatedly announce, ding ding, pass. Listening to the continuous sounds passing by, Mianmian's gaze upon Xiaoji number 1 grew brighter. After waiting for nearly a minute, Xiaoji number 1 suddenly declared, beep beep, pollution level 70, inedible. As the words fell, a window on its chest opened, revealing the unchanged tentacle meat of the octopus-like creatures within. So, if this pollution level is eliminated, it can be consumed? With this thought, Mianmian used a red-capped, white-spotted mushroom to absorb the pollution from the tentacle, then proceeded to retest. A series of beeps echoed in her ears. After a moment, she heard Xiaoji number 1 state, beep beep, detection complete. Item is edible. Mianmian smiled, well done. Xiaoji number 1. Beep beep, this is what I ought to do, replied Xiaoji number 1. Observing the tentacles of the octopus-like creatures on the workbench, Mianmian swiftly began to clean them, and then set about cutting. She sliced off the sharp tips of the tentacles, preparing to make a dish of poached octopus with sauce, while also cutting a piece of tentacle meat to stir-fry with leeks. The remaining pieces were chopped into small cubes, marinated, and then placed in the oven to roast. After a flurry of activity, when she finally tasted the octopus meat, the delightful burst of flavor made by Mianmian momentarily regret not having collected more. With her eyes reddened again, she was filled with emotion. Realizing that the recipes had indeed not deceived her, it was delicious. Controlling her tears, Mianmian ate the octopus meat at a steady pace. Once she finished, she leaned back in her chair, gently caressing her full belly, feeling the comfort that comes from a good meal. After resting for a while, Mianmian began directing Xiaoji No. 1 to till the soil in the small yard to the east of the living room, as she intended to plant the plants she had brought back the day before. These plants had been dug up with their soil, so even after being left overnight, they appeared to be alive and thriving, which she appreciated. Once planted, including the grapevines, Mianmian, seated in a rocking chair, finally found the little garden before her pleasing to the eye. This was life, she mused. After spending 2 more days at home, Xiaoji No. 1 had not managed to procure any vegetables for several consecutive days, and the variety offered in the multifunctional fresh-keeping cabinet was becoming monotonous. Thus, after donning her combat suit, Mianmian reappeared in the forest. This time, she took a different direction and suddenly noticed a number of people searching for something. Most of these individuals were ordinary folks. The essence they exuded revealed that they were untrained, much like the original owner had been. As Mianmian observed them, some in the group noticed her solitary figure. A few individuals cast scrutinizing glances her way, ultimately fixating on her left middle finger. Subsequently, several of them exchanged knowing glances with one another. The white, fluffy figure soared through the air at a leisurely pace, neither too fast nor too slow. Soon, she withdrew her gaze and distanced herself from the scene. After a while of flight, she suddenly sensed the presence of someone trailing behind her. Chapter 35. The mutant plants strike with a slight twitch of her fingers. She sighed internally, dismissing their scrutinizing glances. Why would they choose to pursue her to their own demise? After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to feign ignorance and maintained her speed. However, the invisible mushroom spores that trailed her began to stir with life. After a tranquil stretch of flight, 2 of her pursuers could no longer contain themselves and hastily increased the speed of their hovering shoes, overtaking her on either side. Unbeknownst to them, as they passed by, several spores drifted through the air and nestled in their short hair. The 2 men who had surpassed her abruptly halted a short distance ahead. Unfazed, she continued her flight. Her expression unchanged, her speed unwavering, and her fingers subtly moved. In an instant, 2 red-capped mushrooms sprouted atop the heads of the men. Just as she was about to detonate the mushrooms, an inexplicable sensation compelled her to glance toward the left, where the trees stood. The red-capped mushrooms did not explode. Instead, a colorless, odorless gas with hallucinogenic properties swiftly permeated the air. Before her, the man clad in silver gray, brimming with determination, exclaimed, "Hey, beautiful." However, his words faltered as a vacant expression overtook his face, followed by a similar daze in the eyes of his companion beside him. The man trailing behind, seeing his comrades successfully intercept the target, felt a surge of joy, envisioning a no-risk venture that was already halfway to fruition. Yet, he soon realized that the woman, whom he had expected to be forced to halt, not only continued her flight, but maintained her speed, pressing onward. Perplexed, he dismissed the concern, convinced that the 2 men intercepting her would surely capture the target. The venture was still on. However, he was taken aback when he witnessed his comrades parting ways to allow her passage just as she drew nearer. What was happening? The men in front had retreated, and she glided effortlessly past the spot where they had stood. As she neared the horizon, the man trailing her, though bewildered by his comrades' actions, recognized that the opportunity was slipping away. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed, a bullet aimed directly at her back. At that moment, the 2 men clearing a path for Mianmian moved with remarkable speed, crashing into the same large tree trunk. Bang! Bang! A cacophony of rustling leaves ensued as the impacted tree seemed to come to life, 2 formidable branches suddenly whipping towards the men with fierce intent. Swish! Previously dazed, the men, now slightly more aware due to the intense pain, were abruptly struck by a tremendous blow to their heads. Crack! Crack! The branches, adorned with verdant leaves, mercilessly struck the men, causing blood to splatter as their vision darkened, sending them plummeting to the ground. Even with their hovering shoes, they could not remain suspended in midair. A testament to the immense force of the tree's assault. Thud! Thud! The impact of their bodies created 2 shallow craters in the earth. Suddenly, something beneath the soil began to writhe, and in an instant, 2 roots, as thick as a man's arm, burst forth, wrapping around the fallen men. The roots quickly coiled around them, binding them tightly before retracting into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the roots, along with the 2 men, vanished into a newly formed hole in the earth. After they were dragged beneath the surface, the soil heaved, causing the opening to disappear without a trace. However, The area beneath continued to expand with a disturbing motion. In mid-flight, Mianmian suddenly veered to the side. A bullet whizzed past her through the air. The man, who had initially believed he would hit his target, now found his heart racing as he witnessed Mianmian effortlessly evade the shot. Had he stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle? Instinctively, he glanced towards the direction his companion had just vacated, only to see the tree there stirring without a breeze. Terror painted his face. It was a mutant plant capable of attack. Scanning the vicinity, he realized his companion had vanished without a trace, instantly deducing that the mutant plant had claimed him. Without a moment's hesitation, the man turned to flee, knowing that if the mutant plant began to move, nothing living would remain in the area. Mianmian, having turned back in midair, observed the man in a frantic bid for escape and pointed a finger at him. Instantly, a mushroom with a red cap and white spots sprouted before him, releasing an odorless, colorless gas that swiftly permeated the air. The man, consumed by the desire to escape, saw a shadow loom before him, and suddenly his mind went blank. The panic-stricken expression on his face gave way to a vacant stare as his trajectory shifted, propelling him directly towards the menacing mutant tree. A sharp sound pierced the air as a root shot up from the ground, ensnaring the airborne man and pulling him down towards the earth. Suddenly awakened by the tightening roots of a tree, the man instinctively unleashed his powers, attempting to break free from the constricting grasp. However, his abilities were merely at a low level, rendering him incapable of even slightly loosening the binding roots. As he was dragged away, hopelessly struggling, he caught sight of the ethereal figure of Mianmian hovering in midair, and a fierce hatred flickered in his eyes. If it weren't for her, how could he have fallen to such depths? Save me. Though filled with resentment, the man's will to survive remained paramount, prompting him to shout at Mianmian. Mianmian raised an eyebrow, questioning the man's sanity. Regardless of whether she was a good person or not, he ought to temper the animosity in his gaze. Did he truly believe she was oblivious to his thoughts? Moreover, was he not the first to strike against her? The audacity of someone who had sought to harm her now pleading for salvation was beyond her comprehension. Did he truly think she would play the role of a benevolent savior? Quick, save me. I can offer you my spatial button. Seeing Mianmian remain silent, the man grew increasingly anxious. As he noticed he was nearing the ground, his expression twisted with desperation as he cursed. You filthy woman. His words were abruptly cut off as the roots dragged him beneath the earth, the soil swirling as the hole swiftly closed behind him. Yet beneath the surface, the unsettling movement continued, with soil heaving as roots emerged, eager to ensnare their prey. Chapter 36. The mutant tree and the sudden appearance. The rustling of leaves and branches grew louder. In the forest, the once present sounds of insects and other wildlife faded into silence. Mianmian floated serenely, her gaze fixed on the increasingly agitated tree. She felt no remorse for sending those three men to their demise at the hands of the mutant tree. Her experiences in the post-apocalyptic world had taught her that sparing someone who harbors ill intent could lead to her own peril in the future. Never underestimate anyone, even if they appear to be an ordinary person devoid of abilities. Having chosen to act against her, those three men must be prepared for the consequences of their actions. And judging by their demeanor, such transgressions were unlikely to be their first. It remained uncertain how many of them would survive after their treachery. Suddenly, a root burst forth from the ground, violently thrashing the earth. Mianmian's eyes narrowed. The mutant tree over there was at level 5, though not particularly strong. Its greed was formidable. With a sigh, she reflected on the day's peculiar events. First, encountering three men intent on harming her, and now, facing a tree eager to consume her. What was it about her that made her seem so easily victimized? Suddenly, dozens of tree roots burst forth from the ground with astonishing speed. The sound of these roots slicing through the air was sharp and alarming, and one could easily deduce the immense pain that would ensue if they were to strike flesh. Mianmian found herself outside the assault range of these roots, so she felt no immediate urgency. She was curious to observe the differences between the aggressive, mutated plants of the interstellar world and those from the apocalypse. Today, she would not allow this monstrous tree to escape. A carnivorous mutated plant should not be permitted to survive. Without warning, a root lashed out towards Mianmian. The tree's attack range had expanded. Swiftly, she maneuvered her floating shoes to retreat away from the root, her gaze fixed on the advancing tendril. With a subtle motion of her fingers, 5 red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms materialized upon the root. Boom. The 5 mushrooms detonated simultaneously. The root was not entirely severed, but a fifth of it was obliterated. Observing the damage, Mianmian quickly assessed that its defensive capabilities were not particularly robust. A few more mushrooms would likely annihilate a root. This resilience was significantly greater than that of the mutated plants from the apocalypse, though she pondered if it was due to differing species. Nonetheless, With her current level of ability, she surmised that detonating a dozen or so mushrooms simultaneously could very well destroy its core. The damaged root hesitated midair, and then the main tree began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the other roots, previously thrashing about directionlessly, suddenly converged towards Mianmian as if they had found a target. Witnessing the frenzied assault of the roots, she deftly controlled her floating shoes to retreat once more, retrieving a plasma gun from her spatial button. Armed with a powerful weapon, she saw no reason to hesitate, especially since she had ventured out today to seek delectable ingredients and had little time to squander. Aiming her gun at the base of the mutated tree, she decisively pulled the trigger. Boom. The connection between the tree trunk and the ground was instantly severed, causing the trunk to topple to the side. Crash. The trunk struck the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, the roots remained undeterred, continuing their wild assault in her direction. Although the length of these roots could not reach her position, they showed no signs of relinquishing their attack. This indicated that the mutated tree was not entirely vanquished. Indeed, to destroy this plant, it was imperative to eliminate its main root. Observing the chaotic writhing of the roots before her, Mianmian suddenly directed her floating shoes upwards. The frenzied roots failed to notice her departure, but due to their continuous misses, their destructive range expanded in other directions. Consequently, as Mianmian ascended into the sky, several roots followed her ascent. In the ethereal realm above, Mianmian found herself soaring toward the unreachable heights of a fallen tree, glancing down at the tree stump, which was nearly level with the ground. With a swift motion, she aimed her plasma gun at it and fired. Boom. Dust erupted as the once sturdy stump was obliterated into fragments. The roots, still directed toward Mianmian, promptly plummeted to the earth. As the last root hit the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Confident that the mutated tree had perished, Mianmian was about to depart when a sudden sound of clapping echoed through the clearing. Following the sound, she turned to see a group of individuals clad in white combat attire emerging from the forest below. Among them were both men and women, led by a striking woman in her 30s who was the source of the applause. She ascended to Mianmian's altitude, her face beaming with a welcoming smile. "Little girl, you exhibit remarkable strength. Would you care to join us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mianmian replied, "No." The woman's smile faltered at the unexpected rejection. "You insolent girl. Our leader, Ming Jie, extends her invitation out of respect for you, and you dare to refuse?" A man from the group interjected, his expression filled with indignation. Ming Jie, regaining her composure, smiled once more, her gaze lingering on Mianmian as she awaited her response. "Oh, I appreciate the offer, but my answer remains unchanged." Mianmian spoke with a calm demeanor. "What are you all here for?" She thought warily. The man was about to speak again when Ming Jie's sudden laughter interrupted him. "Ha! You truly pique my interest, little girl. Are you absolutely certain you want to reconsider joining our ranks?" Without waiting for a reply, she continued, "As a member, I can provide you with 3 hearty meals a day. Are you really not tempted?" "I'm not interested," Mianmian replied, her expression still unfazed. Ming Jie, with a knowing look, acknowledged her words, but her countenance darkened. "Then let us discuss the matter of you having killed members of our mercenary group." Mianmian's eyes turned cold, but her voice remained steady. "I do not know what you are referring to." Chapter 37. The little girl is quite arrogant after speaking. Mianmian subtly moved her fingers, causing the mushroom spores floating in the air to disperse toward her adversaries. The greatest threat among them was undoubtedly the formidable Ming Jie, whose lightning-based abilities posed a significant challenge. The others were either ordinary individuals or possessors of lower-tier abilities. While she could not dismiss the possibility of them wielding potent weapons, she was confident in her ability to incapacitate the users before they could strike. The peril posed by those individuals in her heart was of a moderate degree. Uncertain, Ming Jie's voice dripped with sarcasm, her gaze directed at Mianmian tinged with a coldness. Although Ming Jie's unique ability was somewhat troublesome, Mianmian remained unperturbed. Arching an eyebrow in retort, "What is it that I ought to know?" Just as Ming Jie prepared to speak, Mianmian preempted her, continuing, "You lot suddenly appear, demanding I join your ranks. If I refuse, am I to slay the members of your mercenary group? Is this extortion?" Upon hearing this, Ming Jie attempted to interject once more. Yet again, Mianmian denied her the chance, asserting, "You assume I am an easy target, do you?" With that, she suddenly produced the plasma gun she had previously stowed away, aiming it directly at Ming Jie. "Shall I substantiate your claims now?" Mianmian refrained from wielding the more potent electromagnetic cannon, fearing that Ming Jie's lightning abilities might disrupt its power. Though Mianmian brandished the plasma gun, Ming Jie managed to maintain her composure, confident in her ability to withstand the plasma rounds. However, those behind her could not remain calm. After all, it was a plasma gun, They had no assurance of evading its fire, and a single shot could spell doom for more than one of them. That man you spoke of earlier, one of the men, visibly anxious, could not restrain himself from speaking. Ming Jie raised her hand to silence him, her expression dark and cold as she fixed her gaze upon Bai Mianmian. 3 of our mercenary group's terminal locators are here. Where are they now? Bai Mianmian's heart stirred. They had tracked her based on terminal locators, and they were unaware of her previous instructions to those 3 to approach the mutated tree. Keeping her grip firm on the plasma gun, Bai Mianmian's expression remained unyielding as she stared directly into Ming Jie's eyes, asking pointedly, "Are you jesting?" Ming Jie narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing that this young girl was braver than she had anticipated. Faced with their group, she still dared to adopt such an attitude, truly a rare sight. It seemed that intimidation would not suffice to subdue this girl. Alternative strategies needed to be contemplated. Such a formidable individual, not recruited into their mercenary group, would indeed be a grave loss. Bai Mianmian continued, "Your mercenary members have vanished, and you come to inquire of me? I don't even know which mercenary group you belong to, let alone the identities of your lesser members." Upon detecting the disdain in Bai Mianmian's tone towards her mercenary group, Ming Jie's countenance darkened significantly. Though her group was small, it had been built from the ground up with immense effort. She could not tolerate anyone speaking of her group in such a manner. Behind her, others who were equally incensed by Bai Mianmian's words had intended to rebuke her, but upon sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Ming Jie, none dared to speak. "This little girl is quite audacious," Ming Jie remarked, her voice colder than before. In that moment, Sister Ming resolved not to admit the young girl before her into her mercenary group. She held disdain for those who looked down upon her mercenary band. Regardless of how much they aligned with her ideals, she would never welcome them. Bai Mianmian offered Sister Ming a faint smile, seemingly indifferent. She had been more audacious in the past, capable of confronting 10th-tier spatial zombies single-handedly before arriving in this star realm. This was merely a trivial matter in comparison. Sister Ming thought to herself, "This girl is truly intriguing." Without responding to Bai Mianmian's words, she found herself lost in contemplation, gazing fixedly at her. Their eyes met without faltering. Bai Mianmian remained silent, holding Sister Ming's gaze. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard, and the atmosphere between them gradually tightened amidst that soft sound. Although the mushroom spores had begun to drift around the group, Bai Mianmian refrained from initiating an attack. Despite the unfriendly demeanor of those present, they bore no malice or hostility. Even Sister Ming seemed to exhibit a hint of irritation, though it appeared she had only been slightly provoked. Nevertheless, despite not sensing their hostility, Bai Mianmian's gaze remained fixed on Sister Ming's plasma gun, unwavering and resolute. As Sister Ming observed Bai Mianmian's steadfastness, her admiration grew, and she felt an increasing desire to recruit her into the mercenary group. Yet, recalling the girl's disdainful attitude towards her band, she promptly dismissed that thought. "What is it that you truly desire?" Bai Mianmian, still holding her plasma gun aloft, could no longer suppress her urge to break the silence. Sister Ming snapped back to reality and instinctively replied, "I wish for you to join our mercenary group." "Impossible." Bai Mianmian retorted without a moment's hesitation, directly rejecting her. Sister Ming, having expressed her true intentions only to be rebuffed, fell silent. Bai Mianmian seized the opportunity to speak again. "If there is nothing further, shall we all disperse?" "Not at all," Sister Ming firmly stated, her tone decisive. Bai Mianmian's gaze deepened as the mushroom spores began to stir, ready to act upon the group. Sister Ming continued, "How about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Bai Mianmian inquired, skepticism lacing her voice. Surely this was another attempt to persuade her to join their mercenary band. They had spoken at length, yet she still did not even know the name of their group. Their recruitment tactics seemed rather unprofessional. Sister Ming did not immediately answer Bai Mianmian's question, but instead asked, "Would you consider lowering your plasma gun so we can discuss this properly?" "Not a chance," Bai Mianmian replied, returning her focus to Sister Ming. "Why does that sound so familiar?" Sister Ming remarked upon hearing Bai Mianmian's resolute words. Observing the unwavering aim of the plasma gun, Sister Ming added, "I am a level lightning type ability user. Your plasma bullets would be no match for my powers, so there is no need for you to threaten me." Bai Mianmian remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You may withstand this, but those behind you certainly cannot." Ming Jie. This statement left her at a loss for a rebuttal. The individuals standing behind Ming Jie, upon hearing Bai Mianmian's words, fell into a momentary state of panic. Ming Jie raised her hand to silence them and addressed Bai Mianmian, "Very well, let us discuss the matter of trade." Chapter 38. A bit difficult to evaluate. Discovering the red fruit, Ming Jie glanced at the mutated tree and its roots on the ground, proposing, "I will offer you 100,000 star coins for the mutated tree and its roots that you have slain." Mianmian blinked, confirming that she had not misheard. Someone was willing to pay 100,000 star coins for the mutated tree and roots she had defeated? Were these not worthless items? Could it be that these possessed some unknown significance? Thus, this woman sought to recruit her, claiming she had killed members of their team, all in an attempt to procure the mutated tree and its roots for free. Seeing Mianmian's silence, Ming Jie furrowed her brows. The price for mercenary tasks is set. I have even fronted the commission for you. Are you not satisfied? Assist me? You need not purchase them, Mianmian replied candidly. What did she mean by helping her? It was laughable. Without any vested interest, how could she possibly spend 100,000 star coins on the mutated tree and its roots? Ming Jie had not anticipated this young girl's quick wit, and she was somewhat displeased that the girl's cleverness was directed at her. Had it not been for her aversion to forcibly taking others' belongings, this girl would not have had the opportunity to vex her here. Exhaling deeply, Ming Jie inquired, "How many star coins do you desire?" If the amount were below 200,000, she could still contemplate it. Otherwise, she would have to procure them herself. Mianmian observed Ming Jie, who appeared to be on the verge of anger, yet managed to suppress her ire to continue the negotiation. And she couldn't help but feel astonished. Was she truly not angry? What remarkable patience! How confusing was her initial demeanor. Was this person truly capricious? Was the current woman genuinely intent on merely trading with her? Or was she attempting to deceive her into relinquishing her plasma gun and then striking? 100,000 star coins, Mianmian stated. Ming Jie paused, realizing that the number of star coins Mianmian mentioned matched her initial offer, igniting her frustration once more. If you believe this sum is suitable for trade, why did you say that earlier? Mianmian disregarded the ire that Ming Jie was about to unleash. Directly activating her terminal screen to display the payment code, paying 100,000 star coins, I shall not touch the mutated tree and its roots, nor even the leaves. Finally hearing Mianmian's words, Ming Jie, eager to avoid prolonged entanglement, stifled her anger and promptly activated her terminal to process the payment. The sound of a notification signifying the arrival of star coins echoed in her left ear, yet Mianmian's hand, still gripping the gun, did not waver. She addressed Ming Jie, saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response from Ming Jie and the others, Mianmian swiftly activated her anti-gravity shoes and darted into the depths of the forest. As she receded from view, the man who had spoken earlier behind Ming Jie called out, "Ming Jie." Taking a deep breath, Ming Jie replied, "Let her go." Luo Chang and the others were not killed by her. The young girl had maintained an unusual composure throughout. Given her age, if she had indeed committed murder, she would have revealed at least some trace of guilt. Furthermore, the trio's departure had not been long, and while they were not particularly strong, she found it hard to believe that the girl could have dispatched all three in such a brief span. Even if the girl had killed Luo Chang and the others, I would still owe her my gratitude for ridding our mercenary group of scoundrels. Ming Jie concluded with a hint of bitterness in her tone. The thought of Luo Chang and his companions, who had repeatedly dared to abandon their posts under her nose to pilfer from others and slaughter the innocent, especially the female victim they had tortured, infuriated her to no end. Suppressing her fury, Ming Jie turned to her companions and instructed, "Let us proceed to collect that mutated tree and its roots. Once we complete this task, our mercenary group will be elevated by a star." "Understood, Ming Jie." She added, "Also, search for the bodies of Luo Chang and the others. I suspect they may have been dragged underground by the mutated roots." Ming Jie continued, "Bring them back as proof of their demise. Should they still be alive, I would not hesitate to deliver the final blow. Furthermore, let us reclaim their spatial buttons to conserve resources." Soon, following the mutated roots, Ming Jie and her team descended underground, where they indeed discovered the bodies of the three men. Observing their contorted forms and grotesque faces confirmed their demise. In that moment, some rejoiced, others expressed relief, while a few remained stoic. Ming Jie, her expression calm, surveyed her companions and resolutely declared, "I do not wish to see the actions of Luo Chang and his ilk repeated. Should I discover any similar misconduct in the future, even those who remain silent will not escape my wrath." "Yes, Ming Jie." The group responded in unison. Seeing their fervent agreement, Ming Jie softened her tone and admonished, "You have witnessed the dangers of the forest. I previously warned you not to venture too deep, and now you understand the peril. Remember this lesson and avoid recklessly entering the forest again." Meanwhile, Mianmian, having lost sight of Ming Jie and her companions, swiftly changed her course under the cover of the forest's greenery. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet the woman had unexpectedly gifted her 100,000 star coins, leaving her at a loss for words. If those three men truly belonged to that woman's mercenary group, and she has indeed caused the demise of their comrades, It stands to reason that her mercenary band is not composed of virtuous individuals. The three men certainly do not appear to be of good character. After flying for a while, a sudden splash of red caught Mianmian's attention. What could it be? With curiosity piqued, she reduced her flying speed and slowly approached the vibrant hue. Before her lay a dazzling expanse of red, a veritable sea of tomatoes. The area was filled with tomato plants, bearing fruits in shades of red, green, and yellow. However, due to the abundance of red tomatoes, all that could be seen from a distance was a striking red vista. The tomato plants towered above 3 meters, each laden with a myriad of tomatoes, both large and small. Were it not for the sturdy trunks of these plants, such a bounty might not have been able to hang so freely. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to pluck the bright red tomatoes. The moment she grasped a plump, round fruit, she could feel its juiciness, igniting her curiosity about its flavor. As thoughts of tasting the fruit filled her mind, she couldn't help but salivate. Nevertheless, noticing the multitude of tomatoes still awaiting her harvest, she suppressed the urge to taste the one in her hand and continued to gather more. After harvesting from 4 or 5 tomato plants, Mianmian suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from within the tomato grove. Something was moving swiftly. Chapter 39, Tomatoes in Hand, Noticing Familiar Leaves. Despite the sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the calls of birds, the faint rustling was unmistakable. There was indeed something crawling within the tomato grove. The direction and frequency of the sounds indicated that there were many of them, and the intensifying noise suggested they were approaching her. Without hesitation, Mianmian tossed the red tomato into her spatial pouch and swiftly retrieved her multifunctional digging tool, transforming it into a hoe. Caring little for the potential harm to the tomato plant's roots, she began to dig into the soil beneath the nearest plant with fervor. After just a few strokes, she unearthed a tomato plant and quickly stored it in her spatial pouch, immediately resuming her efforts on another plant. The rustling grew ever closer, prompting Mianmian to hasten her movements. When she reached the third tomato plant, the sound was alarmingly near. Lifting her gaze, she soon discerned the source of the rustling. It was a spider, the size of a fist, adorned with dizzying patterns and sporting 8 legs. These spiders scurried across the leaves, branches, and trunks of the tomato plants with astonishing speed. The multitude of spiders was overwhelming, a dark mass that seemed to stretch endlessly before the eye. From the forefront, the swarm appeared as a single, swiftly advancing black line. Mianmian widened her eyes in astonishment. There were simply too many. Setting aside the question of whether these creatures were venomous, their sheer numbers were enough to instill a sense of dread. Despite her shock, Mianmian did not flee immediately. Instead, seizing the moment while the spiders had yet to reach her, she took 2 more strokes of the hoe and unearthed the third tomato plant. At that moment, the leading spiders were merely a meter away from her. With a sudden contraction, the patterned abdomen of a spider released a white silk thread. It was not just one spider that ejected silk. Those at the forefront almost simultaneously sprayed their threads toward Mianmian. Observing the flurry of silk advancing towards her, she calmly stowed the uprooted tomato plant in her spatial button. Almost instantaneously, her hovering shoes activated, propelling her to maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, Mianmian vanished from her previous position. The barrage of white silk reached its intended target, but by then, Mianmian had already departed, causing the threads to fall harmlessly to the ground. Undeterred by the loss of their target, the swarm of spiders continued their advance, surging forth from the tomato grove. Silken threads were shot into the air, some adhering to nearby leaves and branches. The spiders that released the silk then climbed along it, moving forward into the sky. Others leapt directly onto connecting branches or landed on the ground to continue their forward march. From a distance, the scene was a dark, chaotic mass both above and below. Having run a considerable distance, Mianmian could no longer see the tomato grove behind her. As she maintained her rapid flight, she couldn't help but feel regret. Why had she not thought to dig up the tomato plants from the outset? Had she done so, her spatial button would have contained several more plants, and those tomatoes would not have suffered the root damage seen in the ones she had collected. Would they even thrive if she planted them again? Sighing, she blamed the dazzling red and yellow of the tomatoes, their plump, glossy forms enticing her to grasp them. The thought of tomatoes led her to consider the quantity stored in her spatial button, along with the 3 tomato plants she had salvaged, bringing her a measure of joy. Thankfully, her quick hands had allowed her to gather quite a few tomatoes. These versatile fruits, suitable for both cooking and eating, would sustain her for some time. Yet, she wondered about their flavor. As hunger beckoned, she realized that convenience was lacking in the forest. Gazing at her terminal's time, Mianmian resolved to return home. It was not her desire to linger overnight in the woods. Her decision to depart was certainly not motivated by a yearning to savor the tomatoes at that moment. The variety of vegetables in the cosmos is rather limited, and the selection of fruits is even scarcer. To this day, Mianmian has yet to procure any fruit, not even once successfully competing for it like the hapless Xiao Ji No. 1. How tragic. During the apocalyptic era, she at least had the opportunity to savor an array of fruits cultivated by wood-type supernatural beings. In a world where strength reigns supreme, with her then 10th-tier supernatural abilities, she truly lacked for nothing except for seafood. The wretched situation arose when that insufferable island nation, thriving seemingly well, recklessly discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, leading to the first mutations occurring among marine life. Once all flora and fauna underwent transformation, humanity was forced to retreat inland to escape the impending apocalypse. Consequently, Mianmian could only reminisce about seafood through her earlier culinary repertoire, which was utterly infuriating. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Mianmian could not help but grimace in frustration. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she recognized a familiar leaf ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a tea tree. With a hoe in hand, she decided to harvest a few to cultivate back home, reassured that with so many tea trees around, extinction was not a concern. After uprooting approximately 10 tea trees, she noted that time was still on her side, prompting her to begin plucking the tender buds. Among the abundant tea trees, she carefully selected the finest, for tea brewed from older leaves yields a less palatable experience. Only the tender buds produce aromatic and delightful tea. As she harvested the leaves, she envisioned transforming them into black tea upon her return, then purchasing some milk to create a creamy milk tea, perhaps with a touch of sweetness or ice. Though lacking the soulfulness of bubble tea, pure caramel milk tea is still quite delectable, and she longed for a sip at that moment. Just as she reveled in the thought of the smooth texture and sweet flavor of the milk tea, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air towards her. Mianmian, with a tender bud in each hand, swiftly retreated. A tree root lashed out in vain. Had she not been quick on her feet, it would surely have struck her. Soon after, a second and then a third root appeared. From a distance of 5 meters away, Mianmian watched in disbelief as the once tranquil tea grove erupted in chaos, with countless roots thrashing about. Stowing the tea buds into her spatial button, she glanced at her terminal. Darkness was encroaching. Observing the frenzied roots in the tea grove, and recalling her substantial tea harvest for the day, Mianmian chose not to provoke the roots further and turned to make her way back. Chapter 40. Planting trees, tomato, and egg rice bowl. On her return journey, Mianmian encountered numerous others also fleeing the forest, overhearing their furious exclamations. What on earth is going on today? Those damn spiders are everywhere. Indeed, it's utterly maddening. They keep appearing endlessly, depriving me of many mutated plants. Upon hearing the word spider, Mianmian's gaze drifted momentarily. It is unlikely that the spiders, startled by her plucking tomatoes, emerged from the tomato grove. Silently enhancing the speed of her hover shoes, Mianmian hastened out of the forest. As for the spiders, she did not catch sight of them. Upon returning home, Mianmian immediately made her way to the kitchen. Retrieving the tomatoes she intended to use for dinner from the spatial button and placing them on the countertop for the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms to absorb the contaminants within. The remaining tomatoes were stored in the multifunctional preservation cabinet, alongside the freshly picked tea leaves, which she planned to process tomorrow. Mianmian first washed the rice and set it to cook, then turned her attention to the small garden on the east side of the living room, where she began to dig holes for planting tomato trees, accompanied by her robot, Xiaoji No. 1. Upon extracting 3 tomato trees from the spatial button, she noticed that their roots were fractured to varying degrees, stirring a pang of sympathy within her. She wondered if these 3 tomato trees could survive. While Xiaoji No. 1 was busy digging, Mianmian gently plucked the ripe fruits from the tomato trees. She was not haphazardly uprooting them. These were the very tomatoes she had yet to harvest. Should the trees thrive, she resolved to first tend to them during her next visit. The fruits from these 3 trees were more than half of what she had already collected. Meanwhile, Xiaoji No. 1 had finished digging the holes and was now adding water to moisten the soil. Once the 3 pits were sufficiently watered, Mianmian had completed harvesting the ripe fruits from the tomato trees. Observing Xiaoji No. 1 placing the trees into the holes and covering them with soil, she recalled their damaged roots and decided to instruct Xiaoji No. 1. Please provide me with 3 vials of nutrient solution. Done, Mianmian, replied Xiaoji No. 1, retrieving 3 vials of nutrient solution from its cylindrical body and handing them to her. Accepting the vials, Mianmian opened them and poured the contents into the soil beneath the tomato trees. If humans could benefit from the nutrient solution, she hoped the plants would thrive as well. She wished to awaken the next morning to find them vibrant and alive. After planting the tomato trees, Mianmian returned to the kitchen, where the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms, now saturated with contaminants, transformed into mushroom spores. She then encouraged these spores to grow on the tomatoes, continuing to absorb the remaining impurities within. Since the tomatoes were not yet ready for use, Mianmian took Xiaojino, one of the vacant land behind the house, to dig more holes. She intended to plant the tea tree she had brought back there. While carefully tending to the tea trees, Mianmian remained vigilant of their underground roots. But the unseen trajectory of the roots made it unavoidable that some would fracture during the process. Nonetheless, the condition of the tea tree roots was somewhat better than that of the tomato trees, and she hoped they too would flourish. Following the previous procedure, one must first dig a pit, then water the soil within to moisten it, plant the tea saplings, cover them with earth, and nourish them with a nutrient solution. As Mianmian prepared to return to the kitchen, she suddenly noticed that the leek she had planted earlier appeared somewhat wilted. Having brought back a substantial amount of leek leaves for consumption, which were still stored in the multifunctional preservation cabinet, the leeks planted in the ground had not been harvested. Upon closer inspection, Mianmian discerned that these leek leaves lacked the vitality and moisture they once had. They felt somewhat limp to the touch. Was this due to insufficient watering? She turned to the Xiaoji No. 1 robot and inquired, "Did the leeks receive water today?" "Yes, Mianmian," Xiaoji No. 1 replied. "They were watered once in the morning and again before your return." Listening to Xiaoji No. 1's response, Mianmian couldn't help but question whether the leeks required watering 3 times a day. She was not particularly knowledgeable about plant cultivation. Although she had longed for a plot of land to grow things during the apocalypse, she had never had the opportunity to practice. Moreover, those skilled in farming relied on their agricultural expertise for survival, and few would readily share their craft. Unable to pinpoint the reason for the leek's current condition, Mianmian pondered and decided, "Xiaoji No. 1, starting tomorrow, please water the leeks 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening." "Understood, Mianmian," Xiaoji No. 1 affirmed. After giving her instructions, Mianmian returned to the kitchen. The red-capped white-spotted mushrooms had ceased absorbing pollutants from the tomatoes and had begun to purify the air instead. Mianmian waved her hand, allowing the mushrooms to disperse into spores. She picked up a tomato, quickly rinsed its surface, and eagerly took a bite. Instantly, the sweet yet slightly tangy juice burst forth in her mouth, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. It was simply delicious. The texture was somewhat grainy, yet each bite was filled with sweetness. She could easily eat one every day without complaint. After finishing the first tomato, Mianmian gazed longingly at the remaining tomatoes on the workbench, yearning for another. However, indulging in another tomato would mean less for her dinner. She had planned to prepare tomato and egg stir-fry over rice that evening, a meal she eagerly anticipated. Contemplating this, Mianmian refrained from consuming another raw tomato and instead retrieved an egg from the multifunctional preservation cabinet, one that had already absorbed pollutants. Having enjoyed the raw tomato, she decided to experience the flavors of tomato and egg stir-fry instead. With a joyful heart, Mianmian chopped the tomatoes and sautéed them in the pan. Adding the eggs, the harmonious blend of the tomato's sweet and sour essence with the egg's rich aroma made her mouth water, and she yearned to taste it immediately. However, she restrained herself, knowing that the dish was not yet ready. She desired only to savor the perfect flavors. In her heart, she calmed the insatiable appetite stirring within her. Before long, a plate of tomato and egg stir-fry over rice, ample enough to satisfy her hunger, was prepared. A spoonful of rice mixed with scrambled eggs and tomatoes was sent into Mianmian's mouth, and she chewed it diligently. The sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes, the rich aroma of the eggs, and the subtle sweetness of the rice melded together, creating a unique texture and delightful taste that made Mianmian feel her anticipation was well rewarded. As she swallowed the morsel, she eagerly took another bite of the rice mixed with the scrambled eggs and tomatoes, finding it increasingly delectable, each bite awakening her appetite further. Chapter 41. The power upgraded upon waking the next day. Mianmian immediately rushed to inspect the tomato plants she had planted the previous night. Their survival was crucial for her future freedom in cultivating tomatoes, and she could not rest easy until she confirmed they were thriving. Upon seeing the 3 tomato plants, their leaves as vibrant as the day before, a wave of joy washed over her. Perhaps these 3 plants, despite their severed roots, could indeed be revived. Reflecting on the nutrient solution she had watered them with last night, she gazed at the soil beneath the tomato plants, pondering that perhaps the solution had begun to take effect. Turning her attention to the other plants and grapevines she had previously planted in her small garden, she noticed, albeit subtly, that they appeared less vigorous than before, though not entirely wilted. Each plant, when touched, felt distinctly soft, as if lacking moisture. Her earlier elation began to wane as she recalled the leeks she had seen yesterday. Proceeding to the back of the house, her first instinct was to check on the tea plants she had sown the previous night. They seemed to be in good condition. their leaves still lively and unchanged from when they were planted. Bai Mianmian's mood lifted slightly, reassured that something was still thriving. However, glancing over at the leek patch revealed a troubling sight. The leeks, which had appeared lackluster yesterday, were now noticeably wilting. Turning back to the unchanged tea plants, a heaviness settled in her heart. She remembered that initially, both these leeks and the grapevines had flourished in the days following their planting. It was only because she had neglected them recently that they had come to this state. Could it truly be a lack of water? Or perhaps insufficient nutrients? Confounded, Bai Mianmian suddenly recalled that she could consult the terminal and the interstellar network for answers. However, the response regarding planting issues was singular. Ordinary people are unworthy of cultivating plants. Do not inquire. No answers will be given. Bai Mianmian thought, what absurdity. Frustrated, she abandoned the idea of searching for answers online. Looking at the leeks before her, she considered for a moment and decided to instruct Xiaoji No. One to water these plants with a nutrient solution as well. After all, the nutrient solution was inexpensive and readily available. There was no fear in using it. At this point, it was a matter of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. It is illogical that they can thrive in the forest but cannot survive on our land. After inspecting the planted vegetation, Bai Mianmian returned to the kitchen and opened the box of vegetables successfully procured from the Star Network by Xiaoji No. 1 that morning. Upon discovering a piece of lean meat inside the box, she resolved to prepare a light porridge made with the lean meat and tentacles of the octopus-like creature. There were still plenty of tentacles left from her previous haul, so she opted for a more delicate dish today. After the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms had absorbed the contaminants from the ingredients, Bai Mianmian began to cook the porridge. Once she had finished the delicious lean meat octopus tentacle porridge, she prepared to embark on her tasks for the day, which involved extracting contaminants from the ingredients stored in the multifunctional preservation cabinet that had not undergone any purification process. Clusters of red-capped white-spotted mushrooms began to flourish on the ingredients, and after some time, they would disperse into spores, instantly giving rise to new mushrooms on the ingredients. Meanwhile, Bai Mianmian sat beside the terminal screen, perusing information from the Star Network and observing events occurring on other planets, such as which ones were under attack by the insectoid creatures. If the edible seafood creatures were to appear here, she would find herself salivating at the thought of their arrival. However, she had not yet contemplated venturing beyond planet number 1888, as her abilities were still too weak, leaving her with a sense of insecurity. Although she possessed formidable weaponry, she recalled Jiangxi's words regarding the outdated and primitive nature of the items on planet number 1888. For the time being, her life here was quite fulfilling, and there seemed to be no need to take unnecessary risks. Even though she harbored a desire to board a starship and explore the cosmos beyond her planet, Bai Mianmian, her gaze wandering over the information on the Star Network, noticed that the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms were cycling through their absorption process repeatedly. When her abilities neared exhaustion, she would pause to rest, and once her powers were sufficiently replenished, a new wave of red-capped white-spotted mushrooms would sprout forth, continuing to extract contaminants from the ingredients. Thus, the cycle continued indefinitely. As dusk approached and Bai Mianmian began to feel drowsy in her chair, she was suddenly jolted awake, her body vibrating with an unexpected surge of energy. The activity level of her powers was increasing, and they began to operate autonomously. Surprised, Bai Mianmian wondered if she was on the verge of an upgrade. Without dwelling on it, she quickly concentrated to guide her abilities. After several minutes, her power level ascended to the 3rd tier. Once she confirmed that both her body and abilities were functioning well, she fell into contemplation, pondering the sudden upgrade. Her gaze shifted to the ingredients that had been subjected to contaminant extraction today. She recalled a previous incident where the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms had absorbed an excessive amount of toxins, adversely affecting her health at the time. Though she had not given it much thought then, reflecting on it now, she realized that the toxic substances absorbed by the red-capped white-spotted mushrooms could indeed be converted into energy to replenish her own strength. However, the energy transformation was so minute that she had remained oblivious to it. Now, as it accumulated, it had elevated her supernatural ability level. Thus, the reason why the red-capped white-spotted mushroom adversely affected her health when it absorbed excessive toxins was that it could not convert them, or perhaps it was unable to convert them in time, directly transmitting the toxic substances into her body. Bai Mianmian felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she only just realize this now? After a while, once she had regained her composure, a new batch of red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms appeared among the ingredients. At that moment, Bai Mianmian took a tomato and a tentacle of the octopus-like creature, commencing her preparations for dinner. After finishing her meal, the incessant growth of the dissipating red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms finally ceased at midnight. Even though the upgrade of her supernatural ability provided her body with energy and nourishment, The continuous consumption of her powers had left her spirit waning. Feeling somewhat dizzy, Mianmian hurried back to her room, hastily washed up, and collapsed onto her bed, succumbing to slumber. The following day, she awoke feeling invigorated. The abundant supernatural energy within her uplifted her spirits, having leveled up so quickly. She mused that further advancements were not far off. However, her cheerful mood waned upon observing the drooping leaves of the plants and grapevines in her small garden. Upon venturing behind the house to check on the leeks, she found their leaves completely wilted on the ground. Why was this? Hadn't Xiaoji know? One watered them with nutrient solution yesterday? Surely, this could not be a matter of nourishment. Mianmian furrowed her brows in concern. Suddenly, a thought struck her. In Chapter 42, regarding the purchase of energy sources, that silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Mianmian recalled that these plants had previously thrived in the forest, where no one or robot had watered them multiple times a day. Therefore, was their wilting truly a consequence of her instructing Xiaoji number 1 to water them daily? This realization caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Could it truly be so? Yet, she had observed farmers diligently watering their crops every day. Why had their plants not perished? If overwatering was not the culprit, she found herself at a loss to explain the current predicament. Ultimately, she resolved to instruct Xiaoji no. 1 to cease watering these plants for the time being. Given the state of the leeks, they seemed beyond salvation. And the survival of the small garden's plants and grapevines was uncertain. Sighing, a dejected Mianmian decided to wander into the forest, hoping to discover edible or aesthetically pleasing plants to bring back. Otherwise, if those plants died in a few days, her garden would lose its charm. Determined to act on her impulse, she returned to her room to change into her combat attire. However, as she donned her hovering shoes, she noticed that its energy source had dwindled to the lowest level. At that moment, Mianmian recalled that the energy source for her anti-gravity shoes was not infinite. Just as she intended to retrieve the energy source from her spatial button to replace it in her shoes, she discovered that it had already run out. The last remaining energy source seemed to have been installed in her plasma gun. It appeared that her plans to venture into the forest today were thwarted. She would need to make a trip to the city to procure a new energy source for her shoes and stock up on a few more in her spatial button. The thought of going to the city suddenly brightened her spirits. Surely, there would be no danger there, allowing her to forego her combat attire in favor of a lovely dress. Changing into a flowing light green gown that reached her ankles and donning high heels, Mianmian boarded her aircraft and soared towards the city, landing in front of the very shop where she had previously purchased weapons. It's you? Wu Hua was taken aback to see the woman who had sparked thoughts of marriage in him once more. Just as Mianmian was securing her aircraft within her spatial button, she heard a somewhat familiar voice behind her. Turning around, she recognized it as the man who had borrowed her plasma gun to eliminate the double-winged mosquitoes, who seemed to have a few screws loose. Recalling his incessant chatter from their last encounter, Mianmian cast him a dispassionate glance and intended to brush past him into the weapons shop. Noticing her aloof demeanor, Wu Hua instinctively reached out to grasp her arm. Wait. Mianmian swiftly sidestepped, evading his touch, her gaze icy as she inquired, "What do you want?" Wu Hua's hand, having grasped at nothing, hesitated momentarily in the air before he withdrew it nonchalantly. "Wu Hua, do you know this beautiful woman? When did you meet?" "I had no idea." Suddenly, a voice chimed in as a hand rested on Wu Hua's shoulder. The owner of the arm leaning in with a grin to observe Mianmian. She directed a cold stare at the man, causing his previously jovial expression to falter. It seems this lady is in a rather sour mood," he noted, choosing to ignore Wu Hua and uninterested in his forthcoming words. Mianmian turned once more and strode into the weapons shop. This time, Wu Hua did not impede her departure. Instead, he gazed at her retreating figure with a contemplative expression. Upon entering the shop, Mianmian approached the counter and addressed the owner. "I wish to purchase an energy source. How many do you require?" The shopkeeper inquired with a nonchalant demeanor. Observing the girl's attire, he surmised that she was likely from outside the city and would only need 1 or 2 sources. In response, Mianmian asked with equal indifference, "How many can you sell me?" After sizing her up, the shopkeeper replied, 10. "Is that all?" She pressed. After all, the items would be stored within her spatial button, and these consumables were certainly not something one could have too much of. Typically, one could only purchase 5 energy sources at a time each month, given their limited availability. It would not do to allow those with an abundance of star coins to monopolize them. The owner of the weapon shop initially assumed that the little girl before him would be astonished by the number of energy sources he could sell. To his surprise, it was she who astonished him. "Little girl, do you know the price of an energy source in star coins? You wish to purchase more than 10? The weapon shop owner chuckled helplessly, wondering which pampered child dared to complain about the quantity. "Yes, The normal price is 60,000 star coins for one energy source. Mianmian replied, her gaze laden with meaning as she looked at the shop owner. The weapon shop owner, feeling accused of inflating prices, could not suppress his irritation and retorted, "What kind of look is that? The energy sources here are of course at the standard price, 60,000 star coins each." "Oh, that's good to know," Mianmian nodded, retracting her gaze. Observing her obedient demeanor, the shop owner found it difficult to remain annoyed. This little girl was indeed something. With a slight smile, Mianmian inquired, "Then, could you possibly sell me a few more energy sources?" "Absolutely not," the weapon shop owner replied with a stern expression. This little girl was far from obedient. "Very well," Mianmian expressed her disappointment. Ultimately, she exited the shop with 10 energy sources stored in her spatial button. Outside, Wu Hua had already departed. Standing before the unfamiliar street, Mianmian recalled that since her arrival, she had yet to witness the urban scenery of the interstellar era. A sudden desire to explore the city surged within her. With nothing pressing to attend to, she swiftly made her decision. Thus, clad in high heels, Mianmian stepped onto the floating magnetic board, leisurely soaring through the street. With the floating magnetic board, strolling was utterly effortless when she wished to rest. She could simply sit and let it carry her. As she observed places of interest, Mianmian, seated upon her floating magnetic board, directed it to glide over. Unfazed by the astonished gazes of passers-by, as she meandered, her initially casual gaze abruptly fixed upon a familiar figure in the distance. Was it Jiang Xi? As the individual turned, she confirmed it was indeed Jiang Xi, accompanied by a striking woman clad in black combat attire, exuding confidence. Suspending her floating magnetic board, Mianmian hesitated, uncertain whether to approach them. Given the apparent closeness between Jiang Xi and the woman, who had her arm draped over Jiang Xi's shoulder, engaged in animated conversation. Would her presence be an intrusion? Suddenly, the smiling woman's gaze met Mianmian's, her eyebrows arching slightly. Upon noticing Mianmian's attention on Jiang Xi, the woman's smile widened, turning to converse with him even more brightly. Chapter 43. Pretending not to have seen him, though Jiang Xi's countenance was stern, he allowed the woman to rest her arm on his shoulder, conversing with her in a cheerful manner. The relationship between the two individuals appears to be quite intricate. Although it would be somewhat impolite not to greet an acquaintance, it seems inappropriate for her to approach Jiang Xi now. Furthermore, there is no compelling reason for her to seek him out at this moment. Perhaps it would be best to act as if she had not seen him today. With this thought in mind, Mianmian controlled her floating magnetic platform and changed direction to depart. As for the presence of another woman beside Jiang Xi, Mianmian felt no discomfort. Although they were considered partners in the realm of Xingfa, their relationship was merely a mutual arrangement, and they were not well acquainted. In fact, this marked only their third meeting. At that moment, Jiang Xi, unable to endure the incessant chatter of the woman beside him, turned to see who was observing him. To his surprise, he beheld Mianmian's profile. Mianmian? The woman standing next to Jiang Xi, Ning Anru, chuckled and remarked with a hint of regret, "Oh, the little beauty has left. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that she looks familiar. Have I seen her somewhere?" She continued. "I didn't realize that the floating magnetic platform could be used for sitting. It seems rather enjoyable." Hearing these comments, Jiang Xi cast a resigned glance at Ning Anru. The woman, Ning Anru, immediately shot him an annoyed look and said, "Call me cousin." Jiang Xi did not comply with her request. Instead, he stated, "That's Mianmian." Ning Anru's expression momentarily faltered. Mianmian? Mianmian, Jiang Xi's ordinary partner. She recalled why the face seemed familiar. It was the one she had seen on Jiang Xi's marriage certificate. Meanwhile, Mianmian spotted a store specializing in knives. As she stepped off the floating magnetic platform and entered the shop to browse, she suddenly heard a voice notification in her left ear. It was a message from Jiang Xi, urging her to check it. Mianmian did not lower the long knife in her right hand. Instead, she slightly raised her left hand to activate the terminal display and open the message. Jiang Xi wrote, "My cousin Ning Anru wants to meet you. We previously agreed to maintain a partnership solely in the context of Xingfa, so please ensure she remains unaware of our true relationship. As for everything else, you need not alter your behavior. Simply be yourself. Where are you now? We are on our way to find you." Mianmian raised her eyebrows. Realizing that the woman she had just seen with him was indeed his cousin, she had been contemplating whether she should consider moving, or the likelihood of her renting the house with Jiang Xi on her own. Although her star coins were primarily provided by Jiang Xi, once given to her, they were hers to use as she pleased, including for rent. She felt quite comfortable residing in that house and was reluctant to relocate. It seemed she should find an opportunity in the future to persuade Jiang Xi to sell the house to her. Otherwise, if Jiang Xi were to bring back a woman he favored to live there, all her efforts in decorating that space would have been in vain. However, prior to that, she needed to accumulate more merit points. Without them, even if Jiang Xi consented to sell her a property, she would be unable to settle there. With this thought in mind, Bai Mianmian casually sent her location to Jiang Xi. He swiftly arrived based on her coordinates. After purchasing several long knives that caught her fancy, Bai Mianmian stored them in her spatial button, only to hear Jiang Xi call out, "Mianmian." Ning Anru, who followed Jiang Xi into the shop, couldn't he help but glance at him upon hearing his voice. Was there something peculiar about his tone? Bai Mianmian beamed at Jiang Xi, asking, "What brings you here?" Given all he had given her, it was difficult for her not to greet him with a smile. However, in the next moment, a wave of confusion surged within her. What was the cause of the fluctuation in Jiang Xi's abilities? It seemed weaker than before, as if his power level was about to drop. Moreover, his complexion appeared considerably paler than it had been earlier. What on earth was happening? Ning Anru observed both Bai Mianmian and Jiang Xi. Sensing that the atmosphere between them lacked a certain something, Jiang Xi looked at Bai Mianmian, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he said, "I came to invite you for a meal." She truly hadn't changed at all. Noting the curve of Jiang Xi's smile, Ning Anru felt puzzled. Her little cousin was not one to smile at just anyone. Yet, considering that this person was his chosen companion, she felt a sense of relief. "By the way, this is my cousin, Ning Anru," Jiang Xi indicated. "You may call her by her name, just as I do." Bai Mianmian then glanced at Ning Anru, immediately perceiving her as a fire-type level ability user from the energy she exuded. Before Bai Mianmian could call out to anyone, Ning Anru pretended to glare at Jiang Xi, exclaiming, "Shout Cidi, don't lead my cousin astray." "Shout Cidi?" Bai Mianmian turned to Jiang Xi, her smile broadening. His austere visage and the endearing nickname Shout Cidi were utterly mismatched. Observing the smile on Bai Mianmian's face, Jiang Xi remarked that he wasn't fond of the nickname either, but Ning Anru steadfastly refused to change it, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. "Cousin." Ning Anru approached Bai Mianmian, saying, "From now on, I shall call you cousin. You should call me sister, and refrain from being informal like Shout Cidi." Bai Mianmian maintained her smile, her gaze drifting from Ning Anru to Jiang Xi. She pondered whether she should refer to Ning Anru as sister. Given that she couldn't let her know they were nominal partners, she wouldn't mind calling this person sister, but she was uncertain if he would mind. After all, he had just asked her to address people by their names directly. Noticing Bai Mianmian's gaze shift towards Ning Anru, Jiang Xi immediately directed a look at him. His eyes flickered slightly. Did she not wish to call Ning Anru sister? Unfazed by Ning Anru's glare, Jiang Xi nonetheless stated, "Then let us call her sister." Upon hearing Jiang Xi's words, Ning Anru's anger dissipated, and she cast a satisfied glance at him. Bai Mianmian, however, maintained her unwavering gaze upon Jiang Xi. At that moment, Jiang Xi felt a touch of discomfort and diverted his eyes from her. Bai Mianmian then turned to Ning Anru, gently addressing her as Cousin Anru. With a warm smile, Ning Anru looked at Bai Mianmian. Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief, though he could not fathom the reason for it. Subsequently, Ning Anru retrieved a basket of pears from her spatial button and handed it to Bai Mianmian, saying, "Here, this is a gift to welcome you." The 10 pears were plump, juicy, and exuded freshness, a rare sight for Bai Mianmian, who had never before seen real fruit in the interstellar realm. She had come to understand just how precious and difficult to procure fruit was during her time here. Thus, she hesitated to accept the basket immediately, instead glancing at Jiang Xi. Chapter 44. The astonishment of Ning Anru noticing that Bai Mianmian did not display any signs of greed towards the pears. Ning Anru's smile deepened. Confronted with Bai Mianmian's inquiring gaze, Jiang Xi nodded slightly, accept it. With Jiang Xi's approval, Bai Mianmian finally took the basket from Ning Anru's hands and looked at her sincerely, saying, "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. I hope you like this in return." After speaking, she placed the pears into her spatial button and then retrieved some red tomatoes from her own spatial button, placing them into the basket before extending it back toward Ning Anru. If she enjoyed eating them, she had plenty more tomatoes to share. Tomatoes? Ning Anru gazed at the 10 or so tomatoes in the basket, somewhat astonished. Although the pears she had given were rare, purified treasures from plant ability users, Bai Mianmian, being an ordinary person, had offered a return gift that was not lacking in thoughtfulness. However, she wondered where Bai Mianmian had acquired such tomatoes, as they were not available for purchase on the Star Network. Jiang Xi's expression mirrored her surprise as he looked at the tomatoes. "Did you pick these in the forest?" Although framed as a question, his tone carried an air of certainty. "Yes," Bai Mianmian nodded in affirmation. As Ning Anru pondered Bai Mianmian's potential background, she realized she had overcomplicated her thoughts upon overhearing the exchange between Jiang Xi and Bai Mianmian. Nevertheless, She hesitated to accept the tomatoes, as they were originally meant to be a gift for Bai Mianmian, not the other way around. Cousin Anru, please accept them. We should be on our way now. Staying here longer would disrupt their business, Bai Mianmian urged, nudging the basket towards Ning Anru once more. It was then that Ning Anru remembered they were still in someone else's shop, and with a resigned smile, she finally accepted the basket of tomatoes into her spatial button. As they exited the shop, Ning Anru inquired, "Shall we go for a meal now?" She recalled Jiang Xi mentioning that he had come to invite Bai Mianmian to dine with them, and she too began to feel the pangs of hunger. Recalling that dining experience, Bai Mianmian mused, it would be far preferable to indulge in a comforting bowl of tomato and scrambled eggs over rice than to endure those dishes imbued with bitterness. Jiang Xi glanced at Bai Mianmian, only to notice a hint of distaste upon her face. He then reminisced about their previous meal together, realizing he had mistakenly overlooked her aversion to those particular dishes. Ultimately, they had consumed everything, and he had assumed she would grow accustomed to that flavor. Yet, it appeared she still found it unpalatable. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi inquired, "Mianmian, would you like to join us?" As she contemplated his question, Bai Mianmian hesitated before suggesting, "I can prepare tomato and scrambled eggs over rice. Would you be interested in trying it?" Ning Anru's immediate reaction was to wonder if Bai Mianmian sought to showcase her culinary skills in front of her. Should she accept this invitation? What exactly is this tomato and scrambled eggs over rice? It was unfamiliar to her. Would it be delicious? What if it turned out to be unappetizing? Would she have to eat it or refuse it? However, declining Bai Mianmian's kind offer might seem impolite, especially since this was their first encounter. Most importantly, she wished to leave a favorable impression on Bai Mianmian, for some matters could only be broached once relationships were well established. Unable to decide, Ning Anru turned to Jiang Xi. After all, Bai Mianmian was his chosen partner. He must have tasted her cooking before. Wait, Bai Mianmian had just referred to you, implying she was inviting both herself and Jiang Xi. This meant Jiang Xi had never sampled Bai Mianmian's culinary creations either. Should she reject the offer outright? Jiang Xi, momentarily taken aback by Bai Mianmian's words, quickly regained his composure and replied, "If you don't mind the trouble, I would indeed like to try it." Given that Bai Mianmian enjoyed those dishes, they surely wouldn't be distasteful, especially considering she disliked the dishes he found acceptable earlier. Seeing Jiang Xi had agreed, Ning Anru felt compelled to nod in agreement as well, despite a twinge of anxiety in her heart. As they descended from the flying vehicle at her doorstep, the three of them made their way toward the entrance. A voice chimed, "Welcome back, Mianmian, you have worked hard." "Welcome back, Master, you have toiled greatly." Blinking at the intelligent voice, Ning Anru felt a sense of intrigue. Upon entering the house, Jiang Xi surveyed the freshly adorned interior, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet the overall decor exuded warmth. It seemed she truly cherished this place, as the arrangement bore signs of thoughtful effort. "Oh, so Mianmian has a penchant for vintage decor. How fitting, considering your dresses also reflect a retro style," Ning Anru remarked with a smile. Bai Mianmian returned her smile. While they perceived it as vintage, to her, the style felt quite modern. Casting a glance at Jiang Xi, Bai Mianmian noticed he showed no signs of displeasure at how the house had been transformed, which brought her a subtle sense of relief. After all, the house belongs to him. If he disapproves of such behavior, she may truly need to contemplate the idea of renting. "You all take a break. I shall prepare a tomato and scrambled egg rice for you," Bai Mianmian announced as she made her way to the kitchen. "Do you need help?" Jiang Xi inquired, already following her steps. "I can assist as well." Even though I have no cooking experience, Ning Anru chimed in eagerly. "No need. I can manage on my own," Bai Mianmian replied, waving her hand to signal them to stay back. Jiang Xi and Ning Anru, left to pause, exchanged glances, a shared sense of bewilderment passing between them. After a moment, Ning Anru approached Jiang Xi and whispered, "If it doesn't taste good later, you must finish what I leave behind." "I do not eat leftovers," Jiang Xi responded flatly. Ning Anru, taken aback, retorted, "But that's food prepared by your partner. Shouldn't you finish it all?" Jiang Xi cast a dispassionate glance at Ning Anru and silently proceeded toward the kitchen. With no promise from Jiang Xi, Ning Anru felt a flicker of concern. What if she couldn't stomach the food Bai Mianmian made? Seeing Jiang Xi head toward the kitchen, she followed suit, curious to observe the preparation of the tomato and scrambled egg rice. If it appeared unappetizing once completed, she could always claim she wasn't very hungry and would only eat a little. Standing outside the kitchen, Jiang Xi and Ning Anru watched Bai Mianmian bustling inside. Observing her methodical approach, Ning Anru's previously anxious heart began to settle. Upon seeing Bai Mianmian slicing tomatoes, her stomach grumbled in hunger, and she couldn't help but gaze longingly at the tangy, sweet aroma emanating from the tomatoes. Recalling the tomatoes Bai Mianmian had given her earlier, She produced one from her storage button and took a bite. The sweet and tangy juice burst in her mouth, causing her to narrow her eyes in delight. Such a refreshing flavor, devoid of any bitterness. Bitterness. Ning Anru's eyes widened in surprise, and she savored the flavor of the tomato more carefully. There was no trace of bitterness whatsoever. Chapter 45. The delicious sweet and sour tomato. Ning Anru stared incredulously at the tomato in her hand. She was certain that her storage button contained no tomatoes, so this one must be the very same Mianmian had just given her. A tomato with no hint of bitterness at all. Its pollution level must be below 2. Could there truly be such remarkable purifying abilities among the ordinary inhabitants of Planet 1888? She had prepared herself for a potentially bitter experience, yet it turned out to be such a delightful surprise. However, how had Mianmian, an ordinary person, acquired such a tomato? The bitten tomato held aloft was hard to miss for Jiang Xi. Its color and size made it unmistakably the same tomato Mianmian had given her not long ago. The tomatoes were picked by Mianmian from the forest, and it was evident that they were laden with excessive pollutants. Foods containing such impurities invariably possess a bitter taste. The greater the level of contamination, the more pronounced the bitterness. Jiang Xi had assumed that Ning Anru would take the tomatoes home to have them purified by a planned ability user before consuming them. After all, who is unaware nowadays that food gathered from the outside must undergo treatment before it can be safely eaten? Hence, he did not specifically remind Ning Anru that the tomatoes required purification before consumption. To his astonishment, Ning Anru succumbed to temptation and began eating the tomatoes immediately. He initially thought she would spit out the bitter fruit upon tasting it, yet after a while, she remained silent, prompting Jiang Xi to glance her way. Just as his gaze was about to rest upon her face, he suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned to Mianmian. He remembered that Mianmian had mentioned preparing a tomato and egg stir-fry for them. Tomatoes. At that moment, Mianmian was indeed chopping tomatoes. How had he overlooked this detail? Suddenly, Jiang Xi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The persistent pain in his head intensified, as if multiple blades were slicing through his mind. Making the pain unbearable, he instinctively suppressed the groan rising in his throat. The effort to endure the agony caused his entire body to tense and tremble slightly. Jiang Xi's sudden change in demeanor caught Ning Anru's attention, snapping her out of her chaotic thoughts. Turning to him, she immediately noticed his pained expression, and worry flooded her face. How are you feeling? Is your headache returning? Quickly, drink the purification agent. As she spoke, Ning Anru retrieved a vial of purification agent from her spatial button, discarding the troublesome tomato without a second thought, and poured the agent into Jiang Xi's mouth. Mianmian, drawn by Ning Anru's urgent tone, looked over to see her forcefully administering the purification agent to Jiang Xi, bewildered by the situation. Had something happened to him? Jiang Xi was compelled to swallow the bitter agent, and his pallor worsened. The taste was truly unpleasant. What's wrong? Mianmian approached, noticing the beads of sweat forming on Jiang Xi's forehead. His furrowed brow, pale complexion, labored breathing, and the dazed, unfocused look in his eyes, combined with his chiseled features, made for a rather striking sight. Mianmian thought to herself. In the next moment, she gathered her wits, her brow tightening. Was he experiencing an episode? Ning An furrowed her brow as she looked at Mianmian. You don't know? Jiang Xi's current state is clearly a result of the pollutants in his body going haywire. How can you not realize this? In the vast expanse of the stars, whether concerning the body or the mind, a safe level of pollution is below 50. Once this threshold is surpassed, both the physical and mental realms suffer from the agonizing repercussions of an outbreak caused by the contaminating substances. Ordinary individuals endure physical harm, while those with extraordinary abilities suffer both bodily and mental afflictions. Is this not a fundamental truth of the cosmos? What should I be aware of? Mianmian blinked and retorted. Ning Anru, without waiting for her to speak, was interrupted by Jiang Xi's hoarse call. Ning Anru immediately shifted her focus from Mianmian to Jiang Xi. What is it? Are you feeling any better? If you're still unwell, you should consume a few more doses of the purifying agent. Jiang Xi forcefully closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, his previously unfocused gaze regaining clarity. I'm fine, he breathed, his voice raspy. In truth, the excruciating headache he felt had not subsided, even with the purifying agents available. Consuming them in excess would yield only minimal relief. He could only wait for the tumultuous period to pass. Although his headache would not completely dissipate then, the impact would be considerably less severe. What do you mean you're fine? You don't look fine at all, Ning Anru exclaimed, her concern mixed with frustration as she glared at Jiang Xi. I know what I'm doing, Jiang Xi replied, his raspy voice and indifferent tone indicating a clear reluctance to continue on this topic. Ning Anru glared at him for a while, observing his calm demeanor, and ultimately huffed in annoyance before turning away, choosing not to face him any longer. After all, Jiang Xi appeared to be managing. And if he preferred not to be fussed over, then she would oblige. Humph. Bai Mianmian glanced at Ning Anru and then at Jiang Xi, concluding that they were harboring secrets they wished to keep from her. As Ning Anru fell silent, Jiang Xi's gaze shifted to the bitten tomato on the ground. You ate that tomato. At his remark, Ning Anru, who had been upset, immediately redirected her attention. She looked at the tomato with regret. Oh no, how did I drop it? What a pity. That tomato was quite delicious. Delicious? Jiang Xi questioned with a skeptical glance at Ning Anru. Observing the fallen tomato and listening to the exchange between Jiang Xi and Ning Anru, Bai Mianmian's expression remained unchanged. Whether when she offered the tomatoes or when she invited them to enjoy a dish of tomato and egg over rice. She had been prepared for them to discover her extraordinary abilities. On the way back, she anticipated their inquiries about how the tomatoes were fit for consumption. After all, it was known that her tomatoes were picked from the forest. They would certainly inquire whether the tomatoes used in the dish had undergone purification. However, these two had remained silent throughout the journey. She found it quite baffling. Surely, she could not just blurt out, "Hey, did you know? I possess extraordinary powers that can eliminate all contaminants from food." As Bai Mianmian mused internally, Ning Anru, recalling the delightful taste she had just experienced, could not resist pulling another tomato from her spatial button and took a bite, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. Observing Ning Anru's blissful expression, Jiang Xi realized she was indeed speaking the truth. Yet, how could this be possible? Isn't that tomato picked by Bai Mianmian from the forest? Chapter 46. Eating one bite after another. The tomatoes harvested from the forest must contain pollutants beyond acceptable limits. However, if that were the case, Ning Anru could not possibly claim they were delicious and savor them with such delight. Jiang Xi glanced at Bai Mianmian, noticing her gaze fixed on the tomatoes scattered on the ground. Although their acquaintance was still relatively new, there was no reason for her to deceive them. It was likely that someone had purified these tomatoes of their contaminants. Yet, individuals capable of purifying pollutants, especially those classified under the number 1888, were exceedingly rare, and each was kept in confinement, rarely venturing out. The chances of an outsider persuading them to act were nearly non-existent. The throbbing headache made it difficult for Jiang Xi to think clearly. In truth, his failure to immediately recognize the implications of Bai Mianmian's mention of the tomatoes in the tomato and egg rice indicated that his condition was worse than he had outwardly portrayed. Moreover, the turmoil of contaminants within him had yet to settle, making it even more challenging for him to contemplate. Noticing Jiang Xi's gaze upon her, Ning Anru instinctively withdrew the tomato, asserting, "This is from my sister-in-law. You can't have any." Jiang Xi's calm demeanor led Ning Anru to mistakenly believe that the internal chaos of pollutants had subsided, reigniting her desire to spar with him. Jiang Xi disregarded her remark and inquired, "You say the tomato is delicious?" "It is indeed delightful, no less than those purchased from the market," Ning Anru replied, unable to resist taking another bite of the tomato. Jiang Xi, suppressing his headache, activated the pollution value scanner on his terminal, directing it at the tomato in Ning Anru's hand. He needed to ascertain the level of pollutants in the tomato before investigating further. Soon, the scan results appeared on Jiang Xi's terminal screen. Pollution value 0, safe for consumption. Jiang Xi's terminal was more advanced than Bai Mianmian's. Hence it included an additional label confirming edibility. The unexpected outcome left Jiang Xi visibly astonished. Is this result truly so extraordinary as to elicit such a reaction from you? Ning Anru asked, her expression one of surprise. Could it be that this tomato is inedible? She pondered, considering its pleasant taste that bore no bitterness, seemingly superior to those bought on the main planet. 0 pollution value, Jiang Xi said, his voice hoarse as he regarded the tomato in Ning Anru's hand. A 0 pollution value appearing on the number 1888 star. This would be astonishing even on the main planet. When did such a powerful purifier emerge on the number 1888 star? What? Ning Anru was equally taken aback, confirming that she had not misheard. I think you should take a rest, Bai Mianmian suddenly suggested, directing her attention towards Jiang Xi. Observing his increasingly pallid complexion, she felt a tinge of fear that he might collapse at any moment, and she hoped it would not occur before her very eyes. In any case, they would soon ascertain the 0 pollution level, so there was no need to rush. He ought to rest for the time being. Jiang Xi glanced at Bai Mianmian, assuming she was reluctant to discuss the matter of the tomato's 0 pollution level. Originally intending to inquire further, Jiang Xi decided against it due to her comment and simply replied, "All right." He then turned to Ning Anru, suggesting they retire to the living room to avoid disturbing Mianmian while she cooked. Ning Anru glanced at Bai Mianmian before responding, "Fine, let us sit in the living room. If you need help, just call us." No need. I have the Xiaoji #1 robot, by Mianmian indicated toward the little robot standing nearby. Ning Anru eyed the robot and acquiesced. Once settled on the sofa in the living room, Ning Anru could not resist activating her terminal to scan the pollution level. The results confirmed what Jiang Xi had said. Xiao Xi, who purified this tomato to achieve such a zero pollution level. It's my first encounter with something like this. Usually, the lowest pollution level we consume is at least 1, she remarked, her eyes gleaming as she regarded the tomato in her hand. After waiting a moment without hearing a response from Jiang Xi, Ning Anru looked up to find him with his eyes closed, his body relaxed against the sofa. Is he asleep? She pondered, eyeing Jiang Xi with suspicion, wondering if he might be feigning slumber. Ning Anru initially intended to rouse him with her gaze. But upon noticing his pale visage and the beads of sweat yet to dry on his forehead, her heart softened as she recalled the recent upheaval of pollutants. She subtly averted her eyes. Before long, Xiaoji #1 emerged from the kitchen, carrying 3 plates of tomato scrambled eggs toward the dining area. Bai Mianmian followed closely behind, her gaze drifting toward the living room, where she observed Ning Anru seemingly engrossed in her terminal's light screen, her fingers occasionally tapping the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi remained reclined against the sofa, eyes closed. Was he truly asleep? As Bai Mianmian approached, Jiang Xi, who had been keeping his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. Ning Anru, who had been focused on the screen, noticed Bai Mianmian's arrival and then saw Jiang Xi's eyes flutter open. Ning Anru shot a glare at Jiang Xi, accusingly asking, "Were you pretending to sleep? How could you wake up so precisely?" "I just happened to wake up," Jiang Xi replied nonchalantly. "I've finished preparing the meal. Do you wish to eat now?" Bai Mianmian inquired at that moment. Ning Anru's thoughts were interrupted by Bai Mianmian's question, just as she was about to speak. Jiang Xi's voice chimed in, "Let us go now." He rose from his seat and walked toward Bai Mianmian, while Ning Anru glowered at Jiang Xi's back, feeling a simmering discontent as she followed suit. At a round dining table, Jiang Xi sat beside Bai Mianmian, while the last to join, Ning Anru, took a seat opposite them. After settling in, Ning Anru shot a glare at Jiang Xi, but her gaze quickly fixated on the plate of tomato scrambled eggs over rice in front of him. Its vibrant color was undeniably appetizing. Forgetting her earlier annoyance with Jiang Xi, she swiftly redirected her attention to her own dish of tomato scrambled eggs over rice, taking a deep breath as she savored the delightful aroma. "Oh, how delicious, sister-in-law. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I can hardly resist the urge to take a bite," Ning Anru exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she looked at Bai Mianmian. Previously, she had feared that the meal might be unpalatable, but with such an enticing fragrance, it seemed impossible for it to be anything but delightful. "If we find ourselves still hungry, there's more in the kitchen," Bai Mianmian smiled at Ning Anru. "Well then, let me truly savor my sister-in-law's cooking," Ning Anru declared, immediately diving in with her spoon. As the first mouthful of rice mingled with the tomato scrambled eggs entered their mouths, both Jiang Xi and Ning Anru paused momentarily in their chewing. The flavor was exquisite. A glimmer of light sparkled in their eyes, and soon they were eating with swift yet graceful movements, relishing each bite. Bai Mianmian had only managed a few bites herself when she noticed that the two had already consumed more than half of their servings. Chapter 47. Not curious. Jiang Xi clarifies. Jiang Xi and Ning Anru ate rapidly, and after finishing a serving of tomato scrambled eggs over rice, they still felt a lingering desire for more. Observing their eagerness, Bai Mianmian remarked, "If you're still hungry, there's more in the kitchen. I can have the Xiaoji #1 robot serve you another portion." Ning Anru's eyes brightened noticeably. While Jiang Xi's expression remained composed, he too nodded in agreement for a refill. Ultimately, they shared and finished the additional serving of tomato scrambled eggs over rice from the kitchen. Once their plates were empty, Bai Mianmian had anticipated that they would engage her in conversation. However, she watched as Jiang Xi instructed the Xiaoji #1 robot to prepare a room for Ning Anru on the second floor. Ning Anru glanced at Bai Mianmian, then at Jiang Xi, before breaking into an ant-like smile and following the robot. Bai Mianmian thought Jiang Xi would finally inquire about the absence of a bitter taste in the tomatoes from the earlier dish, but instead, he said, "I apologize for returning so unexpectedly. I hope it hasn't caused you any trouble." Bai Mianmian paused before responding, "This is also your home. After all, I'm merely staying here temporarily." Jiang Xi shook his head, asserting, "This is your home as well. You've arranged it beautifully." Hearing Jiang Xi's words, Bai Mianmian couldn't help but smile. Although she hadn't considered whether Jiang Xi would be pleased with her decorations, receiving recognition for her efforts was undoubtedly gratifying. In response to Bai Mianmian's smile, Jiang Xi couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight grin. After a moment, he continued, I will be residing here for the foreseeable future. If that makes you uncomfortable, you may need to adjust. Bai Mianmian's eyes twinkled with a glimmer of light as she spoke. Let us adapt to each other. I have not disturbed your room and have chosen the one next door. Hearing this, Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, the notion of cohabitation had not been previously discussed, and he harbored some concerns that Bai Mianmian might develop feelings of aversion towards it. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my room, Jiang Xi remarked. Although the delightful meal had alleviated some of the pain in his head, he still yearned for a brief respite. All right, Bai Mianmian replied, watching as Jiang Xi nodded at her before turning away without hesitation. Bai Mianmian pondered why neither of them had inquired about her. Were they not curious about the origins of those pristine, zero-pollution tomatoes? Did they not wonder about the source of the tomato and egg rice that lacked even a hint of bitterness? Unable to unravel these thoughts, Bai Mianmian dismissed them and, noticing the time, returned to the kitchen to retrieve the tea leaves she had harvested earlier. Following the tea-making process from memory, she meticulously prepared the leaves. As evening descended, Jiang Xi and Ning Anru remained in their rooms, not making an appearance on the first floor. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Mianmian resolved not to summon them. Thus, she prepared her own dinner. The following morning, Bai Mianmian arose early to inspect the chives. To her dismay, they appeared even more wilted than the previous day, their leaves tinged with a desolate yellow. Is this grass? Ning Anru's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Having sensed Ning Anru's approach, Bai Mianmian remained unfazed by the unexpected sound and calmly replied, No, this is chives. Ning Anru stepped closer, standing beside Bai Mianmian. Her eyes filled with confusion as she observed the drooping chives. Chives? A vegetable? This is edible? The name suggested it was indeed consumable. Yet she had never heard of such a vegetable before. Could it be a newly discovered variety? Bai Mianmian glanced at Ning Anru, explaining, chives are edible. But in their current state, they are spoiled and no longer suitable for consumption. Oh, Ning Anru lamented, gazing sadly at the chives on the ground. She had yet to taste this vegetable and was unsure of its flavor. Noticing Ning Anru's desire to try chives, Bai Mianmian recalled the multifunctional refrigerator in the kitchen, where more chives remained. There are more chives in the kitchen. If you wish to try them, I could prepare a chive omelet for you. Ning Anru's eyes sparkled with delight at Bai Mianmian's words. Really? Sister-in-law, you are so kind. I would love to try it. I have never had a chive omelet before. Bai Mianmian thought little of Ning Anru's enthusiasm and smiled gently, shaking her head. Cooking this is not a bother. Besides, I need to make breakfast anyway. Having a chive omelet today would be fine. If only I had some flour, I could make chive dumplings. Both pan-fried and steamed chive dumplings were delectable, but regrettably, she had not found any flour for sale on the Star Network. The chive omelet retained its delightful flavor, devoid of any bitterness. A flicker of dim light flashed in Ning Anru's eyes as she hastily took another bite of the chive omelet, swallowing back the words she had intended to speak. Jiang Xi quietly savored his portion of the chive omelet as well. Observing the two engrossed in their meal, Bai Mianmian silently attended to her own share. After finishing, Ning Anru hesitated, casting a lingering glance at Bai Mianmian. Are you planning to cultivate plants at home? Jiang Xi inquired, breaking the silence before Ning Anru could speak. Upon rising that morning, he had surveyed the house inside and out, noticing the vacant land behind the house and the empty space to the east of the living room, both of which had been planted with vegetation. Yes, but it seems I lack the skill, Bai Mianmian responded, recalling the wilting plants as Jiang Xi mentioned the matter, a sigh escaping her lips. To this day, she had yet to uncover the reason for her plant's failure to thrive. Those plants were all excavated from the forest. They thrived there, yet once transplanted here, their leaves began to wilt after a few days. Do you know why? Bai Mianmian looked at Jiang Xi, hoping he could enlighten her. Jiang Xi did not disappoint. It's a matter of soil, he explained. While the forest soil is also contaminated, it contains several unique trace elements that cannot be replicated or extracted from the surrounding earth. These trace elements are crucial for plant growth. If you wish to cultivate successfully, you must address the soil issue. Bai Mianmian queried, should I simply excavate soil from the forest? At that moment, Ning Anru erupted in laughter, exclaiming, how coincidental. I once entertained such an idea myself. Bai Mianmian cast a calm glance at Ning Anru, also noticing the slight upward curve of Jiang Xi's lips. She remained unfazed. Responding coolly, it seems this method is impractical. Seeing that Bai Mianmian was not angered by Ning Anru's laughter, Jiang Xi subdued his own amusement and, along with Bai Mianmian, chose to disregard Ning Anru. He nodded in agreement with Bai Mianmian's assessment, stating, though those trace elements are present in the soil, once excavated from the forest, they will dissipate entirely within a day or two. Bai Mianmian nodded, her expression serene as she remarked, Thus, attempting to excavate forest soil for cultivation is not a feasible solution.